A very good morning to you all from Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course in Lexington, Ohio. This is the World Racing League on Driver's Eye Live. It's Sunday morning, it's 7:50, and in about 10 minutes here, we will have a green flag for the second of our 8-hour races this weekend. My name is Brendan Kazmarek, joined this morning, I believe, by JT Tammy. Good morning, JT.
Good morning.
Holy cow, you made it, man.
I did.
How'd things go?
When I left the car, we were in 5th.
Fantastic. A GT3?
4.
Nice. This weekend, of course, is also the iRacing Nürburgring 24 Hours, which I think finishes here in a couple hours. Poor JT is in the Western time zone and had a stint that lasted until, I think you said 3 a.m.?
3:30 is when I got out.
Nice. Well, it's just a nice flow of endurance racing all weekend then. Happy to have all of you with us as well. Gabe Howe joins us on production. First weekend for Gabe. Happy to have him along after our first race yesterday. And Ryan West will be joining us here a little bit later. Joseph has chosen to not join us this weekend, like a jerk. But that's okay. We've got 8 hours on deck today. We had technically 8 hours of racing yesterday, but it was something. We started with about an inch of snow on the ground. It snowed basically until noon. So a solid 3 hours of frozen precipitation. We sent the cars out. We had a ton of full course yellows, probably up towards 20, I think, at the final count. But what we got at the end was actually some pretty dry running from a transition from the very, very wet track we had in the morning towards finally some sunlight in the afternoon. But today has dawned much brighter, much sunnier, just as cold, but we are headed for about 55 for a high, which is a most welcome change from what we had yesterday. It's even a little warmer here in the commentary booth. If you're joining us from trackside here at Mid-Ohio, you're welcome to come see us anytime. We are in the race control building across from start finish downstairs under the timing and scoring room down and to the left. Welcome to stop by and chat for a little if you'd like. JT, I suppose we should start with maybe a brief retrospective from yesterday as we await the roll-off of cars from the grid. We already talked about the weather, but what we didn't talk about was just how wild the opening portion of yesterday's race was. Of course, we had all those yellows, which were, the result of cars sliding off under, really pretty abysmal conditions, which is understood. But for a while, we had a GP2 car leading yesterday. We had 2 GP2 cars leading, as a matter of fact. It didn't work out that way in the final running order, but it was still kind of a wild achievement and accomplishment for both the winning formula and the Copeland Motorsports Hyundai Veloster. Not the same expected today, however.
Yeah, no, especially once we start to get warmer temperatures. We just kind of hit a nice sweet spot yesterday where the advantages that you would have from a GP2 car under those conditions were able to make them quite competitive with your GTO cars that were running at the front. So we got to see some very interesting dicing. We got to see, especially with the winning formula Miata, got to see how much quicker it could be in the corners, like turn 1 going around the outside, and it made it for a very interesting dynamic to watch.
It did, and even as things dried out, that advantage that they had sort of lasted through the transition period. Absolutely no precipitation expected today, at least during racing hours. It is still cold this morning, 33. When I was setting the cameras up, like I said, we're headed for 55, so there may still be a little kind of a portion this morning where things are a bit dicey as, we wait for the temperatures to come up, tire temperatures to come up, a little bit of energy to be put back into the track, which would be welcome. But the end result yesterday was that the JTR Motorsports Engineering number 696 BMW, which has been so strong basically all season, was really super strong again all the way through to the end of the race. And I see no reason that wouldn't continue. What we didn't have yesterday, though, was a full complement of cars. And the I hesitate to mention this. The Core Motorsports Mustang came out after not running for a hefty portion of yesterday in the snow, as did a whole complement of other not just GTO cars, but GP1, 2, and 3 cars as well. The Team ACP Tangerine Associates BMWs did not spend a whole day on track. BMW Motorsports, the BMW M3, which is going to start third, did not race yesterday. It was really just an opportunity towards the end of the day when things dried out to come set a fastest lap time and, kind of kick things off for today, or set things up for today with a decent spot on the grid. So from yesterday's fastest laps, we get the Sunday grid. JTR Motorsports Engineering fastest lap of 132.702 yesterday puts them on pole. The GTR 99 BMW on in second on the first row of the grid. A 133.1. Those were the two cars in GTO that were strongest at the start yesterday. They're going to be accompanied by that number 72 BMW M3, along with the number 421 from Thunder Bunny Racing, which finally got some decent laps in towards the end of the day yesterday. The team car, the M2, was really, really strong in the wet and the changing conditions. Didn't really quite have the consistency for the finish and never really had the ultimate pace, but they made it work, and the 421 in particular was finally able to find some pace there towards the end of the day. They'll start in fourth. W2W Racing, the 986, didn't really feature yesterday again in fifth. The 401 from Round 3 Racing in sixth. The number 2 Team ACP Tangerine Associates BMW in seventh. Again, did not run the full race or anything close to it yesterday. The number 762 from 762 Racing in P8. And that was a car that, of course, finished in the top 3 yesterday as well. Round 3 Racing, the number 609 in ninth. And the Hammer Motorsports BMW, the number 01, starting in 10th. That was the car that was involved in the pretty wild scrap towards the end of the race yesterday, the last 15-20 minutes or so for P5 overall. That's your top 10 in GTO. Move down towards the back of the rest of the field, the bottom half of the field, made up of our production cars, GP1, 2, and 3. GP1 pole sitter PC Racing, the number 44, ahead of Big Midget Motorsports, and the number 134. Moorhead Speedworks, yesterday's winner. The number 147 starting in third. And the 701 from Round 3 Racing, which did not feature yesterday, will begin the race in P4. That class in particular was pretty much completely dominated yesterday by Moorhead Speedworks. And to our benefit, that class finally has some depth to it today. The PC car really struggled in the wet yesterday, but ought to feature really, really well today. And of course, those other 3 cars, in addition to the RRT Racing BMW in fifth and the 46 from Ginger Racing in sixth. Really strong cars, basically anywhere we go in the dry, and actually really looking forward to the GP1 fight today. GP2, the Quality Time Racing number 410 is your pole sitter. They didn't feature yesterday at all. Duro, the number 142 in second. Harrison Motorsports in third. The 721 from RRT Racing in fourth. And the 231 from ITS Racing in P5. Oddly, your fastest cars from yesterday, the Copeland Motorsports number 251 and the number 325 winning Formula K Miata. That's the Miata with the K-Series engine in it. They are just at the bottom of the top 10 in that class on the grid. So let's watch that, because I'm not entirely convinced that they are the quickest cars in the dry, even though they were super consistent yesterday over the longer run. So let's watch that GP2 battle, and I know JT will be through most of the morning. That should actually be a really, really fascinating fight, basically all day long. In GP3, your pole sitter is the number 18 from BSI Racing. Actually, is that correct? I don't have the classes here in front of me. That's set up here. Sorry, no.
BSI is GP2.
You're correct. It's the 196 from Overnight Motorsports.
Also GP2.
Interesting. I got to find the cutoff here because the grid doesn't do it for me. 197. There we go.
Yeah.
Found it.
Yeah,
yep,
197.
From Overnight Motorsports, TC Klein Racing, the number 93, the BMW there starting in second. 94 Motorsports, the 83, Overnight 195. 22 from TCS, the 94 from 94. And then shotgun on the field is the number 15 from AOA Racing and the number 66 from NRG Racing. So, some of the little news and notes here. The Core Motorsports Mustang. We saw them come out yesterday, throw in a flyer, a couple of flyers really, and try and put them somewhere reasonably close on the grid. We came to find out, or I came to find out this morning, that that car was actually really underweight, like triple digits underweight. And the we're not sure if they had the available ballast to put in the car. Based on the rules, that car is new to them and new to WRL. So it remains to be seen whether they've been able to put the weight in the car, or they're going to use today as a test session and take the DQ. But the times that they set yesterday, as far as I'm aware, did not involve the car running at the appropriate weight. So they've been moved to the back of the GTO grid. I do see some team personnel in the War Wagon, which is just parked right up next to the Hammer Motorsports giant yellow awning across the track from where I stand here at start finish. Hello to everybody at Hammer. Big Mission is across from me as well. Hello to everybody down there, and hello to all of you and all of the teams down in the paddock who I know will throw our produced feed up on a screen down in their pit lane area and follow along with us. Of course, you can always text the Driver's Eye Live phone number. I don't like to put that thing out on the air for obvious reasons, but it's gone out to all the team owners at various points this weekend, shared, of course, during the drivers' meeting as well. You are welcome to text that number anytime and provide us anything that you think might be relevant to racing. I think Ryan West has joined us. Is this correct, Ryan?
I have.
Good morning, Ryan.
Good morning, everybody.
Yeah, welcome along.
Thank you.
Yep, the timer has started here, although that should be counting down to, I think, 4 p.m., so we'll get that adjusted here momentarily. It's an 8-hour race. The cars head off of the final corner and onto the front straightaway here at turn 13. The 696 BMW alongside the number 99. The pace car has pulled off, and of course we get a green flag on the back straightaway. So as the field forms itself up behind those first couple rows, they'll run at something like pacing speed from here until the exit of the keyhole, where a starter will have the green flag in hand, and for the only time today, we will start or restart the race on the back straightaway and the run down into turn 4 and the madness section of the track. Two by two, the lead cars head up through the keyhole turn. It's the 696 alongside the number 99. The general production cars in front of me make their way down the front straightaway, but we want to see, of course, the GTO field take the green on the back straightaway here. You'll see them just to screen left. There they are, 2 by 2. The BMW, that red Beamer there in third. And as they crest the hill at the turn 3 camera there, right at the starter stand, we will get a green flag. There it is. The 696 gets a huge jump. The number 72 falls in right behind them. It's a really sluggish start from that 99 GTR BMW. And the 20-something car GTO field makes its way down into madness for the first time. 696 leads 72. The 99 is going to slot right there in third. It's the 421 in fourth. The 986 from W2W in fifth. And then behind them, they've got to sort themselves out to something like single or at least double file down the hill out of madness and up towards Slender Valley for the first time. It's a big jump from that 696 and a really clean getaway from everybody behind. But this margin, when they get back to start finish, or at least the finish line, is going to be something like a second and a half as things currently stand. I think the general production cars are headed towards a green flag on the back straightaway as we complete lap 1 here at the exit of turn number 13. And indeed, the lead margin is 2.1 seconds for that number 696 BMW. The 72 in second, 99 GTR in third. And I think everybody's gotten away really cleanly this morning. Shotgun on the field at the moment is the number 127, or at least on the GTO field anyway. And if we can pick up the general production cars, which would have been the second start, maybe around the turn 10 area, or maybe headed up towards the final corner here. There they are. So it's, looks like the PC Racing BMW. Indeed it is. Leads from, well, jointly from the 147 and the 134, who was side by side there on the way up through Thunder Valley. It's now back to single file, and as they reach the finish line for the first time, 44 leads 147, leads 134, but there is absolutely nothing to choose between them. Round 3 in fourth, and then as GP1 streams past start finish, I think, is it the Chattanooga car leading GP2? No, it's Duro. The number 142 has gotten the jump in GP2. They lead from 721.
3 wide, yeah. I was just noticing that they were trying to go 3 wide through that turn. I didn't think that was going to work, and there's a Cayman off.
Is that at turn 1?
We keep going back and forth. He was just trying to rejoin.
Yellow.
Yeah.
Looks like there might be a car pulled the driver's right here. Nope, they're going to try and get the move done. That looks like the number 21 from North Loop Motorsports. There's
Looks
the
like he's
light
back
yellow
underway.
Cayman.
No biggie.
Yep, some stragglers here at the. Those aren't stragglers. Those are the GTO leaders. Holy cow! Things happen quickly, especially lapping in the World Racing League. Exacerbated slightly by the fact that we have such a long run from start-finish, or well, from the finish line down to the start line down at the back. But it means that we really only get about 2 or 3 clean laps before the GTO leaders find themselves in traffic. This GP2 battle is, this GP1 battle between the 44, the 147, and the 134 hasn't really let up yet. And as they head out of the final corner, it's Big Mission to the lead. So in the single lap that we were letting the rest of the field sort themselves out, the 134 has gone from third all the way up to first. So all changes for the lead in General Production 1 at the moment. The 147 is back to third, and the erstwhile leader, the number 44 from PC Racing, has slotted in there into second. Mark Smith starts the number 421 for Thunder Bunny. And the 01, we have where the starters Nick Urasi and Fred Roberts. Kicks off things for the number 1 car for Hammer Motorsports there in GTO. Pit stop for the number 698. That is the second JTR Motorsports Engineering BMW. That one will be the M2 Club Sport. And I don't see them in the pit lane. Oh, I do see them just leaving the pit lane, actually. All the way down towards the end of the pits. And they are hanging the hard left and going right back to the paddock. So they spent almost no time on track yesterday. Very, very few laps put in by that car. And things not starting really any better for them this morning. 696 still leads the number 72, GTR number 99 in third, and the 421 from Thunder Bunny right there in fourth. So no change in the top 4 at the moment. Things are exactly as we've left them, but the real fight that's on at the moment, we can pick it up down at turn 1, Gabe, should be the lead trio in GP1. So by the time we get to them, there they are. So that's the white and black BMW for Big Mission Motorsports there in first. They'll head off down to turn 2, and we'll follow this around for a little bit, at least from trackside or on board the 147 if we have it, because this is arguably the best fight we've got. The 147 gets the run off of turn 1 and into the braking zone at turn 2, and I think that move is going to be done as we pick them up at the exit of the keyhole and down the back straightaway. That is absolutely the case. Moorhead leads again in GP1 with the 134 from Big Mission tucked absolutely right up in the draft behind him. It would be a lunge, I think, at turn 4 for things to change back the other way. And indeed, things stay as they are. The number 44 from PC Racing just kind of tucked in there and letting things play out ahead of them. Really no reason to push things at the moment. And they had such a rough day yesterday, did that number 34. Whether it's just handling issues, getting coming to grips with that car in the rain, that really didn't put any meaningful, well, they put meaningful laps on it in terms of lap count, but never really factored into things. And I think they'd just be content to sit there for a little bit and let things kind of ride in front of them and just stay in contention here. It's really the only thing that matters. And at the moment, it's not like they're losing touch with anybody, because that lead trio is just absolutely rubber banded right together, which is a fantastic way to start. Todd Kitchen mentioning on YouTube, much bigger field today, which is absolutely true. It looks nicer, but still too cold, which is fair. But come out and play around noontime, Todd. Things will have, I think, warmed up pretty nicely.
Like we're going red?
We are going red. Absolutely going red. The number, one of the BMWs had to jump to the grass here on the front straightaway. Everybody comes to a stop on track immediately, which is quite right, and allows the Homatro safety team to leave from the carousel. Now, I wonder what the story is here. Contact under investigation, and debris down at turn 3, but no real details here. I don't know, Gabe, if you see anything on our trackside cameras that we can cycle through that might pick up a story on what happened here.
Hopefully everyone's okay.
Yeah, stuff like this frequently will involve a fire. I'm not saying that's what happened, but with red flags we've seen in the past, both here and other facilities, that is almost always an instantaneous red flag. Nobody plays around with stuff like that, and in general, major incidents are dealt with appropriately in the World Racing League. So no details on what the situation might be. We jump on board the number 1 here on delay. So this is before we've reached wherever the red is. And a couple more EVs heading out from the carousel area here. Oddly enough, nothing's been mentioned in the race control log. Major incident on the back straightaway apparently is the answer here. Allegedly, it's involved a rollover. There are 2 cars involved, but I don't have the details on that. Yeah, no numbers listed in the race control log yet. So we hope that everybody is okay. We've had some pretty big incidents on the back straightaway here at Mid-Ohio before. That is not, I mean, it is one of the highest speed and narrowest places anywhere on the WRL schedule, right? I mean, it's a spooky place. I mean, it's quick, it's narrow, the walls are very close to either side, and that little kink in the back straightaway can sometimes leave leave cars unsighted there. So hope everybody's okay. Looks like there may be well, I know for certain there is a medical it's so the incident has happened basically right at the kink. It's in between our camera at turn 3 and our camera at turn 4. It looks like a car's gone in, maybe driver's left just ahead of the kink and come back across the track, which would be identical to the accident we saw last year with Hagerty Motorsports. That is almost exactly where one of those RS3 TCRs came to grief yesterday.
And here you can see on the
last year, excuse me.
You can see right here on the camera, right to the right, where the car has come back across and then deposited some dirt onto the course.
Yes, exactly. So that's where I'm trying to describe things there at turn 3. which again, really, really quick part of the track. The other kind of complicating factor here is that because we immediately went red, we don't necessarily have nobody's gone salmon, so nobody's missing on Race Hero.
Right.
So we don't really have details on who may or may not have been involved until we get information in the race control log, which at the moment has not been updated.
Well, it's the type of silence you never hope to hear at a racetrack.
It's very
for people who haven't been to a race in person. I don't know if there are such people who are watching the stream, but I figure I'll talk about it anyway. There's nothing worse being at a racetrack because you can hear it. Maybe if you're in like a really remote part of the track, you wouldn't. But if you're in the paddock, you likely heard whatever this lockup was and the subsequent thud, and then everything else going silent. And it's a really eerie, really uncomfortable feeling to be around until you get information. And due to the nature of where this is at, I don't think we can give you any information about it until we hear it from the series itself. Now, the fact that one of the flag marshals is casually throwing grass back onto the side of the course would tell me that, you know, they're hoping to get whatever it is taken care of rather quickly, which I think could be interpreted as positive, but then I'm just, speculating at that point, of course.
Well, you've got to do something as a marshal, right? And you're not going to go recover cars or anything like that, but...
No, that's fair.
But... Yeah, I'm... Obviously, we don't want to speculate on car numbers or anything like that. And even if we were going to try to, I don't think we'd get anywhere anyway. Okay, driver... I'm hearing that the driver is out of the car.
It is a yellow piece of race car there.
So the word I have is the NRG Porsche, which would be consistent with the debris that's there.
So that was the yellow Cayman we saw briefly off driver's left.
Correct. When they were trying to... I'm not saying it was their fault, but it was involved in a 3-wide going into one of the turns towards the beginning of the race. So
yes.
I almost wonder if that's you still got some funk on your tires and now we're trying to take a turn really quickly, or if he had help. Again, we don't really know until we know.
All right. So I think I've actually found... I think I found the cars involved here. If you'll just give me a moment... It's involved the 257 and the that yellow Cayman, and it was exactly as we would envision an incident there. It's just issues in traffic, right? 257 and that Cayman sort of side by side going into the kink, and the cars made contact. And
the 257 would be
exactly
the Copeland Motorsports Hyundai Veloster.
That's the second Copeland car. So the 251 is actually parked right in front of me here at the finish line. And that was the car that featured so well through most of the day yesterday in GP2. It's worth noting that the 257 never really got to the wall. So our car of concern is really that... I think it's the 39, isn't it? That'll be the Cayman. The 66 is the FRS.
Correct.
RZ. Yeah.
And they were scored together on timing and scoring as 44th and 45th coming through, so that makes sense.
So I will offer this as a confirmation here. It is the 39. The from NRG Racing. The driver is out of the car under his own power, but in some discomfort. And that's from a team who is parked next to them in the pit lane and said they heard from the driver on the radio. So the team has been talking to the driver. He's gotten out of the car, and he'll be checked over thoroughly by the medical staff here at Mid-Ohio, which is exactly the right thing. But this is going to be a minute here. So I'm confident in breathing a sigh of relief here, and you know, kind of acknowledging that that things have had a mostly positive outcome. And
Absolutely.
I'll let the team themselves or the series offer further updates there. But fortunately, it was a big off. I was able to find an onboard. I was actually just looking for a car parked by the side of the road, but one of the onboards has actually caught the incident. We won't replay it here for obvious reasons, especially until we know that the driver is okay. But yeah, just issues in traffic there. Somebody going for a closing gap at high speed, and that's what happens. So,
in theory, anyway, we're not sure that that's what happened. Again,
I'm confident that that's what happened.
All right.
Yeah, but as I mentioned, the update on the driver is from the team. That is the situation from down in the pit lane, from teams adjacent to that NRG team. So hopefully the end result here, once that driver is checked out at medical, is a positive one, and we can resume racing with kind of putting this scary stuff behind us. As Ryan said, this hush at a racetrack is never a comfortable thing for anybody. And to be honest with you, it's been a while since I've been at a racetrack where this has happened as a result of an incident. I think the last red flag we had was back at Sebring during the 24-hour, but that was for an oil spill. A car put oil down at turn 10, and a couple of cars slid off into the grass, but that was basically it. They just went red to clean up, the oil all over the racing line and go retrieve a couple of cars. But you mentioned this is kind of spooky stuff, even at an amateur level. These cars are really hauling the mail down there on the back straightaway. So I'm happy that the outcome here is a generally positive one. And like I said, any further details we'll wait to hear from the team or from the series themselves. In the meantime, the pace car has been... Oh, we're going to go black flag here. So the safety car has been brought out and has picked up the 696, which was exiting the final corner. They are... So the 410, 325, 251, the 336, and the 146 are the last cars in front of the safety car. They've been waved by, and the safety car has picked up the leader just sort of behind them. So I think the plan here, rather than to bring... Well, in an ideal world, rather than bring the cars all the way around through the incident site and into the pit lane, it would make sense to me if they could stop them maybe on the front straightaway or the run up to the keyhole. But they're going to kind of gather everybody up here. And put everybody in a line. They are actually bringing everybody into the pit lane. So if we cut to the turn 1 camera here, Gabe, I think the program is going to be to get the leaders and everybody that is queued up behind the safety car out to pit exit. And then when things are released, I would hope, well, they may actually bring them all the way around to the pit lane. But anyway, the whole field behind them has already entered the pits. Starting, actually, I'm not sure who the first car is, but one of them is the number 99 Team GTR BMW.
Oh, it looks like we have a car that's dead stick here. It's one of the M2s, and there's the Veloster being towed.
Oh, yep, that's a split decision BMW. Does that car have damage on the front end?
It looks like it.
It sure looks like it, yeah. And that car was not in that kind of shape this morning. I wonder if something happened there when everybody checked up for the red flag.
Now, a relatively good sign here as the tow truck comes through would be that the safety cell of that Veloster is still the same shape it was when it left the factory.
Yes, so that's the car that was did not impact the wall.
Ah, okay, that's right. It was
so
the
the
Cayman.
car
My
that
apologies. Yep.
rolled was the 39.
Oh, okay. Yep.
Yeah, and now
I was gonna say that's really remarkable. If that rolled, like that's pretty good.
It looks good, but it looks good because it was the right side of that car that made contact with the left side of the 39.
Gotcha.
So the other issue here, and I don't have an official answer on this from the series yet, the other issue here is that the car impacted Armco, which is part of the reason it ended up rolling anyway. The Armco kind of gives, and it sort of puts the car up in the air to a degree. As it impacts the wall, the energy just kind of takes it, vertically, and then the car, digs into the grass, and that's exactly what happened. But when it does that, it has a tendency to damage portions of the Armco. And I do wonder a little bit here if that is going to be our primary issue this morning, is that we're going to have to replace or repair sections of the barrier on the back straightaway just before the start line at the kink. This is what you see on screen here, just the last of the sort of the stragglers waiting to come back to the pit lane under a black flag all.
So to finish a point Brendan was making earlier, I can't even remember specifically when this happened, what was being discussed, but I remember we were talking about the Core Motorsports Mustang.
Yeah.
Having some issues with the weight situation there. I wonder how much of that is down to the new car they've selected, Brendan. Just based on hearing it drive by, does that sound like a V8 car?
Oh, it's a GT4 car.
Oh, it is a GT4 car.
Yes,
okay.
The core car, the 150, is absolutely a GT4 spec car.
Okay.
The 98, which is the Ford Performance Racing School entry, is not.
Okay.
And actually, I'm not sure. Have they taken the green flag today? They didn't.
Well, that would... I can't say that I'm surprised that the GT4 Mustang is underweight, or what I believe is the more likely issue is overpowered.
Overpowered, yes, exactly.
Yeah. That 5-liter engine is substantially more powerful than the one that they were using before. That was the 4.6-liter engine in the Mustang. I actually thought that was a pretty good middle ground for them. But it's interesting that we're talking about this because I was just speaking about it at work. Because my boss had actually asked me if I was going to be doing the race this weekend. I said, no, I'm not going to be there, but I will. I'm not going to be there because you won't give me the time off, but thank you.
Shout out to your boss who's watching. Hello.
Right, exactly. And he said, well, for example, I've taken my father's Camaro 1LE to the track, and I had mentioned to him that that's probably outside the performance window by the time you would make any of the modifications that you'd want to make. And yeah, a 36 or 3,700 pound car, just as a reminder, you're only getting approximately 350 to 380 horsepower to work with. And that's before you start making any changes. And so I would speculate that the issue with the Core program was that initially they were using that little bit older style Mustang, which is almost identical to the one I have at home, that would have had probably closer to 325 horsepower. But that meant that they, by the rules, couldn't make any additional modifications as far as aero or adjustable suspension, stuff like that, to the car. And so going up into the GTO class does give you that flexibility to be able to make more modifications or indeed have a full-fledged race car. But it doesn't surprise me that a GT4 Mustang is too fast for the class, given the power that you can get out of that motor stock even. And I'm sure that there's provisions in there for being able to turn that engine down, but for those that remember the Dodge Viper or SRT Viper that ran in IMSA, in spite of them sleeving that engine down to a mere 8 liters, they always had plentiful torque and were constantly having an issue with balance of performance, to the point where they ended up having to have an absurdly low rev limit to also try and reel the power in. So I wonder if we're looking at kind of a similar situation, whereas the GT4 BMWs, for example, you can pretty easily tune down to the class, given that they're a turbocharged engine, it's a straight 6. You can get that more in line with what you would expect for this class. Whereas we've heard from people in the paddock that the Audi GT4 car, which we have seen run in WRL off and on among several different participants, that car is a lot harder to make competitive in this rule set. And so I wonder if the GT4 Mustang is a similar issue.
So the number I heard for that Mustang was, quote, over 400 horsepower.
That makes sense, but then if it's over 400 horsepower, you'd be approaching a 4,000-pound car. And I don't think that car weighs 4,000 pounds.
Like, no, I think that's the issue. 4,000 pounds, right?
Correct.
You only have 200 pounds of ballast available in GTO.
Right.
So I'm not sure you could get that quite to the spec for GTO. The other issue there is, of course, those cars are meant to run at 400 horsepower, whereas a lot of other GT4 cars will have alternate tunes for balance of performance purposes. I'm not sure that Mustang has many other options available to get it down to the exact ideal specification for GTO, which is
like I was mentioning, Brendan. It's the difference, I think, between an M4 GT4. You can turn the wick down on the turbos more or less,
right? Yeah.
And it'll still run because it's either a 2.8 or a 3-liter 6-cylinder in there. So at worst, you have the turbos barely doing anything, and you probably get closer to 200 horsepower out of that engine. But when you have a 5-liter V8 or a 5.2-liter V10 in the case of the GT4 Audi, we've gotten feedback that GT4 Audi will not run at that low of a power, that it runs terrible because you're not getting enough fuel into the system to get it to work correctly and still make that little amount of power. So I think that's the consequence we're seeing there, is that going for the big V8 engine, you can't reduce the power that far. And unfortunately, a 5-liter Mustang is going to make most of its power at the bottom end. So without a huge rework, you can't reduce the revs either in order to keep yourself in the correct zone there.
I'm curious what Automatic Racing is able to do with their Aston Martin.
So you see, JT, the V8 that's in that Aston Martin is not a very powerful motor in the realm of road car engines, at least, because that is the old V8. So that would be, I believe it's a 4.2 or a 4.3 in the Aston Martins. And as a road car, the Vantage wasn't super powerful to begin with.
Well,
I will, of course, look that up.
That is a much older GT4 car. I mean, that car has been around.
Well, yeah, but it was still GT4 spec though.
Well, it was GT4 spec then. Yeah. I'm not sure. I mean, GT4 cars now, a modern spec, is a very different looking and very different built car to the way they were, 10, 12, 15 years ago. That class was nothing more than the initial. I mean, they were very similar to the Grand Am, ST spec. Or sorry, the GS spec.
GS, yeah.
Yeah, they were not markedly different. But now, I mean, these are fully factory, production line built cars.
So, JT, to follow up on that, the road car Vantage was 380 horsepower out of a 4.3-liter V8 at 3,800 pounds.
Compared
which
to
is right in... What was that?
Compared to like 460 out of the Ford.
Out of the Ford, correct. So it was already at the time right in the performance window where it would need to be. That's on the road car at least, but one would assume that the engine that's in the GT4 car could be tuned to run like the road car. Additionally, it looks like it makes all of that 380 horsepower at 7,000 RPM. So, and also not to mention, if you recall a few years ago at COTA GT, the automatic racing Aston did run into issues with being overpowered during the race, and I believe they were disqualified at one point. So it sounds like it's an issue with that particular style of engine anyway. And I would assume that they have either, in conjunction with a rev limit, have managed to find a way to keep that car under the 380 horsepower allowed, or that the road car makes. I'm sure the race car makes a little bit more than that, but if they could get it to run with the road car spec tune, then that would get them right in the performance window. But, you know, I obviously don't work in automatic racing. That's probably a good question for them.
So, in the meantime, if you're just joining us this morning, and I know several of you are, it's 8:36. We are 36 minutes in. The timer is still running, but obviously you see no cars on track, and a couple of safety vehicles out here at turn number 3. That is to go facilitate some, what I assume is some cleanup and barrier repair here. We're going to go to a quick ad break here and say hello to our friends at Hagerty Motorsports and Cooper Tires. And we'll be back with you on the other side here after our first commercial break with Mid-Ohio under a black flag all. Hopefully ready to go racing on the other side. We'll talk to you soon.
Okay, all right. Hard stop at 6 today. We need alignment by then, people.
Here's where the rubber meets the road.
Have these initiatives moved the needle, like, at all?
Well, let's shift gears a minute.
We're really kind of at the apex here.
Well, we gotta stay agile.
I said we fast-track the pivot.
Can we circle back? Keep everyone in the loop.
Focus, guys. We're in a race to the finish, all right?
We need to put the pedal to the metal. We need to nail those hairpin turns, cross that finish line, and take that checkered flag.
Yes, Josh, yes!
Start your engines! Woo!
Ready to hit the track? We've got you covered with the world's largest motorsports calendar, track day insurance, and more. Hagerty. Let's drive together.
It's your Uncle Cooper. Truck owners who run Cooper AT3s are some of the most dutiful people I know. Even if that duty is to haul a load of this stuff. It's not glamorous, but it's their duty nonetheless. So if you and your truck are constantly tackling the regular duties of the day, go with a tire that can handle them all. Oh, man. I stepped in it. Go with the Coopers. Cooper.
Sentinel by Candelaria Racing Products is a comprehensive motorsport video system incorporating live streaming, local recording, picture-in-picture, flag status, leaderboards, data overlays, and more. Perfect for endurance racing, sprint racing, and HPDE. Sentinel includes everything you need to get started. With the ability to control the live feed from the cloud and GPS auto start, you will never miss an on-track moment. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today.
Back at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course, the second race of round 3 of the 2022 World Racing League season rolls on, or in this case, does not roll on. We've found ourselves under a black flag all. Cars stacked up down in the pit lane. That was all precipitated by an accident on the back straightaway between the number 39 from NRG Racing and the number 257 from Copeland Motorsports. The Hyundai Veloster making contact just before the kink on the back straightaway. Sent the 39 upside down. And it did land right side up. The driver was able to get out of the car. And actually, as we went to ad break there, had RJ Till walk in from WRL and just confirmed to me the driver is okay, up walking around at medical. And so happy news there. We won't show the replay of the incident. There are onboards that did catch it.
Yeah, go ahead, Fred.
But the important thing is that our quiet and kind of spooky hush that fell over Mid-Ohio this morning has had a happy outcome. And now we have to turn our attention to making sure all the cars are in the right order and everything that is necessary is squared away for a restart at what we expect is going to end up being about half an hour after our cleanup began. So I don't have an exact time, but I would assume that's somewhere around the 8:50 mark. Certainly hopeful that that's the case. Drivers are out of their cars, helmets are off, so it is going to take some time to get everything in order here in the pit lane.
I can follow up on the Core Mustang BOP situation. Thanks to JT for pointing out that it was actually explained in the Facebook feed that it looks like they are running the smallest possible restrictor for this engine, which puts them at 389 horsepower, which sounds about right with where you'd want to be. But unfortunately, it sounds like, and this is my perspective on it, it sounds like they're getting the new for 2022 penalty for having a flat power curve. And that has thrown off their calculations. And so it seems like they're running that as low as they possibly can, and still not quite able to make the power cutoff, which I think is unfortunate. That's a rule that I think a lot of teams are having to contend with this year, and probably not running quite the same power that they were last year. And one does see the point. If you have power up and down the torque curve the whole way through, that's a lot different from somebody who makes 380 at a peak and then it has to climb to get there over the course of the rev. So I understand why the rule was implemented, but this, of course, looks like it's one of the casualties of that rule being implemented. But it's racing. That's part of what you gotta understand, is get through the rule book and try to make sure you're within the requirements. Now, I don't know what specifically specifies a flat power curve, how you would measure that, but I'm sure RJ and company have a particular way to handle that situation.
It's spelled out in detailed legalese in the rule book for this year, and that is, I mean, that rule has been a talking point over the beginning part of this season. As you mentioned, it is new for 2022, and it does seem, I mean, it's become a bigger issue over the last couple events of last year and into this year. As we get more and more GT4 cars that are, just aggressively detuned from a professional racing spec, or the BOP that they were initially designed for. Obviously, that changes the makeup of the class as a whole, the GTO class as a whole, and you've got to do a couple of things to keep it competitive, and that was one of the things that the series came up with. There were also some changes to the fuel calculation formula that had stood in the GTO class for some time. We went over those in great detail back at NOLA, when we had Tim Myers from Hammer Motorsports on as sort of a guest commentator. And we won't review that, but I'm sure if you wanted to go back and watch the NOLA broadcast that you would find something like 20 minutes of discussion on how the fuel numbers have affected racing in GTO this year. To be honest with you, when the green flag drops, the duty stops, to paraphrase a common saying. And I mean, we consistently get great racing.
Absolutely.
Especially in GTO. So, I would like to see the core car. I hope they're being classified today. I hope they've got that car where it needs to be in terms of the GTO, performance bracket. It's certainly nice to have some extra variety. I mean, the GT4 cars are becoming sort of de rigueur at the moment. And that Ford is, while it is a GT4 car, it's not a car that you would normally see. BMW
Exactly.
BMWs and Caymans have taken over the world, at least at the top of the running order. And I mean, it's a quick car. It's been quick all weekend. Just maybe not exactly legal yet.
I hope they can find a resolution to that. I really do. But I also understand that there's going to be limits. I believe it's Roush Yates that does the motor for those, and I'm guessing it's not really at the top of their priority list to do a WRL specific tune.
No.
But if anybody can do it, it would be them.
Well, and Core, I mean, is a big name in the world of Ford racing in general, right?
Right.
I mean, they campaign these cars in
IMSA.
IMSA Michelin Pilot Challenge. I almost called it Continental Tire, which is not correct, and then Coney Challenge, which is even less correct. But yeah, so anyway, I talked enough about Ford Mustangs for a while, I think. So we didn't get a resolution yet on the number 484 from Split Decision Racing. Did not see that car make it back to the pit lane, but we know that it did not resume under its own power from turn 9 when we went from red flag, the initial red flag, back to black flag all. So I'm sort of waiting to either see that car come by on a flatbed or a flat tow, or maybe to come back out in the pit lane if it's
there's
ready.
a lot of oil dry down right there, Brendan. Like a lot. So I wonder if they broke a radiator or an intercooler or similar.
Yeah, I wouldn't, like I said, I would not have been shocked if there was some contact there. I mean, there was a large group of cars headed down the hill towards Thunder Valley, and with a red flag, it's the instruction is to stop on track immediately, which, you know, step one is to find a clear place of, you know, clear space of track or clear portion of track to slow down without putting you or other cars behind you in harm's way. But we've got 50 plus cars that took the green flag here, and almost no attrition because it was 10 minutes into the race. So, you know, again, these things can happen. And so we will we'll wait to see what the story is. We're approaching, actually, we've exceeded half an hour of stoppage. Incident happened right around 8:10 this morning. Red flag shortly thereafter, and we're up to 8:47. So rocketing through the first hour here with only 5 laps complete by your race leader, who is still the number 696, by the way, leading from PMW, and the number 99 from GTR. Your GP1 leader, still the PC Racing BMW. I say still. I think that actually... that may not be correct. I think they may be in behind the safety car. They certainly shouldn't have a whole... no, their last lap was 8 seconds.
Nice.
Yeah, the issue is that they've basically parked at start-finish. So the GP1 running order is 147, 134, and 44. I can see that out the window in front of me. Then there's a lapped car in between, and then the 701 is right in behind them, as well as the 362 from RRT Racing. So top 5 in GP1 are basically right together, but the 44 ought to be shuffled back to 3rd, which is the way we saw them on track, basically tied together with a string through the first 5 laps this morning. GP2 led by Duro from the number 721, who had a brief off-track excursion when the red flag came out at start-finish. So that was another, you know, everybody check up all at once type of situation. But that one didn't result in contact, just a very long 4 off to driver's right, sort of on the backside of the exit curb here at the exit of 13. The 348 from Chattanooga Tornwagen in 3rd in GP2. GP3, 94 Motorsports leads from the 197 Overnight Motorsports, and the number 22 from TCS. They're in 3rd. This class does appear to be shuffled a bit as a result of the red flag. I think there are a couple cars that are maybe... I think the 3 leaders might actually be behind the safety car. Just the way the pit marker is displaying on Race Hero, which is, of course, your live timing solution for this weekend. RaceHero.io. It's where we get all our data from, and it's where you can follow along, sort by class, sort by fastest lap, get all the details on lap time history, pit stop history, all the right things. So check them out. Of course, a Hagerty Motorsports product as well. Brian Guidanelli, our good friend at Driver's Eye Live, is here this weekend racing again on board the 609 with James Candelaria, who is, of course, the creator of Sentinel, which is powering a lot of the onboards we've got included with us this weekend. So hi to James and Brian and everybody down there at Sentinel, Round 3, etc. All good friends of Driver's Eye Live.
I will give a Hagerty plug here real quick, just for funsies. I am a part of Hagerty's Drivers Club, so if you would like some of the benefits of being associated with the Hagerty brand, as far as discounts, and they actually have a really nice print magazine as well. It's got lots of good photography with car stuff. It's got my favorite issues, the bull market issue, where they're kind of talking about cars that are about to come up. Hagerty's leveraged a lot of their insurance stuff to be able to kind of see what direction the car market's going, and we're starting to see a lot of these 80s and 90s performance cars go up in value, so it kind of talks about that a little bit. But the most recent benefit I've discovered is that if you're a Hagerty Drivers Club member and you have purchased Gran Turismo 7, you're getting, I believe, one of the, if not the most expensive car in the game given to you for free. It would be the McLaren F1 GTR from 96, I believe. You get a voucher to redeem that for free. So I actually woke up yesterday and saw that sitting in my inbox and was pretty excited. So if you're a dirty casual like me and you have Gran Turismo 7, go ahead and get involved with the Hagerty Drivers Club. You get similar benefits that you would get with another insurance company's roadside assistance club, if you will, if I can be not too specific about that. But the towing benefit is actually much better. I believe you get, for however many tows you get based on your tier, you can have all 125-mile tows, whereas the primary competitor in the space gives you one 125-mile tow, and then the rest of them are supposed to be a much shorter distance. Actually, I think the middle tier of the competitor is only 100 miles. So if you have a lot of, there's no other way to put it, shitboxes like me, having
the word is crap can, Ryan.
Crap can, my apologies, yeah. If you have a number of hoopties in your fleet...
We literally just came up with 2 other words in 10 seconds.
If you have awful cars that you like and you like keeping them around, and you're somebody who uses a tow, I would look into the Hagerty Drivers Club, and it's pretty slick. Getting signed up is pretty easy. You don't have to go in person to some insurance office to do it. I believe you can do it over the phone, or I did mine online. And then, of course, you get access to all of their stuff, their car valuation tool, the towing, discounts on some relevant brands that they are associated with. I would hate to say the wrong brand to be wrong on that, but I do know that they are available. And then, of course, other fringe benefits as well. So highly recommend, for sure, the Hagerty's Drivers Club.
Sorry, just getting another update from the series here. The goal is about 10 minutes now.
Okay, perfect. So we should be getting underway right around 9 o'clock.
That sounds right.
Excellent.
Yeah. And no real activity in the pit lane just yet across from us. Drivers still out of their cars, helmets off, pretty much one dotting the roof of every car, all the way down to the bridge down at turn 1. I think maybe we could do one more ad break here before we go back to green, and that'll kind of clean things up for us. and get us ready to go racing here. And then we can really kind of sink ourselves into what should be the first extended period of green flag racing. I mean, even yesterday, we got 80 laps in one green flag run, and that was basically it. Everything else was dotted with full course yellows and off-track incidents and all kinds of very bizarre things. This one equally bizarre, a little bit more consequential than we saw yesterday. But like we mentioned, everybody's okay. And once the barrier repair and trackside cleanup is complete, we can go racing again, and our remaining 50 or so cars can put in 7 hours of work at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. So we'll go ahead and take care of those commercial obligations again. It allows us to do more, on-air racing time when we do go back to green. So we will.
Are you sure, Brendan? Are we sure we want to do this and we don't want to save the ad for like 10 minutes before the end, like NBC does?
Great. I think it's a great idea. Fantastic idea. We're already better than NBC. Look at us. So we'll be right back at Mid-Ohio on Driver's Eye Live with the remainder of our final race of the weekend in the World Racing League. We'll be right back.
Focus, guys. We're in a race to the finish, okay?
Here's where the rubber meets the road.
These initiatives move the needle, like, at all.
Well, let's shift gears a minute.
We're really kind of at the apex here.
We need to put the pedal to the metal. We need to nail those hairpin turns, cross that finish line, and take that checkered flag. Woo!
Hit the track with the world's largest motorsports calendar, track day insurance, and more. Hagerty. Let's drive together.
It's your Uncle Cooper. Sure, once in a blue moon, you might need your tires for hauling a horse in a hailstorm. But most days, you're gonna need your tires for tougher things, like teaching your sister's kid how to parallel park. Thankfully, these Cooper Enduro Maxes aren't just tough, they're everyday tough. Okay, there's a lot of improvement. Go with the Coopers. Cooper. It's your Uncle Cooper. Your SUV is a multi-purpose tool, like a corkscrew fish scaler. And that means your tires should be multi-purpose too. Like these Cooper rugged Treks. They're tough, but also run smooth as butter. And with dual sidewalls, it's like having a multi-tool that can look like a completely different multi-tool. Don't take that idea, by the way. I'm gonna patent it. Go with the Coopers. Cooper.
Back at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course, just over 7 hours remaining in our Sunday race. The World Racing League Round 3. And this all after our wild opening 8 hours yesterday. We're going to talk bridges for a moment. I don't know if we actually really ever mentioned it yesterday.
Cantilever? Suspension?
No, Acura.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't know if you've noticed, Ryan, from any of the onboards, but we've lost a bridge at Mid-Ohio.
I did not notice from the onboards, but you did tell me that.
Yeah, the iconic Honda Acura bridge down at Turn 7 is no more. And while it hasn't really changed the track itself, I mean, they've been able to push some of the barriers back and create a little bit of extra runoff, which, is not necessarily a bad thing, although I don't know that I've ever seen a car in the wall down there at 7 specifically. But it really has changed the landscape down there. You can see it when we go back to racing. We follow an onboard around. Take note when we come around Turn 6 and 7. It really does kind of clear up that portion of the track. They've installed very tall catch fencing to both sides of the track. Where the bridge used to be, and now it really kind of highlights, in my opinion anyway, when you're standing trackside especially, the elevation change from the exit of 6 up through kind of up and over at 7 and 8 before it sort of flattens back out and you head it into the braking zone at Turn 9. So just keep an eye on that, dear viewer, and it is noticeable. That bridge is now in the woods behind Turn 6. But it doesn't look like it's going to be replaced either. So I think that one's gone for good to be replaced by more fencing.
The only real bridge, Brendan, is Ferrari of Silicon Valley. That is the top tier.
Isn't
bridge.
that a Hagerty Motorsports bridge now?
I believe it is. It was a Hyundai
so.
bridge for a short amount of time when they launched the Veloster in there, and then now it is a Hagerty bridge.
Yeah.
Thanks, Brian.
That'll be the Guidanelli connection. Yeah.
Ugh.
All right. We've got drivers putting on helmets and Hans.
Sweet.
Yeah. Thank heaven.
Who's Hans?
He's some guy.
Really supportive.
Yeah.
Pain in the neck sometimes.
All Hagerty Hans. If they need a mascot, I think that's their guy.
Hagerty Hans.
Yeah.
Maybe he and Uncle Cooper could do a mashup commercial together.
I mean,
there's got to be a marketing intern that needs that idea. Please use it. You can take credit for it. It's all good. Look impressive in the board meeting.
I mean, that crossover audience is not that big. It's basically WRL.
I mean, right now it's only WRL.
Sure. So with drivers sort of getting back into their cars, we've just crested over the 1 hour mark. Obviously, the clock does not stop, and our checkered flag today will be at 4 o'clock regardless. But I'm hopeful that this means we'll get back to racing here. Well, at least get cars moving again in the next 5 minutes or so. And then, within just 1 or 2 laps under safety car, we'll be able to get back to proper green flag racing before too terribly long. So one of the things we still don't really have answers on from yesterday is exact fuel mileage for basically everybody. We were able to get, like we mentioned, about 80 laps consecutively of green flag running was the longest we had. And while, that is helpful for determining fuel mileage because it is longer than a stint for just about everybody, not all of that was in the dry, which means that you had cars running at less than full power, going slightly longer than we otherwise would have, expected. And so what we get this morning is likely to be the absolute maximum for these cars, this initial yellow flag here, or red flag notwithstanding. So keep an eye on the lap counts as we go on, especially once we start climbing towards about lap 45. I think that's when we'll see the earliest GTO cars into the pit lane. I think we had a couple cars push 60 or 65 yesterday, so kind of a wide spread there. But keep an eye on those numbers, not necessarily on the clock, because obviously we've lost something like an hour of racing this morning due to the incident down at turn 3. So it's kind of where my head is going to be at. There's a bit of a guide for the next hour and 15 or so once we get back to green flag action here.
And I also believe that we're going to start to see our fastest laps of the weekend come as soon as everybody gets up to temperature right now. My understanding is it's supposed to get up to be 50 today, which is going to be much more in the operating range for what these tires were designed for. Whereas yesterday, my understanding was that it stayed pretty cold most of the day, even after the snow left.
Yeah, it never got warmer than it is right now, 35. But it was also cloudy. We had snow flurries for a good portion of the day. So our real feel temperature, according to our app here, is about 42.
I believe I looked earlier. I'd have to check again. I believe the high was supposed to be 54.
Yes, 50.
Yeah,
I show 56 here, so we're right in that area.
Yeah, so I think that's going to
really
contribute way positively.
Yeah, with the exception of tire wear, which is the one factor that never really came into play yesterday. Tire compound and tire choice certainly did. Some tires were better in the wet than others yesterday, but the wear situation that we saw very much rear its head at NOLA and sort of dominate our storylines at NOLA hasn't really become an issue yet. So it's not going to be super warm, but Mid-Ohio is still a very twisty track, not super high speed, but you are still putting load into those tires, and I can see the tire wear question coming into play a little bit later on today. Now, usually, if teams are going to change tires, you just try and split the race, right? You just go half and half.
Right.
And, you get 4 hours, and whenever your closest pit stop is there, maybe you do 2 tires. Here I think you'd look at doing left sides, or you'd look at doing rears. So let's keep an eye on that as we get to the mid portion of the race as well, because we don't necessarily have answers on that either.
Right. The other thing I'd like to mention on that front is that we've just lost an hour of running. It's not like we've done an hour of safety car running. It's an hour of the tires not being used. So if you're already, we might be able to make it on one set. I think this hour combined with the cooler temperatures in the morning at least is going to get people a lot closer to maybe not needing to make the change.
Yeah. The starter in the Honda badged starter stand looks like he's got double yellows in hand. Now, they're not being displayed anywhere, but I did see him just sort of reach down and pull the long barred double yellow flags up. So approaching a restart here, not entirely ready. Now, the other issue is that we've got a line of cars that is probably 40 to 45 deep, then the safety car, and then the leaders. So we're going to have cars head out on track and immediately have to go catch the back of the field, basically a full lap down. So this is actually going to take us at least a lap or two to get sorted out. And then once they do, we can resume green flag racing. But because of where the leader was, which was exactly the exit of turn 13, unfortunately, when the red flag came out, it's meant that it's split the field by 45 and 5, and now we're going to have to take the time as cars head back out on circuit for the first time in over an hour, or almost an hour. We're going to have to take a couple laps here and get the field running order sorted out. At which point we can kind of review where things are at, identify your racing class leaders, and sort of set things up here. In particular, one of the things we won't have answers on is how the classes may or may not have been broken up.
Right.
Right. Is there anybody that has been caught out with their leader ahead of the safety car, or their class leader ahead of the safety car, but them behind it, so to speak? Because that will easily cost you the better part of a lap. And it's exactly why you didn't put those in the initial pass-by. So you don't have class battles that are broken up like this. But unfortunately, when you don't have the resources of, the country's most powerful, resource-heavy sports car sanctioning body, you kind of have to work with what you've got. And in this case, it can happen that your class battles get broken up. But we are going to have just about 7 hours of racing to go when we get the green flag, so plenty of time to make up whatever time you may or may not lose here as a result of all this. Reminder, you are watching the World Racing League on Driver's Eye Live, thanks to Hagerty Motorsports. Cooper Tires and Sentinel as well for their support throughout the 2022 season. Driver's Eye Live this morning is myself, Brendan Kazmarek, Ryan West, JT Tammy, Gabe Howe on production for the first time.
JT alive?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, okay.
I don't know if you were here for it yet this morning, Ryan, but poor JT finished a stint at the virtual Nürburgring 24 hours in iRacing at about 3:30, and then was here at about 4:45. To go. The poor guy.
Right. What a gentleman.
Woo. Any updates, JT, from your folks?
I think we finished 5th.
Oh, it's over.
There you go. That's pretty good. And Max Verstappen couldn't be there to punt somebody off, so that's even better.
I haven't seen anything yet.
No, what happened in the... Was it the Le Mans 24?
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah, when he did the virtual 24, he like totally punted somebody in the LMP2 class.
Oh, nice.
Going into the final turn there. Just put them both off. Within... That was towards the beginning of the race, right, JC?
I can't remember. I know I did get to race with him once in a previous 24-hour Le Mans through BEC, and he was okay then. Never took me out.
Well, that's good.
Think we can get Max to do WRL? Probably not, huh? I have personal opinions, but keep.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know how long Max would be welcome in WRL. Let's put it that way.
Yeah. Hashtag no contact series.
Yep.
So, what you see on screen now at turn 4 and 5 is the majority of the field. They were released from pit lane first, and they've been sent on their way to go catch the back of the safety car line, which is only about 6 cars deep. They were sent off right behind that initial group. None of them have made it back past start finish yet. So I will await their arrival down at the carousel, turn number 12. I think we're going to... Oh, it's already been done. I was going to say, I think we're going to have laps deleted for the 44 at the very least, which will put them in the appropriate line with the other GP1 class leaders. But it looks like that's already been done. I don't expect any pit takers.
I don't think so either. We haven't had that much full speed running here.
Yeah. So here's the leaders behind the Acura Mid-Ohio School safety car. The 696 leads the 72 with the number 196 in between them. So your overall race leaders are split by 1 car. Then there's probably about 4 or 5 more production cars before you get to the number 99. The 421 and the 986, who are all right together there, 3rd, 4th, and 5th. So battles there are broken up a little bit, but worth following as individual groups. And of course, when we go back to racing, other than your overall leaders, everybody is going to have to contend with traffic. We've also got the much longer field of cars has now caught that initial group behind the safety car. So we have one train of something like, let's see, 51 took the green. We lost the 698. 47 cars, it looks like. The only further cars we've lost are the 2 that were involved in the incident there on the back straightaway, obviously. And then the 484 split decision M2, who we believe may have made some contact there coming up to the red flag and had to be brought back to the pit lane from turn 9. That car has not come back across start finish yet. So our field of 47 should be back around to take the green flag at start finish. I'm sorry, at the finish line next time by. The 93 is into the pit lane. This is the TC Klein BMW. It does not like his crew. It doesn't look like his crew is at all ready for him.
Surprise.
No, only there was literally just one crew member who very leisurely walked over the pit wall and stuck his head in the window. The driver is getting out, and it doesn't look like anybody is there to replace him.
It's not quite lunchtime yet.
No, whoever has greeted him on the other side of the pit wall looks like he's kind of digging down in the foot box area. Peculiar. I think that car was wanted to say it was fairly high up the running order, but 44th when it came across the line. So the GP3, there aren't so many cars in GP3 this weekend anyway, so it would have been up in the top 5 in class, but obviously now falls to the back of the cars left running and the full list of cars in GP3 obviously then as well. The 696 from JTR Motorsports Engineering leads the field back to green at start-finish here. 6 hours and 45 minutes remaining. And we'll catch the field as they, there they are, off the final corner and down into turn 1 for the 8th time. Even with 75 minutes gone off the clock. It's a kind of a mess of cars behind him. I think the 421 has actually slid wide a little bit on the way through turn number 1 there, and that may give an opportunity to the 986 and the number 2 behind it. That'll be the battle for 4th overall and 4th in GTO. The field heads back down the back straightaway. The 72, I think, is kind of hanging with the number 696 here as we go 3 wide into the keyhole. As we mentioned, this is the everybody is going to be back in traffic here as we get back to green. It's really only the 696 and the 72 who are at the front of the field. Even the rest of the GTO pack were mired in a whole host of production classes. The GP1 battle was looped all right together in the middle of the pack as well. So everybody kind of dealing with traffic all at the same time here. Let's see if we can pick out the GP1 leaders as they come through. There's the number 147 coming down the hill into turn 5. Actually looks like they put a couple of cars between themselves now. There goes the 134, and then about 3 cars further back is the black number 44. Your race leaders overall come past me here at start finish, and the gap is virtually nothing between them. Half a second when they come by. The 99 is about 6 seconds further back, but with clear track as well. And it's the number 150 who's vaulted himself up into 4th. So from dead last in GTO when the green flag dropped, all the way up into 4th after just 9 laps of running, 2 of which were under full course yellow. So really nice work from that number 150 from Core Motorsports. That at the expense of the 986 and the number 2. Also a casualty of the restart. That looks like the 421 from Thunder Bunny Racing fell from 4th all the way back to 11th. Now we saw it slide wide down at turn 1. It stayed on track, but it's just been kind of tumbling down the order here since the restart. Something of a challenging start as well for the number 762. That Porsche came that was so strong yesterday, all the way through the through the rain and then into the transition and dry period of the race towards the end yesterday. Is going to be starting from behind, it seems, this morning. 17th overall, having started up in P8. I would have expected this 99 to kind of close the gap here, but it really hasn't, like at all. And if anything, it's about to fall into the clutches of the number 150, who puts in a 134.252, just a couple of hundredths of a second slower than your overall race leader. So all these new faces at the front compared to what we saw yesterday, the 72, the 986, the number 2, these are all cars that either never came out on track or never featured in the timing and scoring list during our initial race yesterday. Many cars decided when the green flag came out or was ready to come out that it was absolutely not worth the risk to put their cars out on in the heavy rain, the snow, the cold weather, and chose instead to just use yesterday as a little bit of a test session. set themselves up for a better day today. That appears to absolutely be the case. Somebody having a worse day than yesterday is the number 134. Big Mission Motorsports, this was your second place car in GP1, is into the pit lane, directly across from me, with what appears to be a flat, I believe it's going to be a flat right front tire. Immediately that car went up on a jack, they carried a tire over the wall, and now a trio of mechanics are knelt at the passenger side front corner and go to work on replacing that tire. So that's something of a shame, and there we go, on board with that number 134. And unfortunately, I think that's going to reduce the lead GP1 battle to just 2 cars, which is the real tragedy here. Because those lead 3 cars were really putting on a nice little scrap. At the moment, your lead margin in GP1 stands at right around 6 seconds. We knew it was going to be broken up by traffic a little bit, but now, having lost the number 134, it's really strung those 2 leaders out, and the number 46 from Ginger Racing even further back. So far back, it hasn't even come across the line yet. And there it is, just off the final corner. You'll see it on screen here in just a moment. It's that lead car in your shot there.
And it should be leading a small train of other GP1 cars as well.
It is, but it's doing so 7 seconds a lap slower than your 2 class leaders. So there's a nice little battle there for third, which is great. The 336 is in there kind of salvaging things for Big Mission at the moment as the 134 heads back out on track. But that car, those 2 cars plus the 701 are not really, I mean, it might be in traffic a little bit, but losing heaps of time to the GP1 leaders. The 150 has not only passed the number 99 for third in GTO, but put about 4 seconds between it and the blue BMW in a single lap. And now puts its sights on the back of the number 72 BMW Motorsports BMW. Now that car, every time we see it, is one of the 2 best cars on fuel. Between them and Scream and Go, they consistently go further than just about anybody in GTO. 696 is decent on fuel as well, but that number 72, when it has, well, whether it has pace or not, finds itself in contention almost always due to fuel. And if it has both pace and the fuel mileage, that is one really, really strong contender in GTO. So we'll keep our eyes on the pits probably in another hour or so before we get our first pit stops in GTO. But for now, hanging within 3 or 4 seconds of the overall leader. If we have an onboard from the 99, I think that might be a good place to go because it heads a battle of, or a train of about 4 or 5 GTO cars. It's the 99, 986, the 2, the 401, the 111, and the number 511 is in there as well. Choice Racing, I think we've gotten on board for Choice actually as well. So I will get that sent over to Gabe. Maybe we can jump on the 511 because he's at the back of that line rather than the front. Here we go, on board the GTR 99. And Gabe, I've got that 511 on board queued up as well, if you'd like to add that to the mix. For now, though, the 99, it's got pace. It's not quite leading pace, but it is kind of hanging on in front of this train of cars behind it. It's basically 0.3 of a second, which might as well be a car length between itself and basically the rest of the top 10 in GTO. So even though things are spread out at the top, it's really, really good stuff behind them. 401 on board might be a good place as well. We can kind of jump around there. Whatever's easiest. But they are all part of this battle for effectively, well, it is fifth. It's not effectively fifth. The 986 has actually managed to escape this little battle as well. That is the Porsche Cayman that you see just out the front window. There's the turn 7 area I was talking about earlier, referenced the Acura bridge that is no longer. And we go up over the crest at turn number 9. Kind of wish we had the rear-facing camera for this car, but it looks like just the driver-facing camera is an option.
Across the line last lap from GP3, 197 Overnight Motorsports Porsche Boxster took the lead from the 94 Motorsports Lexus, with the TCS Motorsports hanging on just right behind as well. So that's also a good battle to keep our eyes out for, those 3 cars within 2 seconds.
Yeah, TCS was your class winner yesterday, was it not?
That is correct. Yeah. And the 197 finishing second.
That's right. Yep, and PBs from all of those cars. Laps down in the 42s, the high 42s for your leaders. TC Klein, incidentally, while we are here talking about GP3, that car is stationary in the pit box and doesn't appear to have anybody working on it. There's certainly nobody in the driver's seat. And just about everybody, bar one person, has left the pit box, and I'm going to assume has gone back to the garage area, but without the car. It's very interesting. On board the 511, Will Choice, who was kind enough to come spend some time in the broadcast booth yesterday. This car, unfortunately, was involved in a very, very minor bit of contact down at turn 1, but it did send, I believe it was the 362 off into the gravel at turn 1 just as things were starting to dry out, and resulted in a 2-lap penalty and a bit of tow-out issue for that car. Looks like things are basically back to normal, and one of the newest M4s in the series, certainly one of the lowest mileage M4s in GTO. 14 laps gone. Continues its fight up against, is that the number 2 in front of it? I think it was. Back on board the 99. So this is the front of that train, right? So you see the blue BMW now with, on board the 511. Excuse me, as they go around the outside. And we can ride with the 511 here for a little bit, Gabe, I think, because that is where the action is going to be for the most part. Yeah, so pass done with the 511, past the number 111 from, I'm sorry, for the number 2 from Team ACP Tangerine Associates. So they've dispatched the M2 from Thunder Bunny. They've got the move done on the number 2, and now Will puts out, or sets out to get by the number 401 from Round 3 Racing. Which
a little bit of squeeze there.
M4 you see just in front. Not just a squeeze, but a little bit of a slide from the 401 as well on the way through turn 6. You can see the amount of yaw in the car mid-corner. And I think the 99 is actually holding these guys up a little bit.
I think so as
well.
a
lot. I think the 511 may actually be one of the quickest of the bunch here, just with how quickly he's been able to get past the Thunder Bunny car and now the Team ACP car as well. 401 picks a slightly different line from Team GTR. Is able to get on the throttle just as early and just keeps the nose in it through
this
turn
is it,
13. Though. Well, it's it for the 511. It was a really nice kind of opportune run off the final corner there, and what the 401 I think might have thought was an opportunity down the front straightaway on the 99 has actually made it defend all the way through turn 1, which the round 3 car has actually done really, really well. It gives a safety tap of the brakes there on the way into the keyhole, and chooses the defensive lineup into the 180-degree hairpin at the top of the hill. Now sets off down the back straightaway. 3 BMWs in tow, make it 4 BMWs in tow, with the number 2 still tucked in behind the number 511 here from Choice Racing. Then a small gap back to the 111 and an even larger gap back to the number 609 from Round 3 Racing. That'll be the Sentinel-sponsored car. Big wiggle from Will Choice on the exit of turn number 4 as he sets up for madness. This turn 5 is where we saw so much chaos yesterday. Cars getting on the throttle and the rear end just completely breaking away and sending the cars off into the mud to driver's left, from which there was no recovery. The cause of easily half of our full course yellows yesterday.
Oh, yeah. Back in production, GP1, PC Racing has taken the lead over Moorhead Speedworks.
Wow, that's happened quickly. That margin was six or so seconds when we went back to green.
Yeah, that was pretty quick. Happened a few laps ago there.
Wow.
More one's going to try that same move. Doesn't work.
Still a very good fight for the lead in GP3 as well.
Wish we had more GP3 on boards. We rarely do. .511 looks up the inside of the keyhole. He chose the outside line last time. Not quite close enough to make a late braking maneuver down into the keyhole. You wouldn't do that at this hour of the race anyway.
Right.
90 minutes of race time gone, but only 17 laps completed. Tend to kind of ride this one out here.
Absolutely.
You can actually see how early the 511 is off the throttle. Now, we don't have the brake trace, but by basically the time the cones and the braking markers start, that car is completely off throttle.
This should get dicey here as we're starting to come up on some traffic as well.
Yeah, a lot of it. So it's a good point, Ryan. They actually had quite a bit of clear track for the last couple of laps that we've been a part of this battle, but now there's at least a half a dozen production cars in front of them, and even more as you go up the hill from Thunder Valley. The 99 goes right, the 401 tucks in behind, but has to dab on the brakes. We're going to go 3 wide here at turn 11. Just
no,
about.
thinks better of it. Ooh.
Everybody kind of slides wide. The 99 is going to go around the outside of the 195 at the carousel. 401 chooses the same line. I think he's going to get balked here, and if the 511 wants it, there's a run to come off of the final corner. Remember the delay on the onboards here, so we'd be picking them up, well, I don't know, it'd be somewhere around turn 4 or 5 there. We could jump on board with the 401 if we wanted to, if that onboard is available to us. I think that's part of the same little battle there. I know it's part of this.
There it is.
Oh, we found it there. Turn 4.
And it looks like the 99 has. So the 401 got the move. Or no, there it is. I was looking at the wrong.
The 511 got the move done. The 401 did not. But the 511 from Choice Racing, just as we cut away from the onboard, was able to get the move done. Here we go. On board the 99. So this is the car leading the train through the traffic. Behind him, the move has already been done by the number 511 from Choice Racing. But that will be the car that this 99 is going to have to defend from now, and I think it was the quickest of the bunch anyway. As they come off the final corner, there is still a very large stack up of cars there. If we can actually get on board the 401 here, Gabe, I think that's probably the right car to go on board with. It's defending from a handful of cars behind it who are all checking up in traffic down the front straightaway, as well as having kind of a bird's eye view of the battle between the 99 and the 511. Reminded that this is all happening for Biff in GTO. Here we go, on board that 401. There's your Choice Racing BMW to driver's right. We go single file again through turn 1. This is also very convenient because this car is a rear-facing camera rather than a driver-facing camera. And we get a view of the number 2 from Team ACP Tangerine Associates, just tucked in behind the rear wing there. On the outside of the keyhole, it's the number 127 from Pinnacle Motorsports, just to driver's right there. Doesn't
portion of factory scheme look-alike, which is nice.
Change for second in GTO, by the way. The Core Motorsports Mustang has caught and passed the number 72 from PMW Motorsports. And I'd say it sets out after the number 696, but I don't think it is. They're really, really well matched on pace, are your two leaders now, but the 696 is continually putting in personal bests, even though that number 150 has the overall fastest lap of the race to this point. So, worth keeping an eye on this. Also, we're staying on board the 401 here because as they came down the front straightaway, the traffic is thick with several C's. Too wide behind the 401. You see at the rear view camera in the top right. That 111 first thought about making a move on the 2, backed out of it, but now finds itself defending from the 609, which is, of course, the team car to the 401 we're riding on board with. 401 gets lost
just
behind
blocked
the
by
Chandler
the 131. Oh,
yep.
man.
And now the number 2 is going to have a look up the inside going into turn 1, backs out to allow the 401 to dive up the inside of the Chandler BMW, who kind of cuts across the nose of the number 2 at the apex of turn 1. And completely ruins any hope that the ACP car had of a run down the straightaway into the keyhole. This is good stuff.
Absolutely. It's close racing, and we're not seeing any contact. There's no Bill Oberlin situations where we're sticking noses in and bumping people. It's fantastic.
Yeah, it's patient, right? And
as it should be with 6 hours and 24 to go.
Well, as it should be right the way through. I mean, it's easy to get lost in, you know, the last half an hour when the stakes are high, and yeah, maybe you take a risk or two, but this is still a no contact series, so your stakes are
it's done.
A very simple penalty. I had actually missed it. So is that the 99 just to our right?
Yeah, it is, and then the 99 pushed all that mud out. Oh my goodness, the 99 pushed all that mud up onto the window of the 401.
Look at the gap the 511 has pulled already.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that 99, I don't think that whoever the driver is super comfortable just at the moment. His pace is okay, but now we get a sense of how much they were holding up the 511. He dropped the wheel there on the inside of turn 6, which kicked up all the mud over the windscreen of the number 401, and immediately had to go into defensive mode against the round 3 car.
He's got a nice helmet, whoever he is.
Sunglasses on this morning, too.
Yep.
No need for those yesterday.
Well,
Ooh, wide at the keyhole. Really wide at the keyhole. Can't really get back to the throttle. That's because the
401's going to come through. Yep.
There. And that move is now done as well. So GTR, having started second this morning, now finds itself back in P7 with another 3 cars still in tow. The 2, the 111, and the 609 are all part of the little gaggle that's formed behind this car. PC Racing, incidentally, back in GP1, has stretched the lead margin out, having taken the lead a handful of laps ago. Now out to almost 9 seconds.
And now I'll be curious to see if the 401 can go and hunt down the 511. The 511's got some pace, but it looks like the 401 is also getting away from the 99 pretty quickly.
Back on board the 401 with the mud splatter.
Oh my gosh.
And I'm really impressed with the 511 here. Immediately sets a personal best last time around, now that he's sort of been released from the shackles of that 99. 134.685. I chatted with Will yesterday a little bit after our interview itself was concluded, and you know, one of the things we had touched on during the interview was the battle at the end of the Sunday race at Barber, which my money was just one of the coolest things I've seen in a WRL race. Cole Lobstard going head-to-head for the better part of the last hour. It's absolutely flat out the two of them. But one of the observations he made was that, you know, I'm just, you know, I'm not up to speed in traffic. I'm not as committed. I'm more likely to be conservative, which is not necessarily a bad thing, but when you're putting it out, you know, all the chips out on the table, and
looks like the 99 is going slowly, Brendan.
The 99?
Yeah. It was off driver's right on that previous camera we were on.
So this is
Pulls
the
him
onboard.
off.
Let's follow this onboard because this will basically serve as an instant replay. Just to touch on the wheel choice thing, traffic was the one place he said he wanted to make an improvement in his own driving style, and it looks like he's been able to do that a little bit. The 99 looks like he's basically stuck at 60 miles an hour. He just basically came off the corner at turn 9 there, and the car never really accelerated. Being passed by production cars. Does he hit here? Yes, he does.
You have to wonder if that was what the issue was with the 99, if they were nursing a problem. And
it is possible. They are stationary down in the pit lane. A couple of marshals having some discussions there in the number 99's pit box, but from the looks of things, maybe just a crew member kind of knelt to the right-hand side of the car with the passenger door open, doing some work there. Now, it was really sudden from that car. Whatever the issue was, it kind of seemed like it just happened all at once.
Meanwhile, back in GP3, we briefly had 94 Motorsports with the 83 Lexus in the lead, but seems to have had a problem as it started tumbling down the order, which gives Overnight Motorsports back up into the lead with TCS Motorsports second and AOA third. That Lexus has now gone salmon on Race Hero.
And it looks like there was an emergency vehicle up ahead of the 99 there just a second ago. There it is. So one would assume that there's something off to driver's left there. That's a tough spot to get out of a vehicle right there, I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, turn 9 is tricky at the best of times.
Yep. So we'll wait here and see what the deal is. Hopefully getting the stricken vehicle recovered. So it looks like the 401 isn't losing a ton of time. They're going to have to get through this traffic here a little bit, of course. They're not losing a ton of time to the Choice Racing car, but they're not gaining time either. And then, of course, they have the number 2 behind them in that group. So the number 2 has now closed up the gap as well. So they may be under attack from behind, as well as the team car, the 609, and the number 2 behind them there in that group that we just saw come through a couple moments ago. That's, of course, the battle for 6th, I guess, now in GTO. Also, the eagle-eyed among you will notice that there's no GTU cars here this weekend at Mid-Ohio. Looks like a car being towed off by a hook coming down the start-finish straight, or perhaps that was just the tow truck by itself. Yep, that's the tow truck. Excellent. So it looks like whatever needed to be done, either they're just now sending it, or whatever needed to be done was done. So we'll have to... It looks like it's heading back out unless the stationing point for the tow truck is up here. I don't believe it is. He must be going around to turn 9 to recover whichever vehicle is in a spot of bother down there. Of course, the gravel on the outside of turn 9, it's very common that if you have an off there, it is difficult to get your car back onto the racing surface under its own power. Rightfully so, of course, that makes it a little bit safer for the vehicle, which does end up having the issues. You want to make sure you can get it slowed down in time before you get to the wall.
Coming across the line in GP2, Quality Time Racing S2000, passing Chattanooga Torwagon for second in the class. Duro still has a good 11-second lead. And quite a ways back, most likely due to the safety car. A good 35 seconds was the winning Formula Mazda Miata, which was the GP2 class winner yesterday.
Gabe, if we can either wait on this camera or something else and try to pick up that battle in GTO again, just because that 5th, 6th, 7th was right there.
Did we identify the car that's off here at turn 9?
Not yet.
I don't think we have.
Is it
83? Okay.
Yeah, listed in the race control log. That'll be the 9.4 Motorsports Lexus.
The 336 Big Mission Motorsports hanging on to the tail of the 46 Ginger Racing for third in GP1. We've seen Ginger Racing not necessarily have the most competitive pace in the class, but they tend to be very consistent throughout all 8 hours and usually generally finish pretty well within the class. Less than a half second that time by.
Sorry, which car was this, JT?
Battle for third in GP1 between Ginger and 336 Big Mission.
That's the well, I don't want to say the remaining Big Mission car because the 134 was just a puncture, but it did take that car kind of out of contention.
It's only 2 laps down. So as we've seen, I mean, we still have 6 hours to go.
Still going quickly as well. That's still down in the 140s, which is good.
Yeah.
Gaps come down a little bit in GP1. The number 147 from Moorhead Speedworks has the margin down under 5 seconds.
Full course yellow.
Oh, yep. So I think we've got another car stopped at turn 4. We have
Turn 9.
Well, we've got one at 9, but now we've got one at 4 as well. If we have the turn 4 camera, we may be able to pick that up. I don't know if it's in China Beach. Yep. It's that white car just at the right kind of center of your screen, down behind the lip of the runoff, just as it becomes the gravel trap there. I've got no idea what car that maybe.
Is it the
85 is the car that's listed on the log.
Okay, so that is AOA and GP2.
Yeah. There's a number 83 on the hook, and it looks like they're taking that car all the way to
paddock.
Yeah. That is actually kind of interesting. So what that suggests to me, because the gravel trap at turn 9 is not a place you would just pull off, right? If you're going to stop, you're going to stop in the grass there. Or, if you are going to end up in the gravel trap, it's because you had some kind of either driver issue or mechanical issue. And if they're taking that car all the way back, I wonder if maybe they had some kind of component failure up there at turn 8 and the car just carried kind of straight off into the gravel, because that's an odd place to just sort of lose it, particularly there on entry. Also, it's not being flat towed out, it's being hooked out. So, interesting. I think the double yellow here is because we've got both incidents. If these were just, one at a time, it might be one thing. To put boots on the ground. Ooh, spicy pit entry for the number 2, who didn't want to get caught up behind the Lexus on the hook and I mean, zipped past the safety vehicle right at pit in. I don't know that race control is going to have a particularly positive view of that. We'll let them make the decision, but a couple of other pit callers now as well. The number one. I couldn't see the number. It's the auto parking car. The 1 is in. The 99 is back in, which is not ideal. I believe the 986 is in. That's W2W, the only W2W car here this weekend. No pit stops as yet from your leaders. Little note on timing and scoring that the Core Motorsports number 150 is listed in GTO with 2 asterisks next to it. And I just wonder if that is some acknowledgement that that car has not yet been teched at GTO spec. Visor up on the number 146 in the pit lane. That gets thrown in the race control log.
You hate to see it.
Yes, because it happens 7 times
all the
every
time.
single time.
All the time.
So
and we've now had at least explanation for like why it happens. And
yes, exactly.
I understand.
Armor. But that has to be, as we get ready to go back to green, that has to be every single time your car comes into the pits, you remind them about the visor. Every time.
Yeah, it's like, all right, don't speed, visor down.
Yep. Green flag waves at start finish. And there we go. 696 leads away from the number 150, who is now going to be basically tucked right up behind the leading BMW. The number 72 about 6 seconds further back. 401 6 seconds further back from them, and it's all changed there in GTO, partially because of these pit stops, because the 2 round 3 cars are right together in 4th and 5th. Thunder Bunny number 111 in 6th. Choice Racing has slid all the way back to 7th.
There's the round 3 cars going through there. Looks like the 401 has already worked out a little bit of a gap to the 609. Traffic assisted, I'm sure.
Yeah, the 401 is definitely the quicker of those 2 cars this morning. I'll tell you what, man, whoever is driving the 134 big mission car this morning is absolutely hanging it out. Completely leaning on the right rear tire as he came over the little rise at turn 13. And had the car pretty sideways as he joined the front straightaway. The one sort of note worth making about the timing of the green flag here is that the cars that pitted, particularly in GTO, never really had the chance to catch the back of the queue. So the 99 is part of that, right? And they've actually just come across the line here. I wonder if they're having transponder issues. But they are about to go another lap down to the number 696. And the other cars that were in the pits, which I believe include the... let's look down the list here. The 986, the number 2, and it's the number 1 from Hammer, are all kind of in danger of losing. They haven't already lost a lap, actually. They may have done. So that's kind of poor luck, actually, for those couple of cars. We went back to green pretty suddenly. Oh, problem for the number 01. I believe it's a right rear, left rear puncture, perhaps? It is a left rear puncture. So the 01 Hammer Motorsports BMW, if we happen to have the onboard, is moving slowly at a big trail of white smoke from the right rear corner of that car. There's now a car in the grass on the inside of the curb at turn 12. So either the 01 onboard or the final corner camera, I think, are going to show things of interest to us. It's a very odd spot. So this is the number 1. We'd be looking for the team car, which is the Liqui Moly sponsored BMW. We may not have that link actually. We may only have one set up at the moment. So if we let's cut to the last corner camera here and see if we can pick up which car that is. It looks like a Lexus to me. Maybe the 94. Turn 11, possible contact between the 94 and I wonder if this is going to update and say 01.
Well, rough day for the 94 Motorsports team because
No
the
kidding.
84, of course, just went into the paddock.
The 83, right?
83, sorry. Yeah.
83, 94, yeah. No, I completely agree. Now the problem is they've got to go get a WeGo double yellow. Not updated on timing yet, but the starter stand is holding out the double yellow full course caution flags. The 01 is still in the pit lane. And another car stopped at turn 3. No number listed there yet. The race control logs now says 94 and 1 for potential contact at turn 11. I think that should say 01 just based on the issues for the car and the hammer car that's in the pit lane. Pit stop from the Core Motorsports number 150 and also from the 696. So your 2 race leaders are in. Now the Core Mustang is actually pitted right in front of the hammer car and wasn't really able to get comfortably into his pit stall. Actually had to kind of come in on an angle and then pop the trunk up, and now they dump a couple of cans worth of fuel into the back of that Ford Mustang. The 696 is pitted much further up the pit lane towards the turn 1 end of things. In comes the Choice Racing BMW, the number 511. They pull in just in front of the 696. Fuel is done on the JTR car. And away goes your previous race leader. Now, no stop from the number 72, BMW M3. Now, we talked earlier about how far this car could go on fuel. It has gone on fuel historically. We are almost 2 hours in. We've got 33 laps complete. And if there's a chance that that car can do 90 minutes, or I'm sorry, 60 laps, which would be about 90 minutes, and an hour and a half is not out of the question for that car, and certainly hasn't been in the past, then that car may only be halfway through a fuel tank. And even though we're 2 hours in and everybody else is just taking the opportunity to stop, I don't know if you're that BMW car, if you even bother. I think you ride this one out and maybe wait, another 40 minutes, 45 minutes, if that's what you've got on a tank.
I mean, the flip side is if you have a 90-minute tank, you pit here, and then you've only got 4 stops left, or 3, I guess.
Possibly, but if you're only, I don't know. I mean, if you're only halfway through, the only thing I would say is then you run the risk of putting the car under green, right? Which is not ideal.
Right.
But if you catch it at the right time, JTR would be likely to pit again and top off. You'd then also come in, but you'd have gained the track position. So, I don't know.
That's why the strategists get the big bucks.
I was going to say, this takes some Scott Michaels analysis. I don't blame the 72 for staying out here, especially if they have the mileage. Especially if track position is going to be an issue, and we know that traffic always is here. So, if that PMW car is anywhere near the actual, the front of the pacing order, and I believe it's actually 4th in the queue here. Nope, here it comes. So take everything I said and just forget it, because your overall race leader has come in, albeit a lap too late. Should have been in last time around with the 696 and the Core Mustang, who is also left, by the way. 72 pitted right down at the end of pit lane. Comes to the attention of the crew. Trunk goes up, and fuel goes in. So let's look to the left here to try and pick out the 90. Sorry, no, the 150. The 98 is out on track, by the way, having not taken the green flag. We are here now. There's a 696 come through yet.
So here's a philosophical question for you, Brendan,
go ahead.
if you have a moment.
Yep.
If you're in either the 72 or the 696, do you care about the core Mustang?
I don't know that I have an answer on that car yet.
My stance, at least, is that that car appears to be running competitively. Obviously, we understand that it's not within the current rule set, but they're not blowing everybody out of the water with pace either. So if it's me personally, I still would like the satisfaction of having beaten that car.
Sure.
But it's not strictly for points or even technically a podium. So that's kind of why I was wondering, like, I wonder how they feel about that. I'm sure they don't care that the car is circulating itself. That's probably fine. But are you making strategy decisions based on what the core Mustang is doing at this point?
I mean, look, my perspective on strategy is, and always has been, you run the right race for you. You know, I don't think unless you're in a very specific set of circumstances where you're trying to outfox somebody, or you know you have to make up some kind of deficit, I think your starting point for strategy is always run your optimum race. You know, and yes, that will involve real-time decisions based on full course yellows, but I don't think you necessarily care about the 150 if only because you don't care about anybody else, period. You know, you just make the right decision for what's going to get you to the checkered flag fastest, or having completed the most distance, and that is the whole point of the race, right? So, I don't think you take it into account, but I think you watch what they do. You know, I think that car is obviously very, very quick.
We've got another car running slowly here on driver's right.
It's a 721 from RRT Racing. Warning to the 72 for not having a fire bottle ready when fueling began. We've had... Oh man, there's a lot happening here. Car stopped at turn 3 was the 721, so that car is recovering itself. Back to the pit lane. And now the race control log has been updated to show that the incident at turn 11 was between the 94 and the 01, not the 1. So that liquid moly car also has left the pit lane now, having had its left rear tire replaced, and presumably everything else looked at for potential suspension issues or lasting damage from the actual contact. Actually, I haven't seen that car come back around yet. I wonder if that 01 has been sent back to the paddock to repair more significant damage than just replacing a tire. I'm sure we can find out.
Well, Brendan, it's only 2 more hours until lunchtime, and then you could go, obviously, figure that out.
It's so cold, though. It's got an onboard link for Ginger Racing Team.
JT really excited about the prospect.
It looks like, actually does look like the 01 is back out there. I think it's just catching the back of the queue. So Nicky Rossi listed on board that car still. Actually, see if we can catch the incident here kind of on the replay. Oh, you know what? This camera's not live anymore. About ready to go back to green. 2 hours gone. 5
Excellent.
hours, 55 minutes remaining. And this time, the car at the head of the queue is not your race leader. It's the number 142. 762 is your first GTO car in line. That's not your race leader either. It has cycled back around to the 696, who's going to be about a dozen cars deep in the pacing order. The 111, I guess, is second here. Is that right? Yes, it is. So because of the pit stops and the way this is all shaken out, it goes 696, 111, the 401, and then the 609, both from round 3 racing. And then our first mention of the number 727 from Pinnacle Motorsports, which was so strong, well, pretty much all day yesterday, but really fared in our battles of interest at the very end of yesterday's race. Choice Racing in 6th, and then the Core Motorsports number 150 in 7th. BMW Motorsports, as a result of pitting at the end of that safety car, or at least a lap later than everybody else in GTO, is all the way down to 8th. So it is one of the quicker cars, which is good, and it has fuel mileage, good fuel mileage, which is good, but now is going to be mired in traffic, and a lot of traffic. I mean, it's towards the back of the queue, whereas the 696, even though it needs a field back to green, is only 10 or 12 cars back from having completely clear air.
So, Brendan, I don't know if you noticed in that last shot, the second Mustang circulating now, the number 98,
I mentioned
just came back out. Yeah.
Yeah, under yellow. So they didn't take the green flag.
No.
Initially. But they've now done 7 laps. So good on them. That will have happened between the 2 most recent full course yellows from the looks of things. Lead margin's up to 12 seconds. Round 3, the 609's actually got by the 431. From the looks of things. Yes, it has. So round 3 cars have swapped around. Core Motorsports up into 5th now after the restart. Choice Racing into 6th. And then the Pinnacle Motorsports 127 back down to P7, having lost out on our restart lap there. GP1, still no pit stops for, I think, both of your class leaders here. I need to double check on the PC car. I know the PC car did pit, but Ginger and Moorhead have not. So the 147 and the 46 are kind of out alone at the front of that class, and the strategies in GP1 have been split. So PC Racing, having pitted under the last full course yellow, finds itself about 28 seconds off of its class leader. The 336 is still on the lead lap, albeit a minute behind the number 147. But I think that 336 is on the same strategy as the 44, and indeed it is. So they're split by about 30 seconds.
So the 44 looking pretty good right now.
Yeah, I would say so. Although I think the 147 is probably a little bit quicker than the number 44 is. So, this is a case of, as I mentioned at the end of the races yesterday, who holds what cards. And it's still very, very early, but I would say that, okay, the 147 might have pace, the 44 might be offset a little bit and in maybe a little bit better shape on pit strategy. But, we don't really even have any semblance of answers to that end until we get to the last 2 to 3 hours here. So plenty of time for these things still to play themselves out. The Big Mission 134, by the way, is up into P5 in class, and that is the recovering BMW. I think these full course yellows are pretty kind to that car, actually. Of course, it had a right front puncture very, very early on. It was right after we went back to green, after the red flag, wasn't it?
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah. So 701 from round 3 racing there in P6. That is that car's only race of the weekend. Only took part nominally yesterday, doing some laps once things kind of dried out. Talking to Brad McCall very briefly yesterday after what the status of that car was, and the opinion was just that car is such a handful in the wet, particularly here, that it was best just not to do things. They would wait for a better day, and today certainly is. So back in GP2, decent fight for the lead actually here between the 410 and the number 348 from Chattanooga Tornwagen. I am hopeful that the onboard is up for Chattanooga. It wasn't first thing this morning. Look here. It is. So if we have that game, that'd be a good place to go on board the number 348. Yeah, well, it may be stuck actually. 10-10. It is 10-10. Maybe just a bit slow. Ryan is currently choking, if you're wondering why he's gone quiet. Oh no. And so now we kind of settle into phase 2 here. We've gotten the truly wild stuff out of the way, right? The red flag, we've had a couple of back-to-back full course yellows. Our initial round of pit stops, because of those full course yellows, has not really gotten us the information we were looking for, I think. Unfortunately. A couple of personal bests being set at the moment. Choice Racing, the number 511, down into the 133s. The 401 down into the 33s. Really, really good lap times. 133s also from the 609, the 150. I just wonder if maybe the temperature is starting to come up a little bit, and now that we've gotten some consistent running, it's got these tires at least for a couple of laps in the sweet spot. On board that number 348, thank you, Gabe. This is that 410 is the class leader.
Right there.
Yep, this is Quality Time Racing and a really good run off of the keyhole for Justin Ford, who it appears is the driver on board the Chattanooga Tornwagen BMW 330. Tucks in behind. That 410's got decent legs down the straightaway here, and even better in the braking zone. Over the rise at Madness. Camera's tilted here, which is... I'm sitting here with my head cocked slightly sideways. The 410 I don't think is quite as quick in traffic as a Chattanooga car, because you can see the 410 pull away, both in traffic and down the straightaway, and then every now and then we cut back to this car and he's right up on the rear bumper of the number 410. So I don't know that there can actually be a pass made here, just based on the differential in pace between these guys. But if traffic is kind of caught right for the Chattanooga car, I can see it. See things going their way. Margin at start finish there, just half a second, so that margin is actually not nearly even as big as it looks. The Cooper Tires bridge at turn 1. A really nice run for the 348 again off of turn 1, and I think he's just going to have to back out of this one. Indeed he does. They swing left on the number 251 Copeland Hyundai Veloster that was so good yesterday in the wet. Really nice cut back to the apex from the 348. And there's a chance here to split the number 197, which they do. The 410, I think, is just going to benefit from being able to use the wide line on the exit, and indeed it does. Starts to pull away from the Chattanooga BMW down the back straightaway, and again we head into madness with the margin virtually exactly the same as it was the last time through here. And And, of course, I'm actually kind of surprised somebody's having reception issues here. It's generally quite good. But those cars haven't made it back to start-finish yet. Let's see if we can pick them out here trackside. Still that really nice battle with GTO. That's the shot you see coming through start-finish. Or the group of cars you saw coming through start-finish. Tough to see with the glare, but the 348 and the 410 were both in there. So there's your red Honda S2000. There's your Chattanooga BMW. If we get the onboard back, I'd certainly like to cut back to it. This is the GP2 lead battle, but I'll leave Gabe to monitor the health of that stream. In the meantime, we've got them trackside, so we'll follow this pack around. No change there, but I think the BMW M3 has stuck itself in between those two cars there at the keyhole. Pick them up now at turn 3. There we go, back on board Chattanooga. So this stream is almost a full lap behind. And I think every time it resets itself, it just falls further and further back. We should be able to pick them up here at turn 4, Gabe. I think is where they'll come back into shot. Indeed, they do. That last red car is your S2000. There's your BMW, the mellow yellow painted car, and follow them all the way around track here. Nope, next one at turn 9. GTO Gaggle, and tucked in just behind the last round 3 car. There they are, last in line. So, I mean, that Chattanooga car, it doesn't seem like there's much to choose between them. When the Chattanooga car does get kind of kicked back in traffic, it seems like it's able to close the margin again, eventually. But I don't know that it's necessarily that much quicker than the Honda in a way that would allow it to actually get the pass time.
They just set their best lap coming across the line.
The 348 did?
Yep.
Again, really, really nice runoff of these medium to high speed corners. He's got it here on the brakes if he wants it. Nope, thinks better of it.
I don't think that a BMW sedan has ever really got an S2000 on the brakes. Just dynamically.
I more meant he had the positioning, and if he wanted to kind of lunge up the inside, I think he could do it. And now he's saying, trying to push the S2000 forward. I do wonder if they're being held up by traffic a little bit here. We know they're at the back of their respective queue. It's the Ginger Racing BMW and GP1 about 2 cars ahead. Not sure who the BMW in between them is. You'd expect the S2000 to be quick through here, but the Chattanooga car is just closing a couple of yards while that S2000 is tucked right up behind the traffic in front of it. Now it cuts to the driver's right, headed down through Thunder Valley, and it's going to try to move around the outside of turn 11. Now, if it can't get the move done here, it's going to find itself in a pretty precarious position. 348 is able to get the run all the way through the corner, uses the full width of track on the exit, runs up onto the inside curb, and tries to set up a move on the number 410. We go side by side just about down the front straightaway. Can't get the move done. The S2000 tucks in front to take the racing line on the way into turn 1.
That is some S-tier spatial awareness there. There was not a whole lot of room to move back forward with.
No, and in doing so, I think it just threw off the number 348 from hitting its marks on the way into the corner, and you can see what it did. It just slid the car, maybe a half a car width off of the racing line at the middle of turn 1, and that was enough to not only build the margin up to what appears to be something like a second, but also to allow that number 142 BMW back in front. That's the Duro car, which I think, well, it is a GP2 car, so that'll be a battle for that car to just stay on the lead lap, which I hadn't realized at the time. But that makes sense to me, and I think for the moment we can cut away from this now that the 348 has sort of lost touch with that number 410 a little bit. think the next place I'd go here is probably back up in GTO, where we've got this fantastic fight between... let's go to the 511 if we've got it. That'll show the battle for P3 overall. Potentially P2 and GTO, depending on the status of this number 150. That Thunder Bunny BMW M2 and the number 401, I'm sorry, and the number 511 are right together. The 401 is tucked in behind both of them, currently running in 5th. Here we go. Oh my. Perfect timing. Stuck in with the pair of Team ACP BMWs. It's just pinched into the apex curve there at turn 1 a little bit. Upset the car mid-corner and is actually going to slip back from the 111 here. They're all wide in the keyhole. Nobody is at the apex. So the two Team ACP cars are kind of playing spoiler here. Neither of them are for position. The number 2 is back in 12. 52. Oh man, where is the 52? Or sorry, the 12, not the 52. It's 43rd, 31 laps complete, which makes it 14 laps down. 511 around the outside of turn 5. And that's the job done. The 111 throws it up the inside of the number 2 there at turn 6. Move done there as well, but it's going to hold up the 511 through the 7 and 8 complex. Comes back to the throttle just very briefly and tries to get the launch off turn number 9. Yeah, unfortunately the delay kind of striking us there. Better run through 11 nominally anyway, but kind of sets the 511 up awkwardly to try to make the move around the outside of the carousel. I'll tell you what, this number 2 isn't doing this guy's any favors.
They'll be on the inside here, and he should be able to run wide.
Yeah, there you go.
Yep.
Right back out to the racing line, the corner exit there. So all of that has cost the number 511 something like a second and a half to the number 111. And I think he's a good bit quicker than the Thunder Bunny car, actually. So this margin should continue to come down. The other one we can watch here is the onboard from the 401, which will be tucked in right behind the number 511, and kind of let this all come together from a slightly broader perspective. I don't know that it's necessarily any quicker than the 511, but we can kind of watch the relative margins there between 3rd and 4th and 4th and 5th as well over the next couple of laps. I think we've had an issue for the 609. Now I've got to find that car in the overall list.
It's at the front.
Oh my gosh! What happened?
I was going to mention that because we had been talking about how the 401, was the faster car, and I believe they were ahead of the 609 at one point, and then the 609's been in the lead for some time.
I had completely missed that. You guys should have spoken up.
I thought we had already covered it, and I was busy coughing or whatever.
So JTR's in the pits.
Yeah, straight to the paddock. 38. Wow. Sorry, guys. I've been so caught up in the on-track battles we've had, which, I mean, not to say are rare after 2.5 hours, but I still feel like we're settling into this. And, we've had such really, really good action through traffic. We've had the onboards to match it, and it's been so much fun to watch. Got caught up in all that and completely missed the overall race leader being pulled back into the paddock.
Yeah, no, I wasn't really paying attention until GTO until I just now switched over because I was doing production stuff.
Imagine that, JT focusing on production.
I had seen it. I had assumed that somebody else had already talked about it because I've been trying to deal with stuff here.
Nope. This is where having that fourth person is awfully helpful.
Super helpful. Scott said he was going to watch the race and then get on, so I blame Scott.
Nah, he needs to do schoolwork. Joseph needs to stop slacking.
Yeah, there we go.
So we'll let ourselves get sucked into the onboards again here. This is
totally
the 511. just up in front.
Now, I am surprised here, Brendan.
You can ride on board the 401 game. That's perfectly acceptable because we're going to be able to see this all happen from the third car in line. So 111, 511, 401 are all right together here. Sorry, Ryan, go ahead.
The 401 has been in the pit since this mud splatter thing has happened, and I'm surprised they didn't take the opportunity to clean the windshield or pull a tear off or whatever.
I wonder if they saw it as being worth it, or maybe they would wait till a driver change where the stop may take a little longer, and then have a little more time to make sure it doesn't smear. Position change.
That's done.
Third overall. 511 gets past the number 111, so he closed that margin up by, well, it was 2 seconds, wasn't it? Pulled that back within about a lap, and now puts the 111 between the 401. That's not going to last long because unknown driver on board the 401, which we think is going to be either Polofsky or Sarah Montgomery, sends it up the inside. Move not done at turn 5. Little wiggle over the crest there, and actually can't get it done. Wow, I thought for sure that was going to be job done based on the differential in pace at the end of the back straightaway, but not quite. That is not a pass. Not in the same class anyway.
Not with
but
that
I sense some urgency here from the driver of the 401 because I think they know that the number 511 from Choice Racing is kind of getting away from these two.
Well, they've had this happen before, granted, where the 511 caught the traffic right and then started to drive off into the sunset. And you don't want to see that happen again and have to do all that work over or hope for a yellow. I don't think they can get it done here. Maybe into the keyhole.
Oh, wide. Had to come out of the throttle there on the exit, and that was it. Completely ruined any chance of a run. It's interesting because I think the 401 was kind of trying to hang with the 111 through the mid-corner. Right.
And then hoping to get a run into this turn.
Right, but actually just didn't have the mid-corner grip that the M2 had from Thunder Bunny, and it ended up really costing the car on corner exit. It looked good at the apex, but tried to just hustle it to the exit a little bit too much and had to come right out of the throttle.
I think you see the benefit there of having an M2, which is a little bit smaller car at that point, especially for that turn.
Lead change, by the way. The 150 has passed the number 609. And if we have an onboard for the 609, I'd be content to go there because that margin is still only a second. PB from the Thunder Bunny 111. And this whole train that we're following at the moment is about to be caught by the number 72 from BMW Motorsports. The lap times aren't necessarily there, but the gap between the two of them is still just under 2 seconds. Notes on the race control log. Front bumper is loose on the number 195 from Overnight Motorsports. And the number 15 AOA Motorsports MX-5 has been off and on at turn 1. Yeah, really.
You just hate to see it for the 401. This keeps happening.
But this is the nature of traffic at, Mid-Ohio specifically, but, you see it anywhere you have long strings of...
Absolutely.
Of sustained corners. Whether it's around the back of the circuit where traffic is a really big deal or, long corners like you have there at turn 1. Really isn't enough of a braking zone to get the move done early, but because it's such a high-speed corner, the differential in pace between the two cars is pretty substantial.
Slightly off topic, didn't notice, but the 98 Ford Mustang's gone out.
That is now the third time we've mentioned that.
Yep. And each time it's been the first time that we thought we mentioned it.
Again, not focusing on GTO.
It's not your job, JT. It's okay. We get it. For those joining us for the first time, the voice of JT is the voice of general production in the World Racing League. as we tend to focus in on what we can see at the top, the onboard cameras, what I can see out the track when I'm here, it's very easy to do. And then JT kind of specializes in the battle for fourth in GP3, or whatever the topic du jour is in the production classes. Grateful for it, but occasionally things like that get missed.
Yes. I like Mustangs, so it's like, ooh.
Brendan, is the 609 in the lead, or is the core car ahead of it? In the overall, obviously.
Sorry. Well, I mean, overall, the 150 is in the lead. No,
is in the lead. Okay, cool. I don't have that tab pulled up. That's why I'm like, is this for position or is this for a lap?
No. I mean, this is the battle for the lead.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, Race Hero is showing exactly this.
Okay.
You're not following.
I am. I'm on the GTO tab because it's easier to parse.
Oh, and because GTO, right? Because the 150 is not listed in
right.
GTO anymore. Right. Nope, that makes sense. Now, I know this. I mean, this is your lead battle, so the best-looking round 3 camera, being that the other GTO camera is currently splattered with mud, shows exactly this battle. Now, I don't have the details, but visually, that 150 pulls a gap on the straights.
Well, I mean, and it would if it has a flat torque curve, which you then have a penalty assessed for. Like, that makes sense. It does lose a lot of time in the corners, it looks like. The braking is not nearly as good, which again would make sense with a little bit heavier car.
Well, I think that car is being hustled a fair bit. You can kind of see it the way it slid wide and then diamond the corner off down at the keyhole. I mean, It's a valid line, but it looks like that was as a result of just trying to get that car as deep into the braking zone as it could. Oop, the 421 slides wide. And as it does, it kind of pinches the 150 off to the driver's left edge of the track and kind of made the 150 check up a little bit. Now, the 609's a clean run through all of this. The Mustang dives up the inside of the Fender Buddy Cayman, as does the 609.
Okay.
I'm not doing favors for the 609's run on corner exit.
Right.
Through 11. And I think we've got just a little bit of traffic in front. Indeed, they do, but the Mustang not desperate to get by the 701, nor is the team car to this BMW riding on board with very interested in getting out of the way. Which is fair enough. Through goes the 609. Lead on the brakes in turn 1. Everybody's going to get held up here. Now, whoever gets the best launch, looks like they were all both kind of held up pretty equally here. Now, the 150 is going to get the Pinnacle car on the brakes into the keyhole and be able to get back to the apex, where I think the 609 is going to kind of get hung out here.
That is that's a torque machine on the Mustang, because the 609 got a much better run with the traffic there, and it didn't matter.
Well, it did. Yeah, it did off of turn 1. I agree with that.
Right, but then it did, like, the Mustangs midway up that straight, while they were still in the traffic, the 609 got on the gas way earlier than the Mustang did, and the Mustang still had the torque to hold the gap.
Yeah, I think the 609 car is generally a little bit better in traffic as far as decision making and execution goes, which is, I mean, appropriately a pretty major part of multi-class racing.
Well, and they've done every lap in every race in that class, whereas the core team spent a lot of time in GP2, I believe, and then having some issues, not running super competitively, etc. So if you're assuming it's the same set of drivers behind the wheel of the core car, which I think it is, they are, a little bit less experienced with being the top dog and being able to try to pick your way through everybody else. Looks like the Chandler School car coming out of the pit lane there, I believe, with the green car. Green and white M2. And it looks like the 401 will go down the inside. I believe that will put that car another lap behind. That was oh, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, interesting. The 401 here hasn't really been able to do anything with the Thunder Bunny M2.
No.
Meanwhile, Choice Racing has skipped now almost 5 seconds on the road. So, again, I'm not sure if the 401 is being held up here or not. If it is, it's not by much, but just not quicker in the right places.
I mean, you've got two cars that are built on a similar platform that have, I believe, the same engine. Obviously tuned a little bit different because the M2 is a little bit lighter. It's just a smaller car.
Yeah.
So it would stand to reason that, you know, the 401 is going to be a little bit quicker down the tubes, and the M2 is going to kind of have its way in the corners to some extent. So, you know, the 401 has to have a really good run to get past the Thunder Bunny car.
It's funny you say that the M2 is lighter, because it is not a light car on its own.
No, but it is.
The big complaint about that car was it was very chunky compared to the 240.
Right.
Without really being quicker.
Well, my other argument is it. Ooh, that's no good.
No, that's the one. So it's interesting. I saw the that BMW. I think it was the 362. Slow to driver's right as they crested turn 13. My turn. Slow to driver's right as they crested turn 13. And I thought maybe it was just pulling out of the way. And then it turns out that the whole reason it was slow is because the 111 had just sideswiped it on the way into the corner.
Wow. Well, I'd say it's
been noted now in race control, although slightly incorrectly. It shows 111 and 401. That wasn't the case. It was a 111 and I believe it was a 362 from RRT Racing.
So that's the pass done then for the 401. This is not for position.
No, pass has not been done.
Well,
no, I mean it's the Thunder Bunny car ahead of it, isn't it? It's still the 111.
No, right, but the 111's about to lose a lap, so this is no longer for position.
No, that's going to take us an hour to get there.
I mean,
that'll take the better part.
It was on the broadcast, like it was pretty clear.
Well, you and I know that, but you know, race control doesn't necessarily watch these things in real time, which is fair enough. So one of the kind of quirks of our onboards here is that they're not necessarily synced up to our track sides. So we're cutting back and forth to the track sides, which is very good. But unfortunately, I think because we're sort of on an undetermined delay from these cars, we're never really going to catch them in sync from trackside as well. So we kind of get the option of the onboard or the track sides if we're going to follow something.
Right.
For the moment, riding on board the 401 here seems to be the popular option, or the right option, because if you haven't been paying attention out the rear view camera, that is the number 72 tucked up behind the 111. I'm sorry, behind the 401. So this is 4th, 5th, and 6th all together in GTO, slightly losing touch with Choice Racing M4 for 4th, and still pulling away from the 727 Pinnacle Motorsports who came in back 7. GTR on something of a recovery at the moment. They are hunting down that 727 for P7 in class. P7 overall, potentially P7 in class. I feel like I need to go see if we can get an answer on 150. There were some discussions about it before the race started this morning, and that was what led to that whole talk about BOP and weight and power curve and all of that, but I'm not sure if they were able to get it to
Oh, brilliant.
That was...
that's a BMW.
Yeah.
72 got around using traffic.
Yep. Now we'll see if the 72 can get by the 111. Since the 401 hasn't been able to.
I wouldn't... Now look, the 72 was strong basically from the green flag, pace-wise. But all of these cars, when they're in mostly clear air, have been in the 34s. So it's not like any of them are particularly slow or anything.
He's trying. He's going to try to take the inside line. He's going to go right up behind him.
We did actually catch them trackside there at turn 4.
Yep.
You know, if you wanted to pick them up at 9, that's where I think we're going to see him next. Yep, there they are. The purple BMW from Thunder Bunny, the number 111. They'll come up over the rise, down through Thunder Valley. Nicely done. And then pick them up next at turn 13. We wait and we wait and we wait.
Must be wide there on the straight.
Yep, there's the trio through the carousel and down over the crest of the last corner. All as they were. Now the 401, where'd everybody else go?
Indeed.
Oh, this is a 609, that's why.
Oh, because it's a Ski Deli. Yeah. Okay.
Yep. There we go. So that's the 111.72, then 401, all as it was. Pick them up again at turn. They got the on.
There we go. Yeah, that's what we like.
Really conservative. They're rolling out of the throttle early on the way into the keyhole, kind of focusing on the exit, I think. 72's got a nice launch here. 111 is quick, but I don't think its strong suit is necessarily down the length of the straightaway. Ooh, a little fade in the braking zone. I definitely wouldn't call that a block because there was plenty of space between them, but just a little fade there as they got on the brakes.
Which makes sense. The feedback we always get is that these E46s that are in GTO are great on the brakes and great in the corners. So it's heads up to, if you're in the M2 that you want to try to make it difficult for them in the spot where they do have the advantage. I don't think they're going to get it done here. And indeed they didn't, because that's them going back down and through the keyhole. So if we could pick up the start-finish, or the start-straight camera, Gabe. Going into turn 4 here.
Just gone through.
Yeah, we just missed him.
So
there we go.
21 and the 511, and then...
Yep, still in order.
There is the 111, and then the red BMW behind it.
Now a
by
little
the
bit
AOA from the number 15.
A little traffic there. And then now we can... Ooh, no! Now if we switch to the onboard quickly, we'll be able to catch it. Yeah.
72.
Yeah, cut back to the 401 here if we can, Gabe. See if we catch it. Yep, here we go. This is the BMW.
Yep, there we go. Nice.
Gets on the throttle. Oh, and the 15 just eases itself off to driver's left there, setting itself up for turn 6. No contact. And I think the 72 was doing its best to avoid contact, which is understandable, but the 15 just not leaving it any room on the way into the corner.
Yeah, that AOA car not being super helpful in traffic here.
No.
Was that an AOA car?
I believe
it was
so, yeah.
Okay. It looked like an NB for some reason.
No, it's a white MX-5. They've got a wing on the back of that car.
That's the one with the wing. That's the different build from the other. I think all their other ones are the same, and that's the different one. And it goes right by the S2000 there.
Yeah, so this has really split this battle up.
Absolutely. There's the 99 and the 2. Let's see. 762, 986.
They're split by a lap. Am I hearing Sarah yelling in the car? that's what the hell it was. So for the moment, things have spread themselves out here in GTO in general. None of these battles that were, a trio of cars or a pair of cars that were separated by a second, or in many cases less than that, are in that place anymore. They're all now really kind of spreading themselves out. Now the 401 is doing good work to catch back up to the 111, but again,
it couldn't get by before.
Yeah, and this to me is very interesting because it's making quick work of closing the margin, but it just doesn't have, for that matter, it didn't even have the pace to hold off the 72. Never mind to get by the 111. So it's in clear air, it would be making up heaps of time on the 111. But it gets parked behind it, and then assuming that this is Sarah on board the car, she can't do anything with the 111.
And unfortunately, the nature of this track with how tight it is, it's hard to find the right place to back off a little bit so that you can get your big run, because there's only really one spot on the track where you can get a huge run off of a turn, maybe two. Usually the wisdom, I think, is that, okay, if you're caught behind somebody but you have the clear air, you want to back up a second and a half and then see if you can get it done elsewhere. But with the traffic and, with the layout of this course, that makes it a little bit more difficult. What we really need, RJ, is to have DRS right here. I think that would fix everything.
No, I mean, look, the way that you make passes in multi-class racing is to set up traffic better than the guy in front of you, right?
Yep. Right.
And always, this is easier said than done, but the solution to that, or the way you do that, is to back up your corner entry so that you are at your car's max speed at the apex.
Exactly.
Right? And so when you say back off and leave a second and a half, when you see traffic coming and you realize that you're going to get parked or your competitor is going to get parked at the apex,
right,
you back yourself up and you get back to the throttle way before the apex so that you are accelerating at normal speed on full throttle at the apex of the corner and you get the launch off. Now here at Mid-Ohio specifically, that is complicated by the fact that most corners lead into another corner as we get a Homatro safety vehicle headed out on track from the carousel. Every corner leads into another corner, just about. So it's not quite so straightforward.
Exactly. That was a much more succinct way to put what I had said. Thank you.
Well, it's more, I don't know that it's succinct, but it goes into a little more detail. Like if you are putting yourself in the driver's seat, this is how you're visualizing it. And yes, you're doing that half a straightaway ahead of you. But that is the elite endurance racing driver. That is how they handle traffic. And that's, why you see such differentials in pace between cars, in traffic. Now here, right? Here,
there we go.
It's not even setting up the braking zone. There was no braking zone there. The 111 just got balked at the kink, and that was it. So the 401 fires up the inside. The 111 tucks back in under the brakes, and that's job done. And now it'll be interesting to see if the 401 can pull away from that Thunder Bunny M2. My guess is this margin is going to be upwards of a second by the end of the lap if it's not affected by traffic, just based on the kind of pace we've seen out of that car. Balked by the 98, and that'll give a run to the 111. Goes to driver's left. Let's hang with this here, Gabe, on this onboard, because the 401's balked again. There goes the Thunder Bunny BMW. Maybe? Nope. 98's all the way back to the apex, and they go side by side all the way through turn 1. Aha, yellow flag zone. That'll do it. And I think, am I right in saying the yellow flag is down at turn 2? No, I think it's actually on the pro straight there, right at the short course cut. Car stopped as the 85.
Okay.
Not sure why everybody came out of the throttle there. I was expecting to see maybe an EV or a white flag or something there at turn 3, but none of those things ever appeared.
98, of course, being very respectful there, knowing that they're not racing for much of anything other than track time.
Yeah. It's good work here from the 401 to kind of cut through that gaggle of traffic, and also to just, they're not dropping the 111 by any means, but
yeah, that's surprising because they could catch the 111 at will, it seemed like, but
well,
with that,
give this a couple laps here.
Right. The 401, of course,
go ahead.
The 401, of course, the subject of its own television series with Round 3 Racing.
That is correct. We hadn't mentioned that this season yet, actually. The Drive Within.
Which is now available on Hagerty's website.
Yeah.
So if you do not have proper television and you are a cord cutter millennial like myself, you can now view, I believe, the entire series on Hagerty's website.
I think this yellow flag goes all the way down to turn 2, actually.
Big mission car up ahead.
I see what's happening here. It's the fact that we have following green flags, and the green flag is until halfway down the back straightaway. So you're under a neutralized portion of track all the way from turn 2 around to the kink on the back straight. And that's why we saw the 401 back out of the throttle earlier on. It wasn't an EV, it wasn't a white flag, it was just that sorry, it was that sort of that portion of the Neutralized stack. The number 15 came by me, the black BMW, or black MX-5, sorry, without the rear wing. It's missing a lot more than I thought it would be.
Ah.
It looks very different than it did yesterday.
Got a big group up here. Okay, so is this the 401 now having caught the 511?
That is the 511 just at the front of this group, I believe. See, now, yep, there's the yellow flag. So we're actually neutralized all the way from turn 1 to turn 3. And there they are towing the 85. You could just see it to the right of the onboard shot. There we go. There's your 511, and then there's the pack that we were just sort of on board with. The 421. We can go to track sides here for a bit, Gabe. The 511 is going to escape here, but everybody behind them, to include the 421, the 401, the 111, the 72, are all in that pack, getting brutally held up by, I think, one of the Pinnacle cars. Yeah, almost no progress being made. They're going to come side by side through this corner onto the front straightaway. Let's keep on this because I think you're about to see the BMW M3 drop a wheel down the front straightaway. Just barely put 2 wheels in the grass as it tried to work its way through some of that traffic. 421's gotten through, I'm sorry, the 111 has gotten through a good portion of that traffic.
The 511, you mean? The 111 is still in the traffic, yeah.
No, right, so so it's stuck up behind the 411.
Yes, the 511 now rocketing away.
Yeah, I'm amazed at how long it's taking this chunk of cars to get through this traffic. I'm also really impressed with the 609 here. Not to draw too much attention away from what we've got going on towards the bottom of the podium in GTO, but the margin between the Mustang and the 609 is still only 2 seconds.
It's as lightning fast as the connection to your Candelaria Motorsports camera system. There's I can workshop that. That's okay.
Yeah,
We'll figure it out.
into it.
Okay, so they've cleared the traffic now, the 401 and the 111. Do we have a 111 on board, or do we only have the other Thunder Bunny car?
I have a 421 on board, which Gabe, I just added to the spreadsheet there.
Okay. But that's not going to be super helpful right now.
No, it is in that same group of cars, just not at the same pace as the team car.
Gotcha. JT, you follow the general production classes, right?
Generally.
Generally, that's something that you produce? No, sorry. These are bad. What's going on with the 21? The first 2 races of the season, they were pretty darn good and getting some podium action. I think they had podiums back-to-back. And then this race, they've just kind of been middle of the pack. Is there anything that you can see specifically for that, or...?
No, I know they had some sort of mechanical issue yesterday. They had been running decently well. And I'm just not sure it's quite recovered from that.
Gotcha. All right, fair enough. But unfortunately, it's a really nicely painted car, and it's also would be the home team for me, if you will. I work about 15 minutes from their shop.
Are we talking about North Loop?
We are.
Their rear wing is not attached to the car this morning.
Ah, well, that would probably do it in a place where you'd want some mid and high-speed corner grip.
So, yeah, they had a little off-course excursion yesterday. I think it was up at the carousel.
Was it during the snow time?
Turn 2. No, it wasn't, actually. It was towards
okay,
the end
good.
of the day.
The Minnesota team can't go off in the snow, that's for sure.
I think it was the exit of 2, actually. It ripped the splitter off of the car and did some damage to the cooling system, and so they parked the car for the rest of the day to fix it. I think what's actually happened is that instead of repairing the splitter, they've just taken the splitter off the front of the car, and having removed all of the front downforce from the car, they've decided to match it by taking all of the rear downforce off the car.
So what they had at one point was a really good GP2 car, and now it sounds like they just have a spec E46 that they're trying to run in GP2, which is not ever really going to work out for you.
I mean, that car is not as competitive as it otherwise ought to be, I think.
Right.
348 has pitted, and I think left. 325.8 lap time for Chattanooga Torrenwagen. So this should put it on mostly equal footing with, I think, the rest of the GP2 field in terms of pit stops.
I think Duro will move to the lead here once we get the 348 to come across time again.
Ooh, again.
Yeah, the 85 was a car that was actually just recovered from the side of the track down there in turn number 2. Actually waiting for the 348 or the 142 here to start finish. There's the 348. It's actually retained the lead.
Okay, very cool.
Impressive, really impressive. So now that Chattanooga car has not only pitted and retained the lead, but has pitted 30 laps later than everybody else in class. Last stops for the Duro car at 28. Last stop for the Quality Time Racing car at 50, so it's not quite 30 laps, but it is one of the few cars to have pitted under green and actually kept the lead. So we missed the stop for the Quality Time car, which explains why the Chattanooga car was alone out in the race lead. But for cars that both made green flag stops at various points and have not had a full course yellow since, it's basically just the 348 and the 410. Yeah, I think the screen was behind. Now well over a lap behind. Anyway, point being, the in all of that, with the 348 and the Quality Time car basically having been head-to-head on track before, the margin's 25 seconds. which I think is likely to be almost entirely in the pits. So it's a good stop from the 348. They now have a decent hold on strategy in GP2. How'd everybody down at Moorhead Speedworks, by the way? We had a note about the onboard camera and the overlays having been designed specifically for Drivers Eye Live, which we're very appreciative of. I think we have the 147 onboard queued up.
Yeah, we can
cut to that for a little bit, especially because it is such a nice looking camera. And the telemetry overlays are really, really nice. Also because Chadwick Moorhead is a really nice person. And spent a good amount of time with us up in the booth at Barber. Place much easier to get around and actually go have interviews and all of that compared to Mid-Ohio, where we're across the track and it's 40 degrees all the time. But no, those folks at Moorhead are all really nice people. They're back in third in class at the moment. The number 147, after having been in the dominant force yesterday. When we did spend quite a bit of time on board with it. And at the moment, they're not really locked in any battle. We're 41 seconds ahead of the round 3 racing number 701. Moves back and forth, and I don't have the gap up to the 336. Good run for Big Mission too, that number 336.
Yeah, especially after
themselves a weekend.
Not starting yesterday.
Yeah. Yeah, that Big Mission team, the 134, they only started that one car for the drivers who wanted to race and got a result out of it. The rest of the team, because they only had one car to crew, the rest of the team that wasn't involved left the track and went to go see the prison museum at like 1 o'clock.
The prison museum?
Yeah.
Yes.
I forget the formal name of it, but it's apparently a fairly well-known thing in these parts. But they came, Steve Smith came over, Brian Leary came with him. They did an interview and started talking about it and just made a very casual comment. Yeah, I think later on, since we only have the one car going, I think we're probably going to go down and check out the Penitentiary Museum. Oh, that's funny. And then before the race was over, they had pictures up on Instagram of themselves at the Penitentiary Museum.
Outstanding.
Yeah. So, followed through on it. There we go, on board the 147. I like that the standard now has been raised for onboard cameras in WRL to basically be a front and a rear-facing camera. And I appreciate that the requirement for forward-facing cameras and, you know, the requirement to submit video evidence of incidents upon request has kind of necessitated the extra camera. But that is now more or less the standard. Right, Sentinels are dual camera. The V-Box solutions are mostly dual camera. I assume this is a V-Box solution more?
I believe this is the V-Box, yeah.
Yeah. Sure, Jack can give us a little more information with some certainty. Through goes to 696, which is now back out on track. Down in, get a position on that. 43rd, 47 laps completed, 25 off the overall lead. Also down in that portion of live timing is the number 01, which is, of course, the Liquid Moly sponsored Hagerty Motorsports BMW M4, who has not returned after the alleged contact down at turn 11. With the number 94 GP3 Lexus. So what was initially had appeared to be a left rear tire issue, I think is now more likely a left rear suspension issue. Pit stop from Pinnacle Motorsports number 727. I think that car has already left the pit lane. almost on my scan of the front straightaway here. We have a pit stop from the 111. We didn't have a pit stop from the 111, but I think we may have had a penalty. And do you recall, gentlemen and dear viewer, the 111 contact down at turn 11 with, I think it was the 362?
Yes, the RRT racing.
Yep. The note is that contact was incidental, but the result is penalty for the 111, 1 lap. So that has dropped the 111 out of that battle with the 401 and the number 72. It's only really cost it 2 spots, but that lap is damaging.
Yeah.
Now from the 986 from W2W Racing. This is second pit stop of the day. First in at 29, now out to 73. So if I do the math in my head, 44 laps on a stint, including at least 1 full course yellow. I think I put it under the first.
I was just perusing Moorhead Speedworks' website. The purveyor of BMW E46 parts mostly, but it looks like they have stuff for every car. A lot of those parts are interchangeable amongst different years. And they their most recent tech article from the 31st of March is they have a sequential shifter available from Kinematic Speed. One of the things that I believe it was 2 years ago here at this track that we learned about was the ease with which you can select the wrong gear in an E46 BMW and then subsequently destroy your rather expensive engine. And so for a pretty reasonable cost, it looks like the parts cost is $700 to $800 depending on the color you want. You can get a sequential shifter, which would eliminate that issue on that car for the most part. So that's quite nice.
How much did you say it was?
Between $700 and $800, depending on the color you'd like. There's both a black and a unfinished. Well, it has a finish on it, but it appears unfinished aluminum.
So is that just the shift handle? That has to be just the shift handle.
Well, right, but you don't need to change the whole gearbox because the selector mechanism is built in.
I had no idea you could go from manual to or H pattern to sequential for less than $1,000.
I mean, somebody who's more engineering focused than me can explain how that works better, but that's not. It is a thing that's out there. Unfortunately, usually they're overseas parts that are very generic.
Sure.
And people have varying levels of results with this. This appears to be a U.S. built product, and it's indexed specifically for the transmission tunnel hole on a BMW. So everything fits exactly where you would want it to. It actually looks quite clean for being a race car thing. It looks like it just bolts right up. So if you're interested in having an E46 and eliminate the issue of missing shifts, Moorhead Speedworks, go talk to Chad Moorhead. He can probably hook you up with that.
Why would you spend $800 on a sequential shifter when you can just go buy an M4 GT4?
That's true. That is true.
Yeah, I know. That's why I said it.
I mean, one could buy 125 shifters or an M4 race car. You can determine which one is better value.
Yeah. 125 shifters aren't going to do you any good, man.
Depends on their resale value.
That's true.
That's fair.
So yeah, no, lots of nice parts here on Moorhead Speedworks' website, and looks like they do a lot of service for customers on the East Coast, but they can ship your stuff anywhere. So that's quite cool.
Pit stop from the GP1 race leader. That is relevant, obviously, given just discussion about GP1 competitor Moorhead Speedworks. But PC Racing has now gone into the pits, and I think they've come back out already. I do not see them in the pit lane. Choice Racing is in. Oh, actually, I think I think that 44 is still stationary. Moorhead cars just come through. And if I am correct in what I see here. So we have to wait for the big mission car to come by. I think it's going to take the class lead as it does so, but I think pitted right behind the Choice Racing car is the number 44, and they are still actively putting fuel into that car. Now they send it. That's definitely the 44. That's a really long stop. Really long. There comes the 336, takes the GP1 lead. The 147 will also have gone through to take second then. The 609 is into the pits. So your second placed car overall, and was within 3 or 4 seconds of the overall race lead, is now at the attention of the round 3 racing crew, just past start finish in the pit lane. And I think it's safe to say that for the cars that pitted under the full course, either of the full course yellows, this is now kind of the start of the second round of pit stops.
Correct.
Which is wild to say more than 3 hours into the race, but such have been the circumstances today.
Yep.
It is kind of unique that we are essentially going to have 2 race results from this weekend that are not indicative of a clean race.
Correct.
Yesterday we had the weather, obviously. We had a ton of full course yellows, which I would still consider to be organic, but the weather doesn't represent, how fast GTO cars, WRL cars in general can go around Mid-Ohio. And today we lost something like an hour of actual, moving track time, which is going to drop the lap count, just as much. So
I think it's interesting that we've had 3 completely different weekends from a strategy and et cetera perspective, where we had the weekend at NOLA where there was only 1 full course yellow, and it was right at the end of the second day. So that didn't hamper the strategy call too much. But then again, it had a weird strategy wrinkle because the first day we had some tire issues, which I understand created subsequent tire issues for the following day because people had gone through more tires than they thought they would have. So not quite getting peak performance on day 2. And then we had Barber where they do the code 35. And so you never really would have long, clean runs, but you also weren't at the mercy of where does the safety car come out? Am I going to gain a lap? Am I going to lose a lap? And then to this one, where we've had, there's a car off that looks like a Cayman, or not a Cayman, a Boxster. Looks like the green Overnight Motorsports car off there at turn 1, facing the wrong direction. Might have just got loose on the inside and spun wide there.
I've also got the 15 is listed. No, it says car stopped at 3. I actually wonder if they're just reporting that on turn 1's behalf. I think you're right.
Yeah.
I believe that is the overnight car. Anyway, continue.
Yeah, so, and then yesterday, of course, we had the rain and snow and wet and cold situation as we go to full course yellow. Yeah. That's probably a good call for a recovery right there. Yeah. To be under full course yellow, it is a little bit blind going in.
Debris to go pick up here as well.
Oh, okay.
Turn 5.
Let's see. I don't see any cars that are stricken here, but that might be the second reason. Usually they want 2 reasons to deploy the car. But again, I think full course yellow for that going into turn 1 there is ideal. And then yesterday we had the cold and the rain and the snow to deal with, so that again caused a little bit of a wrinkle there. And I understand that lots of teams were getting pretty good fuel mileage because they weren't able to get into the gas pedal very hard without spinning the rears. So that was a little bit different. And then today we've lost an hour at the beginning, but the rest of the running has been pretty steady like we're used to in WRL.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of the classical approach to endurance racing, where it's just keep the cars moving for as long as you can. Well, let's say American multi-class endurance racing, right?
Correct.
Code 35, I think, has now become sort of de rigueur in Europe for various series, but at least what we get here with safety cars and having to play the safety cars to your strategic advantage. Today, without the red flag, is probably the closest we've gotten, although NOLA was pretty pure as well, tire issues notwithstanding. So,
right.
I mean, look, it's interesting. Road America is where we head next. That's going to be interesting as well. But this is, I mean, even this yellow flag here is now throwing its own wrinkle in because the 609 had literally just pitted. And having completed that stop and been sent back out behind the safety car, now the sister car, the number 401, can come in and make the stop under yellow, as can the number 150, who is just in front of me here. So 609. He works in race control upstairs.
Oh, okay.
So actually, this may yet work in the 609's favor. I think it has. I want to make sure I'm reading timing right. No, sorry, it's not. It's going to lose a pretty substantial amount of time here, actually, depending on where the core car comes out in the pacing order. Now, remember, the 72 car takes the class lead. Remember that the pace car, because the 150 isn't out on track, we're not going to pick up the race leader. But the safety car is going to be sent out to pick up somebody. They do make every effort to pick up the race leader here, but they're not so heavily tied to that.
When the race leader isn't running as a classified
they'll
entry,
just send the safety car out and pick up. Well, even never mind the classified thing, just whether it is or it isn't, they would pick up whoever the overall leader is. But when the overall leader ducks into the pit lane, who do you go pick up? They just send the safety car to pick up the next car. So, and because the 72 has just taken the lead, at the time, it wasn't listed as your race leader. There is a driver change going on in the 150 camp at the moment. Things actually not happening all that quickly. Now, so we saw this at the end of yesterday, that 150 car, it got itself away from its pit stall a couple of times. And then towards the end of the day, they were having to bump start the car. That's exactly what they're doing now. I think they've got it this time. They do. So they were finally able to push the 150 and get it running down the pit lane. The 72 obviously has come through. The 609 has come through. That driver change or whatever it was at the 150 pit box has cost that car first and second. The 609 comes through and takes that position. So it's actually not been as bad for the 609 as we thought.
So on the subject of the 150, Brendan, and then of course, Cora, please feel free to hop in the chat or send us a text if I'm completely wrong. My understanding was that the GT4 Mustang really was a North America specific GT4 car, and none of the GT4 series in North America, to my knowledge, call for 16 hours of running. And I kind of wonder what the service interval is on the starter.
Yeah, I don't know.
Because you figure in an IMSA race, you're only having to refire the car once.
Well, so the longer events for IMSA Challenge are 4 hours, right?
I think they're 3 or 4, yeah.
Challenge, yeah, 4 hours. So
but that's still that's 2 stops versus, you know, 16 or however many we do here.
Well, and that car didn't run yesterday, but when it did run, it was very short stints, right? They'd send the car out with fresh tires or something resembling fresh tires, and put a little bit of fuel in it, set a lap time, tune the car a little bit, bring it back in, do it again.
Right.
To try and put itself on the grid for today. Whether that was intentional or not, that's certainly the way it looked to us. And, you know, I mean, that would be 6, 7, 8 pit stops in quick succession. So I think your point is at least a potentially valid one. I don't know
versus
that it's really accurate, but it's good thought.
Right. Versus the M4 GT4, which we know runs pretty successfully in the VLN. I don't know. It's just something to think about because you don't see the Mustang, and it's the same thing with the Camaro GT4 car. My understanding for a long time was that you couldn't buy the Camaro GT4 car. It was not available for sale.
I've heard that.
They gave it to only the team that was meant to run it, which I believe was Stevenson, was it not?
You're thinking the much older version. So the newer one, I believe, could be purchased. I know there was a couple teams. I know the Matt Plum team was running one. Rebel Rock Racing.
Rebel
was
Rock,
running,
yeah.
And then, there have been Mustangs in Europe. I don't know about in terms of long endurance, but I do know Multimatic did enter Mustangs to race in Europe through the SRO series.
Does the SRO have a GT4 endurance event?
I'm not sure if there's an endurance event.
No.
Yeah, see, that's kind of what I keep coming back around to. And like, fair play to Multimatic if that is the case, that like you optimize the car for where it's going to be driven. And so, and again, it comes back to, it sounds like they don't have the car isn't in such a state that it can have a small enough restrictor to run the correct power band for this series either. And so it would seem to me, at least, that Multimatic worked very well within the constraints set by their customers and where their customers usually run. And as a result, that car not having as easy of a time as I think anybody would have hoped here at WRL at Mid-Ohio. But again, I could be completely wrong on all that. I'm trying to put 2 and 2 together and hopefully get like 4.3 or something like that.
No, I mean, like I said, I think it's a good thought. Real quick, 72 is in again.
Oh,
it's pitted
okay.
a lap. It's pitted. It's after the safety car comes out. I assume it's because the crew isn't ready to receive the car yet. But it's pitted after the field has queued, which means it is literally losing 40 plus cars worth of track position.
Right.
When it makes these stops under yellow. I genuinely think it would be better pitting under green.
I mean, you're going to lose less overall position, though, doing it under yellow. Like, yeah, you're going to have to go through all the traffic, but... JT, you were going to say?
I was going to say there was a Mustang that did run in the 8 Hours of California.
I'm sorry, the what?
8 Hours of California. It's a... I don't know. Yeah, it was... SRO, it was a GT3 and GT4s, and then maybe Cup cars. But yeah, there's a Mustang that racing that as well.
Racing that. Okay. All right. Fair enough.
And it won in 2019.
Wow.
5.2 liter Voodoo V8.
Oh, it's the 5.2 liter.
At least in that one.
Okay. That's... Huh. Okay. My understanding is that Ford has gone away from using that engine in the road car because they're not as sturdy as they need to be. But again, in a racing setting, you're keeping a little bit closer eye on stuff. Brendan, I've had this problem recently where I go into boardroom meetings and I use car puns and references to try to explain how my company is doing. Do you think there's any business out there that knows how I feel? Brendan, of course, not there to take my awful cue to go to ad. Let's go to ads. Gabe.
Do it, Gabe.
Okay, all right. Hard stop at 6 today. We need alignment by then, people.
Here's where the rubber meets the road.
Have these initiatives moved the needle, like, at all?
Well, let's shift gears a minute.
We're really kind of at the apex here.
Well, we gotta stay agile.
I said we fast track the pivot.
Can we circle back? Keep everyone in the loop.
Focus, guys. We're in a race to the finish, all right?
We need to put the pedal to the metal. We need to nail those hairpin turns, cross that finish line, and take that checkered flag.
Yes, Josh. Yes!
Start your engines!
Woo!
Ready to hit the track? We've got you covered with the world's largest motorsports calendar, track day insurance, and more. Hagerty. Let's drive together.
It's your Uncle Cooper. Truck owners who run Cooper AT3s are some of the most dutiful people I know. Even if that duty is to haul a load of this stuff. It's not glamorous, but it's their duty nonetheless. So if you and your truck are constantly tackling the regular duties of the day, go with a tire that can handle them all. Oh, man. I stepped in it. Go with the Coopers. Cooper.
Sentinel by Candelaria Racing Products is a comprehensive motorsport video system incorporating live streaming, local recording, picture-in-picture, flag status, leaderboards, data overlays, and more. Perfect for endurance racing, sprint racing, and HPDE. Sentinel includes everything you need to get started. With the ability to control the live feed from the cloud and GPS auto start, you will never miss an on-track moment. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today.
Live in Central Ohio, you're watching Driver's Eye Live's presentation of the World Racing League. Sponsored now by Hagerty. I'm Ryan West. We have JT Tammy, of course, in the Pacific Northwest, the PNW, if you will, to reference a entrant in the series. We've got Gabe in the control room, and we have Brendan, of course, doing something right now.
I'm here.
Still under. Oh, good, you're back. Still under full course yellow here. About 4.5 hours remaining at Mid Ohio. This is day 2 after a frosty day 1. A little bit of snow on the ground to start, and then it eventually cleared out. But then had a bit of a wet race for about the first half or so. A little bit better weather today. Brendan, it's warmed up by now, right?
It is. I was actually going to make a comment to say that it hasn't warmed up as much as I thought it would. I
okay.
stepped outside there briefly out the back, and granted, it is in the shade, which doesn't help, but it's not. I wouldn't call it enjoyable. It's dry, which is nice.
It's dry. It looks sunny.
But
this camera right here, Brendan, it looks like if you just ignore the trees. Like, see, this one's no good. Yes, this one. See, with all the evergreens off in the distance and the nice verdure grass, if you will, looks like just a beautiful summer day.
It does, but it's not.
No, it's not.
Yeah, the temperature is still only 44. The real feel is 55, which again in the sun is probably accurate. But the wind, I mean, if you're not protected by pit buildings or pit awnings or anything like that, it is whipping basically right down the front straightaway. Cars are coming to receive the green flag. 362 from RRT is going to lead the pack, and I think that. Well, I know that makes your overall race leader the number 609. Now, what this has done, of much interest to me, is it split the top 2 from the rest of the GTO field. Because it didn't pick up the race leader, or who the race leader ended up being, the 609 is about mid-pack in the queue. The Core Motorsports car is about, we'll call it a couple cars back. It's 12 seconds, 11 and a half seconds from first to second. And then the 401 is at the head of the line, almost a full lap down. So you've got to make up almost an entire lap to get third back into the back of the white Ford Mustang, the number 150.
And then, of course, the 511 is only a few seconds behind. It's in kind of the next group behind the 401 on the start here. So the 401 just goes through, and then we'll be able to pick out the 511 here, the black and orange car, right on the outside there. And we're going to go on board the 401. So you're not quite going to be able to see the 401 in the rear camera, of course, because it's a little ways back there. But we'll see how the 401 takes care of business here, starting in not quite the front of the field, because again they're about a lap down, or very near a lap down to the sister car, the 609, the stablemate, if you will, but it's the Candelaria Racing Systems BMW versus the Cooper Tires and Hagerty BMW. Yep, on board the 609 here, we've got the 21 to the left, and we have the number 2 up ahead of us. That number 2 car, of course, is the Team ACP M4. They are down in 10th right now. And I believe, relative to this, the 511 is somewhere ahead of us. So everybody's in a gaggle, but there's a definite front half and back half, and the back half is about to go a lap up. And there is the number 150 up ahead, the leader, kind of, since they are currently running unclassified. And we've got the 401. Gabe, can we get the number 99 camera back? I think they were... Oh, of course, no, we've got the 401 behind the 111. But that's going to be the 111 should be a lap down. I think they've probably finally taken the lap away from the 111. Does that sound right,
yes.
Brendan?
Yep.
Okay. So back where it's been, but as I had mentioned, you know, like Brendan said about an hour ago, that pass is done.
I was wondering why the 72 was back in 7th. They got another pit lane infraction, and this time it's a 1-lap penalty. This time the visor is up.
Huh.
That'll do it. So, again, these unforced errors, we talk about them literally every race because multiple cars are bitten by them every race. Silly stuff.
It's a pretty simple fix. You just get a small decal that says visor down and put it somewhere on the dash and put another one on the pit wall on a sign so the crew know.
Yeah, I mean, look, to be fair, 90 to 95% of the field gets this right on every pit stop. And when you consider the number of pit stops we're making, it's probably not, a very high percentage of the times that this happens. But still, little things go wrong on the pit stops. They get noticed by the marshals, and, teams are going to be held to the same standard, which is quite right.
It's fair play to the marshals, too, who do not have... It's not like an IMSA weekend where there's strictly one marshal for 2 pit stalls. There's, I think, fewer than 12, might even be like 10 marshals down there for the pit lane. So the fact that they're able to keep everybody in check, when they don't necessarily have the resources that, somewhere like IMSA or IndyCar does, I think shows a testament to such, what a good job the series officials do in WRL.
Yeah, agreed.
Much to the chagrin of teams who are trying to win, of course, but, you win some, you lose some, I suppose. So the 99 seems to have gotten through the traffic pack it was in. Let's see. So if we could go back to some track sides and hopefully try to pick up a group, maybe a group of GP cars. Is there any battles going on right now, JT, that are same lap-ish?
Yeah.
Yes, let's follow this group right here. This is fantastic.
Keep an eye out for the 44 PC Racing and the 46 Ginger Racing. They're within a second of each other.
Okay. Let's see. I don't think they are in that group.
I believe they were at the very front of that group.
Okay. So if we take the next camera here, yep.
I believe those first 2 cars.
Yep, okay. I believe that. I can take that. And then we should go down to the, turn 1 camera. There we go. And so that is the...
So Ginger Racing to 3rd, and now have a 2-second gap.
There we are, coming down through the keyhole now. And of course, that being the Chandler School M2, right there is second in line. Or is that the Chandler School? One of those green ones is the Chandler School M2, is my understanding. It's a little bit difficult not being there in person. I'm not able to take in all the liveries and able to commit them to memory just because there's so many going by, and we get, unfortunately, such a small camera screen to look at here.
Alright, so in this group should be the, towards the front, the 336 Big Mission Motorsports.
Okay.
And then a couple seconds back should be the Moorhead Speedworks, which is gaining ground on Big Mission, which is leading GP1.
Okay. So there's the Moorhead Speedworks car. And the red and yellow. And then there's the Big Mission car, just went through there as well. Okay, cool. Here we are. And usually we have, usually we used to have a big mission on board. I don't know if we still have that. That would be the number 336. Are they about to go a lap down? Is that what that is, JT? Is the 336 about to put the 147 the lap down, or is that the 134?
No, it's a battle for position. You're thinking the 134.
Okay, got it.
134 is 5 laps down. Well, 4 laps
Gotcha.
down.
Okay.
But it is in that gaggle of cars right there.
Right, okay.
We do have a 134 on. I don't know if that was added to the list.
The 134 on board might not, may not be as useful at this point, just because they're towards the back of that.
Sorry,
group.
we were talking about Big Mission. I wasn't sure if that was a 134 or the other car.
Right. No problem there. And then Warhead Speed Works. What's the gap there? Yeah, if we could take the 147 on board, we could watch how they're going to deal with the traffic in GP1. Just because they're not quite the top dog, so they're going to have the GTOs to try to be a little bit courteous about, but they still need to find a way by the GP2 and GP3 cards. So that's the 147 on board. Gabe, if we have that available. Yeah, there we go.
There's the 701
that's
right
the 701.
Yeah.
And is that for position? No, they're a lap down, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So 701 trying to get their lap back here.
So position's up ahead.
Right.
So PC Racing with that long pit stop just before the yellow flag, that's really actually hurt them quite badly. Ginger Racing, the number 46, hasn't pitted yet. So Big Mission and Moorhead are basically, this is a scrap for position on equal footing between the 147 and the 336, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. So this is actually quite a good place to be at the moment.
Correct.
Also, just shouts down in GP2, the winning formula has finally found their way onto the podium. After being a little bit behind the 8 ball for pace today, they are up into second. Now, they owe us a pit stop, I think. Yeah, they did not get into the podium, so that's back in GP2, however. This is your GP1, not so
second
much a lead
place.
battle. Right.
Right.
3.5 seconds after, basically half the race is still quite good, so.
Right. Let's see, is that the Big Mission car right now? The Big Mission car is a little bit further up there.
Also, don't know if you noted or if JT noted, back in GP2, we've lost the number 251 from Copeland Motorsports. So both of the Copeland Hyundais are now out.
Okay.
Yeah, that was relatively recent.
It was 72 laps completed, so it was only about 20 minutes ago, 30 minutes ago.
Yeah.
There's the 44. Should be, so that car's now a lap down in GP1.
Yep.
Wow. And they're, oh no, that's 701 we're talking about.
Yep. Looks like there's that one spot where it drops and then comes back.
So yeah, Ginger already has about a 20-second gap over PC Racing.
Yeah, I think the PC car just has somebody in it at the moment that isn't... we saw this yesterday. The car wasn't great in the rain. It wasn't a great handling car in the rain. And I wonder if for a time that was coupled with having a driver that just wasn't as quick or consistent. And now it finds itself a little off the pace for the same reason.
In the mirror, it looks like the round 3 racing 701 just passed PC Racing for position.
Oh, so you were absolutely right. So I hadn't realized that was for position, but that is absolutely what that means. There comes the there's the 701 again. Fires it at the inside end of the keyhole.
And that's not quite, they were hoping there would be a little bit more of a gap there, unfortunately, I think.
It was pretty late. It wasn't a dive bomb, but it was late.
Yeah, I think he was hoping that he would be able to get around that Cayman that's ahead of them. Still ends up working out all right for him. He's got a decent run down the straight. '701
car is the sole remaining GP1 Porsche Cayman for round 3 racing. I say so remaining not just this weekend, but in general at 7:05. I do not think we're going to see on track again, unfortunately. Be happy to be told wrong by the folks down at round 3, but Friday was not a good day. You know, honestly, I really can't even see the 336 up the road from this car.
No, it's pulled a gap. It just did a 38.1. Meanwhile, Moorhead's just stuck in this traffic and just falling further and further back.
It's out to 14 seconds.
Yeah.
That big mission car is absolutely flying. And I'd say that the 147 is getting held up in traffic, but it's really not.
No, because the 701 has gone back and forth a couple times, which I think has affected a little bit of the pace, but he doesn't have the pace necessarily to get by this other Cayman that's up ahead.
Well, my point is, since Big Mission's at the front, they're constantly be able to lap underneath a 140 the last 3 laps.
Gotcha. Oh, there's a little bit of a wiggle there. That should open the door on the 127. That's the Pinnacle car.
JT,
Wow.
your point is valid that the 336 is out front and therefore able to be more consistent, but I don't know that the 147 is being held up here. Like, I just don't see it having
visually
pace overall. It hasn't caught anybody. It hasn't passed anybody. It's not, even when the 701 got back past it, it's not, it doesn't challenge it. It fell away from it, if anything.
No, I think it's more of a mental thing.
Yeah, sure.
Backing up, because I mean, if you look, you know, the 3rd and 4th lap of this stint were 39s, and since that point, having to deal with this 701,
losing it.
Since then, it's been consistently in the 140s.
Well, you have another issue too, I think, here, which is raceability as we go by one of these M2s. That both the 701 and the 147 right now are at the tail end of the GTO field, and that's Pinnacle and Hammer Motorsports, where they're also running in the 140s range. So it's not easy to race a car which is a full class ahead of you. You know, we keep seeing the 701 and the 147 get close to that Pinnacle 127, and then the 127 blows them away on the straights because they're in an M4 or in a GT4 car. So I think that might have a little bit to do with it as well, that it's not going to be terribly easy to clear this pack specifically because these are higher class cars.
Had a question in the YouTube chat a little earlier from Tim Wilson asking when Johan was going to be in the number 72. That is Johan Schwartz. Don't know that is Johan a pro? Call him a pro? Oh no, he does a lot of pro racing.
Right.
But he is with the PMW squad this weekend as the 147 goes up the inside of the 701 now. But can't get the move done at 6 and is now kind of going to be hung out wide. Gets the throttle, and now he's clear.
Big Mission 37.3.
Wow.
That so Dan Taylor writes in the YouTube comments there. They totaled it last year at Hallett, rebuilt it the same year, same color and everything, and now it's 2.0. It's the 336 2.0. So that car, even though it was junked last year in Oklahoma, is now maybe one of the freshest built cars in GP1.
Oklahoma. No.
Anyway.
There we go. Yeah, see, there's the 701 has squeezed right back up on the back of this pack again. It just so tough to get by.
Yeah, so now we get the launch off of the last corner. Well,
right, they're going to get the launch, but that's a
GTO.
GTO car.
Yeah.
That's the problem. That's what I was just talking about, is that, you know, they can try to do everything right in the corners, but there's just enough straight here that they cannot get by these cars. Fortunately, the Hammer car now starting to check out from that group.
And look at it. You could see it on the trackside there. Gabe had the latency exactly right.
Yeah, that was
you
perfect.
See how quickly it caught the 127 and the 131.
And it looks like the 127 either lost it or got out of the way there.
I think it just wiggled up over the crest there. I think, Gabe's killing this, man.
Yeah.
Look at this. Hell yeah.
Runs around the outside there.
Okay, so they have cleared the 127 now. Now all they have to do is get by I believe this one is the 131,
yeah,
right?
it's the Chandler School car.
This is the Chandler car.
That car is maybe the
just
cause
great
of this
run here.
Modeling more than the 127 was. Yeah, around the outside of the carousel. Now he's clear. So let's give this
a couple laps.
A couple laps and see if the gap stabilizes.
Exactly. Yeah. The good news is that the 131 held that pack up for so long that now we actually are going to get some clear track.
Right. And like I said, the Hammer car was at the front of this pack, but they have gone up the road as well. So I don't know if that was a new driver getting in and trying to get more comfortable, or if Tim said, hey, they're talking about us on the broadcast, please hurry the fuck up. Whatever you want to do.
Well, I think that there's a big difference between the Hammer. I mean, you've got the M4 versus the M2. Chandler is, they haven't had the M2 out here yet.
Right.
This season. So there's a couple of different dynamics going on there.
Absolutely.
37 flat for Big Mission.
Right. So this is the really cruel part of this, if you're in the Moorhead camp, is that, okay, now you've fought through all this traffic, you've been able to clear some of these guys, and you can finally put your head down and try and put some laps in. But all the while you've been stuck in that big gaggle of cars, your closest competitor has been putting in their personal best laps of the race, which are 3 and 4 seconds a lap quicker than you've been able to do.
Which
so
more
it's
power.
Not just, go ahead.
More power to them. If you're on the Big Mission Motorsports pit wall, you're saying, hey, you need to go now. Like, this is when we need to make all of our time up right now, is to get ahead. 696 going through there.
There's still a world, by the way, where that 696 ends up at the top.
38.3 Moorhead.
Absolutely.
Yeah, there you go. So it's still actually, it did pick up a little bit of time on the Big Mission car because the 336 is stuck in the 39s that time around. But
picked up almost 2 seconds.
So that was basically as pure a lap as you're going to get up the Moorhead car.
Right.
Right. Clear track. The only car that passed it was the 696, but it never really held it up. That's pretty much as clear as you're going to get for the 147.
And that wasn't even their personal best either, so maybe there is a little bit more to give there. Okay, so I just got a text message through the thing from the number 21. That's the North Loop Motorsports car. Like I was talking about earlier, the home team for me. Had the lead driver just jump out of the car an hour ago. They had to run it without the aero because of their splitter, like JT mentioned the other day. They also noted that the tire that they are on is the Hankook RS4, and they cannot hang mid-corner with the Falcon tire that some of the other teams in that class are using. So their concern is if they can make those tires last the whole length, that they are pretty fast. So suggesting that there might be some concern that that's a softer compound, which would make sense if they have a little bit better mid-corner speed. You would assume that the compound's a little bit softer, but if there was a day you wanted to make your tires last, it's a day like this where you're in that kind of 40s, 50s, 60s, where it's not so cold that you're scrubbing the tires across the surface and it's starting to grain almost, but not so hot that you're blowing through them super fast either. So if you are on a little bit softer tire today might be the day to see if you can make it to the end on one set. But yeah, the number 21, tough day when you don't have the aero that you're used to driving the car with, and then to also have the tires on top of it really makes a whole lot of sense.
Moorhead with another 138.3.
Yeah, picks up another second plus.
Yep. So Moorhead had the pace, they just could not get around that group of cars.
Eyes on second and third at the moment. That's overall.
Okay.
For the moment, I'm assuming that the 150 is a relevant competitor here because it makes things interesting. that car after the driver change at the most recent pit stop, and I'm fairly sure there was a driver change there. Last lap in the 38s, this time it's a 36. Meanwhile, the Team GTR 99 BMW has changed drivers since the start of the race and is in the 33s. And first off, the fact that the 99 is in the top 3 at all after a rogue early pit stop this morning is really impressive. But now, doing laps within a couple of tenths of that car's best at any point today, and catching that Mustang to the point that the gap is now under half a minute is really impressive. At the same time,
they're way catching the 609.
Yeah. So let's remember here too that the 401 and the 99 started basically a lap down to the 609, right?
Right.
They were at the front of the queue, and everybody, or the race leader, the 609, was basically mid queue.
Right.
So, save for 10 or 12 cars between them, they were, 98, 99% of a lap down. And now, the 99, the 401, and the 727 from Pinnacle Motorsports all find themselves within a minute. And the 511 is now down a minute and 5. So this is still kind of coming back together. Now, I'll appreciate, too, the fact that the 609 will have been working through traffic for the first time since the restart over the last couple of laps, and that will have brought this back together a little bit as well. But, the point remains that whereas I had kind of surmised that one lap was going to be a really big deal in GTO, it's actually turning out not to be quite such a big deal.
You can see the gap there now to the 709. Or, I'm sorry, the 701, that would be, right? Yeah, you can see the gap now, the 701 to the 147. That 701 kept coming and going from the 147, and now that the 147's in clear air, it's leaving them in the dust as well.
So your comment, there was a comment made by, I think, Chad Moorhead down in the pits, just said exactly in all caps. And I believe, Ryan, that was in response to your comment about the traffic being a mental thing, where you're just not able to commit, or you don't feel like you can commit the same way you can when you're in a gaggle of 6, 7, 8 cars that are all doing different things, braking at different points, choosing different lines. And now that they're sort of freed from those shackles, now they're, basically right back to where we would expect that car to be pace-wise.
Well, I didn't even think it was a mental thing. I think it was just purely a case of they can clearly hang in the corners, but you're not going to catch them on the chutes. It doesn't. There's nothing really you can do about that.
Right. There were two kind of comments made.
Gotcha.
I wasn't sure which one it was. Yeah, no, both are fair points.
It's like when a slower GT4 car is holding up a TCR in IMSA.
Right.
That, it's the performance envelope is different enough that it doesn't really matter how good of a driver you are, especially if you're at a tight track like this. You're a little bit closer versus something like Coda, for example. I, of course, don't have the YouTube chat open because, again, I'm trying to push a 1080 feed to a 4K TV from my 5-year-old laptop. That
is the most ridiculous thing.
Yeah, so,
Why are you doing that?
Because that's the workspace I have available.
Off and on at turn 12 from the number 1.
I did want to mention we have a new car out on track as of 11 laps ago.
Okay.
The 124 NFC Motorsports has passed the sister car that has been in the paddock, the 123. That is 8th in GP1. You think it's the same one?
No, I think so I see the 124 now. I wonder if the 123 suffered some kind of terminal issue, at least for the weekend. And they all said, well, if we can't get this one fixed, why don't we just go hop in the other one? Since it's already entered, we'll just fix the other one and everybody can go get their time that way.
I like it.
Ooh, the 150 has gone salmon on Race Hero.
Oh, okay. Real quick. Also from earlier, the Moorhead Speedworks. Apparently, it is an H pattern shifter, but
Yes.
it looks very sequential shiftery. So my
That's
apologies.
why it's only $800.
Correct, as opposed to Anyway,
So you can get 125 H pattern shifters.
right. See, that's less good of a deal than 125 sequential shifters.
I completely agree. So the whole core crew that's sitting here in the pit lane are looking to drivers, well, to their right, at the pit entry area, and I think awaiting the arrival of their Team Mustang. It doesn't look like it's... oh, no, now they've all stepped off the pit wall. Some have pulled their visors up.
I thought I heard it past start-finish line.
Possible contact at turn 2, under investigation.
We're trying to do 3 wide here. Okay, all right. Oh, wow. That will to win car, the 986, coming back across pretty hard there. 99 down the inside. 986
Nice.
coming back.
So the 762 would be the other car involved in this potential contact down at turn 2, and I'm looking for that car as well, and I haven't seen it yet.
There we go. There's the Mustang on the right with a safety vehicle.
On the exit
no.
2.
Yeah.
That explains why everybody has hopped off the pit wall at the core pit box across from me here. So another one bites the dust here.
That's really unfortunate. As much as we tried to involve the number 150 in all of our discussion about the strategy, now it seems we can't do it anyway.
Well, it was becoming less and less relevant from a strategy perspective because nobody was really chasing that car down. Everybody was just sort of grouped together in terms of pace.
Right.
So, you know, this doesn't really change the calls that you make. It just changes the players at the top. And now that promotes GTR 99 into second, the 727 into third. There's the 762. So the 150, if you are telling me correctly, is down at the exit of turn 2 with the safety vehicle. And the 762 is just a couple hundred yards further up the track. At the short course cut with the safety vehicle.
And that looks like a Cayman, correct? Did we figure out which one that was?
It is a Cayman, yeah.
Okay.
718.
718, okay.
Well, the car is 762, but it's a 718 Club Sport.
Yeah.
Okay, right, okay.
So I think this leaves just 4 cars on the lead lap with Choice Racing set to cycle through. Yeah, we'll wait for this for the leaders to cycle back through.
Wise move there by James Candelaria to back out of that one.
Well, he's going to have to be careful here because they're going to come up to a yellow flag zone, I think. No, that's exactly why he's backed out.
Yeah.
Maybe?
Oh.
Now I don't know.
Maybe it just went green?
It did. It looks green on the little square here. Let's see.
Yeah, but that's not real time. That's just track condition, overall track condition.
Gotcha.
Yeah, actually, now that I think about it, that 762, where they are, will be protected by that tire barrier.
Right.
There's no green flag at 3, so I actually think they're safe there. So it's kind of a goofy situation. The 150 has made it back to the pits. And they're looking at the right rear corner of the car. Which, I'm not an expert, but if there's right rear damage on one car, and another car wasn't able to make it back to the pits, one wonders if perhaps there's a left front issue. Which would be a bit unfortunate.
Absolutely.
So that 150 did make it home under their own power. Listed as a slow car from turn 4 on the race control log, and now obviously they're back at the safety of their pit stop. But my guess is that is potentially the last we're going to see of that car.
Right. Which is too bad. I again, like you mentioned earlier, Brendan, I do like seeing the variation. We've got a lot of Porsches and a lot of BMWs. So seeing something else, I do hope that they can get back to WRL soon, hopefully next month at Road America.
Yeah, you know who's not going to be at WRL next month at Road America?
Me.
You.
Correct.
Jerk.
Bummer.
Sorry, I'm a jerk that I'm going to my wife's grad school graduation.
JT, do you want to go to Road America?
That's tempting.
JT, my offer still stands that if you fly into Minneapolis, you can take my Mustang.
You don't want to drive that. It's 6 hours.
5 hours.
It's 5 hours.
It's 5 hours. Come on, JT, it'll be fun. You can do the practice session. You'll be good to go.
Yeah, you can go to Sheboygan. You want to go to Sheboygan?
Sheboy.
Road America is a great track. I'm glad I've been there. I don't like it.
Brendan, of course, upset that there's no nightlife when he picks an Airbnb in the middle of nowhere.
I had to. Because Elkhart Lake is the middle of nowhere.
If we were staying in Elkhart Lake, that would have been better.
I don't think anything was available in Elkhart Lake. Anyway.
Live from Mid-Ohio.
That's for next time.
4 hours remaining.
We actually have just crested halfway.
We have. Halfway there.
It is actually, I am pretty impressed at how quickly we've gotten through the day. I know
it's only taken us 4 hours to get through the day.
Right. But, I mean, relative to, yesterday was exhausting, right? The weather was exhausting. The conditions were tiring. It was cold. And, by contrast, today has been, apart from the red flag, which could have made things seem a lot longer, today's actually, we've pushed right through this. Big Mission 134 is into the pits. That is not the class-leading car. They plug a fuel can into the car, and immediately the vent hose falls out of the top of the can. Pick it up from the trunk. Problem solved. So let's look at what's next, at least up in GTO, right? The 6009 leads, has led for quite some time. We had them in the pits just before the last full course yellow.
Right.
So we have them expected in 10 laps. Now, I think it's probably not entirely accurate because they would have been pitting, well, it might be. They were in at 77 and 33, so 40, no, that's not quite right. I'd expect them a little closer to maybe 18 laps, 15 to 18 laps.
Right. I agree with that.
The GTR 99 BMW was in under the last full course yellow, so they'll be able to stretch things quite a bit further. They've also had some extra pit stops over the course of the day for one reason or another, and are on their longest sort of continuous run for some time. The 401 from round 3 on the same strategy as the 609. They were in basically at the full course yellow. 727 was in a little bit before that, so I think they're probably the ones we'd expect to see next. And then Choice Racing was in basically the same time as all of them. So about 15 laps or so, I think we'd expect to see a cycle of pit stops begin for your race leaders. Back in GP1, the margin between first and second is out to 27 seconds. So all that talk and following the 147 working through traffic and getting out into clear air, the margin has actually gone out.
Oh, there's a car beached.
Further. Yes, there is.
For GP1, there was one lap by Moorhead where they had traffic and they did a 144, and all their gains disappeared from that.
Gotcha.
Also, GP2, very close battle for second between the Quality Time Racing Honda S2000 and the 325, the winning Formula Mazda.
Honda on Honda battle there.
Yes.
2 different motors, of course. two different architectures of the motor as well.
The car stopped at turn 1 is the number 15.
Ah.
Oh dear, and 99 has been called or noted for a pass under yellow at start finish.
Well,
These guys do it every time.
The 609 had just gone by somebody on the front straight here as well, so hopefully they don't get...
They are not... They're not standing yellow anymore at start finish. I assume the yellow flag is strictly down at turn 1.
I believe so.
Yeah, I think that's the case. But if start was yellow for any reason, or they called it going into turn 1 or something to that effect, then the 99 could still have been bitten by that.
Right.
I want to think about this. I feel like, JT's point about they do it every time. They had a 3-lap penalty yesterday for passing under yellow. They've potentially picked up a penalty today for a pass under yellow. That is still under investigation. And I'm trying to get a sense. This feels very un-GTR-like, right? We don't see them do this very often. But now I'm sort of questioning, does this happen and they've just been quick and consistent enough to overcome it? And now we just have a level of competition in GTO where this stuff really bites? Or, is this now they're having to push themselves harder and
I don't think
little things. Oh, the yellow is back out now to start.
I don't think, and this is going to be a take that I have no reasoning behind, but I don't think GTR have been GTR since they changed cars. It was right around that time that they started making a few more mistakes. They didn't have nearly the same pace. That looks like a standing double yellow, did it not? At the front straight, it looked like he had both flags out.
It's a white flag.
Oh, okay, got it.
For the emergency vehicle, but that the standing yellow is to back up the waving at 1 because they have boots on the ground.
Yep.
Going to retrieve this AOA car.
Gotcha.
So I'm pretty sure GTR had at least one passing under yellow penalty at NOLA. I can't remember if it was Saturday or Sunday.
Well, and then where does that put them in terms of penalty count as well? They got to be getting close at least to having to sit out for, or at least one of the drivers, assuming it was the same driver every time, which
I don't think that
be.
applies to passing under yellow penalties. I think that only applies to contact.
Gotcha.
They track, instances of contact, obviously, by the driver because we see driver ejections, suspensions,
right.
336 pitting, hopefully.
Yes. Just arrived across from me here in the pit lane. So that is your GP1 class leader. Promotes at least temporarily the number 147. So I don't think this is scheduled from Big Mission. I think this is early. It almost certainly is. They had the jack out for that car. And now it pulls away and heads down the pit lane, although not entirely with a sense of urgency. I think this car might have a problem, guys.
Aww.
Hard left into the paddock. Man, that is a shame. Man, that stinks. That is really, really tough luck for the Big Mission number 336.
Winning Formula to second in GP2.
That 336 wasn't in the pits long either. It was at most a minute stationary there. They had the jack out. I'm not even sure they got it up on to 2 wheels. I think they may have just taken it straight back. So Moorhead finds itself in the class lead, and it's going to be the better part of a lap back to the number 46 from Ginger Racing, who, while consistent, hasn't necessarily been as quick as those 2 lead cars.
So now it'll be the battle between the 701 and the 46 for second and third there. Looks like they're about a minute's gap. So
did the 701 pit recently that it kicked it back behind, or did we see that? I think we saw that.
I think so.
Yeah.
No chill out car here this weekend either.
No, I noticed that. Pinnacle into the pits. I think this will be the 727.
Not a whole lot of those left.
No, indeed. It is the 727.
Excellent.
On timing. I think the 511 has made its way onto the lead lap now. It looks like the margin is 1:18.2. So I think we've got all 5 of the top 5 on the lead lap. And then the 986 some distance behind all of them. Hopeful we'll get an update from the Big Mission guys on what happened to the number 336. There's nothing in the race control log. Pit lane speeding penalty applied to the 131, which would be the Chandler School car.
Absolutely.
There's a nice patch of woods there behind this section of the track in sort of a campground area. And I just hear the engine noise kind of bouncing amongst the trees. And a very nice 12-foot catch fence. A 12-foot catch fence that doesn't have photo holes cut into it yet, by the way.
Well, I mean, we could have bought some bolt cutters. Like,
I'm not taking bolt cutters to Mid-Ohio's brand new catch fence. That is not happening. What I'll do is just put our little iPhones mounted on various rungs of the catch fence and then stick the camera lens.
you mean our expensive $9,000 camera setup here?
Sure. Yeah. No. We're selling the budget here, man. We're going to look like a budget. We're going to sell ourselves as budget motorsports streamer.
I've requested the number 1 on board here because they were at least chasing down a group of cars. And again, hopefully to...
Nice.
No.
You're killing it, Ryan.
Man.
Yeah, I mean, the
Thanks, Tim.
The 421 on board theoretically should be kind of interesting. It's right in there with the number 2 from Team ACP Tangerine Associates.
Or the 147 right there as well. Was in kind of a gaggle there. Of course, we've got the number 609 out there in the front, kind of scouting or watching out, doing some reconnaissance. The sentinel, if you will, for the number 401.
I was trying to figure out where you were going with that, and I knew before you said it I was going to hate it. And I hated it. 46 is into the pit lane from, I guess, second now in GP1.
99 now 10 seconds off of the leader in the 609.
It's come down quickly.
It has. Does the 609 have a rear camera? Whoa.
Very interesting.
Whoa. This camera right here is quite nice. We got the Choice Racing BMW up ahead of us.
Actually, there is the 421. Okay, that's all right.
Let's see. The 99 there. Okay. So if we could go to the next camera in order here, Gabe.
sorry, the 99 feet dropped. Is that right? Okay. All right, yeah, I think we get 99. Jump on board with that. But like we said, it's come down, and it's coming down. It's now down to 7 seconds because the 99 has just turned into 133.7.
And it looked like the 609 was getting held up
flat
by some traffic as well.
Yeah. So we're going to see the 99 kind of cutting through a lot of that.
Right. If we could get the turn 9 camera here, Gabe. There we go.
90, yeah.
So they're going to come across here 4 seconds now to the lead. So if we can get the 99 on board at some point, that's going to become a very close battle. As the 609 all of a sudden running out of steam. There we go. Lovely.
I do wonder a little bit if this is an issue of tires. We frequently see the round 3 cars split the race on tires, right? They'll get to about halfway and change over. You know, with the track being so cold, I guess there is a chance that you could be sliding the tire a little bit just as a result of them not really being up to the proper temperature.
Right.
Now we lost the hour of running, so it would be a little early for those cars to start losing pace, but that car was really, really quick after the initial, or our most recent full course yellow.
Mm-hmm.
And I wonder if maybe it just took some of the end of the tire life out of it, and it just doesn't have that kind of maneuverability or consistency in traffic.
Right.
That we would otherwise expect. Now, it could also just be, hey, it's been stuck in traffic and the gap is eventually going to stabilize, but it doesn't seem like that's really... No, there's no way it's the case. Look at the 609.
Yep, it's right there.
2-3 seconds up the road.
So just got to get by the big mission car here, and then he'll be right on his tail. Taking his time. No need to push anything.
No, not the way that things are with your race leader.
Right. There he is. This is going to happen quick. I bet this will happen in the keyhole or earlier. Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
might even happen into one.
Nowhere near the apex there.
Not going to be enough room to do it into one.
There, no. And it's going to compromise the exit a little bit for the 99, but the run's not bad.
Right.
Fades right. 609 just holds the outside.
Going to give him room and comes inside. Yep. A little bit of traffic there. Okay.
Not good enough on the brakes.
Is that one of the Velosters up ahead?
Yeah, that's one of the Copelands.
Yeah. The 251 is 257, excuse me.
251.
No, 251, yep, back out. So now the 99 is right up on the rear bumper of the number 609. Moves to the driver's right, and my guess is exactly this.
Man, just paint your line right on into the corner.
We transition over to the 609. The 99 has gone through, and I think we're going to see that number 99 blue M4 kind of walk away here, at least for the next little while.
Absolutely rolled through him.
It doesn't look like the 609 flows quite as well through some of these direction changes. And I don't know if that's James just not being super comfortable behind the wheel yet. We know this is a new car for him. Or if it's just a tire life issue. Really big slide at the exit of 11.
I think it might be a tire issue because he's been pretty steady at the front.
Spun 124.
Ooh. That could have been an issue.
Yeah, funny. I didn't even see it out the window here. That car's just recovered now. Nope, sorry, that was 195. I think that spun car was still the 124. It was that one remaining NFC car.
Quick GP2 update. Quality Time Racing did get second back from the winning Formula Mazda.
Right, so that had gone...
That initially had been winning Formula taking second and holding it for a few laps, but that has since been reversed.
The pit stop from the 727 leaves just 4 cars on the lead lap now. The 2 round 3 cars stuck in behind the 99 and the number 511 from Choice Racing. But the 99 now being out in front actually may end up putting the 511 a lap down because that Choice car doesn't quite have the pace at the moment of the 99. Little gaggle of cars there. I think the Pinnacle cars looped in with all of that.
'99 barely visible now at this point.
Yeah, it's 3.7 seconds after a lap.
So just getting away from round 3 racing here. Of course, we would expect them to come in and change tires if they haven't already, as well as change drivers on the next pit stop.
Well, yeah, I mean, so Brian started this car,
right,
Guidinelli, and was in, partially because of the red flag, was in for a long time.
I mean, but James Candelaria can't run until the end, and if we do think that tires are starting to go,
they will eventually change drivers, but I don't know. And I don't know that it is tires. I just, based on previous observations, I've noticed that round 3 tends to split the race on 2 sets of Coopers.
Oopas. Do you think he has AT3s on there, or
I don't.
Doing his duty?
Oh, is that? Listen, yesterday we didn't have the ad feed for a minute. We didn't have the ad feed pushed to the commentator, our commentator list feed that we used to monitor. So I had missed out on the duty jokes for a little while.
Gotcha.
I do a little bit hate that our beat to beat ratio jokes and our Goldilocks jokes have been replaced with poop jokes. It doesn't.
Maybe they should make a comeback. Do you think we could pitch to Joseph/Gabe that we do like a throwback broadcast where we have like all of our old lower res graphics and all the old commercials?
Since we're only going to be able to stream our cameras in like 144p anyway.
Yes, that's it. Yep.
Into the throwback bit.
And then we'll call ourselves Endurance Radio. And
yes.
Just the whole line.
Yes.
Heck yes. We'll talk about race fuels.
Rest in peace.
Rest in peace.
Race fuels, more like rip fuels. Anyway. Hi to Michael Aaron. Because I think our WRL audience is entirely a new one, I will provide some context there. Driver's Eye Live used to be Endurance Radio, back before we did any video at all, or anything more than a webcam.
Right.
We were Endurance Radio. I'm actually wearing my Endurance Radio sweater right now because it's been so cold for the last 2 days. I got my Driver's Eye Live polo on, and then I was given a Christmas gift years ago with an Endurance Radio embroidered sweater. So that was our previous branding. Race Fuels was our first quote-unquote sponsor, an energy drink that never really made it big, but was actually very tasty.
It was tasty, and I liked Race Fuels has been supplanted on the market by Liquid IV and Emergency. So imagine combining those two things and then amping up. It's like 30% more fizzy than Emergency.
It was mildly effervescent.
It was. Mild evanescence.
Man, I don't know if I could do this for a whole weekend.
Maybe just one day.
Do like a
maybe just the Sunday.
For Ozarks. I don't know, man. It'd be fun. I would love to do it. Write your senators, please. We'll all know you want us to do a radio broadcast from Ozarks because the cell service isn't any good.
Oh man. Maybe Ozarks will be where I play with the drone too. Get some sweet promo vids.
How are you going to stream that thing, man? There's no service.
No, I'm not going to stream it. We're going to suck it off the SD card and then be like, oh, here's a replay. 20 minutes later.
That was my dream for doing rally coverage. Because you can't really stream rallying without all kinds of crazy equipment and antennas and cell bonding and all that.
Right.
My idea was just to run onboard cameras in every car, pull the SD cards at the end of stages, upload it to a central server, and then replay like one or two old stage onboards with just like a rolling podcast feed throughout the day. I think it could still work, but turns out amateur rallying coverage isn't really a thing.
That's too bad. We could show up anyway.
Yeah.
Travis Pastrana, here's the deal. Kick us one day's worth of your sponsorship.
Way too far up the chain there on rallying drivers.
Oh, so it's not going to be Rally America or whatever they call themselves now?
I don't think so. Although I don't think they have any coverage. Write your senators. Let them know you want Rally America coverage. Although I think they're dead.
They've changed
ARA,
names now.
Right?
It's something,
American Rally Association. Yeah, write your senators, guys.
Yeah, we should do the Target Newfoundland too.
I want to go to Newfoundland anyway. It's beautiful.
What about to have friends there? You can stay with them.
You have friends there?
I do.
Yeah. That must be nice.
Well, I have friends in low places. 99 goes down the inside of the number 2.
Yeah.
Oh no, they lose it. Ooh.
Didn't really
that was
lose.
close.
Kind of got cut off there. It was weird. I thought it was a pretty decisive move by the 99 on the brakes on the way into turn 4 then, but the number 2 disagreed and thought it was the rightful owner of the racing line there.
I guess
no harm, no foul, but no.
Yeah, that was a little rough.
Interesting. Now, the number 2, this is to put it 2 laps down, so I'm not sure that this BMW is fighting for much here. Yeah, now the move's done. Maybe?
Ooh, the 99 with a little squeeze.
He'll get boxed in behind the 98 here, and that'll be it. There he goes. The 986 is in the pits from WGW Racing. That is a stop out of the top 5. Very bottom end of the top 5. And I think it's going to give that 5th spot over to the 72. If it hasn't already. Oops, slowing number 348. Down the front straightaway.
No!
That's your GP2 leader.
No!
We have that onboard pulled up, Gabe. That car is not well. White flag is out. I think that car's dead stick. It accelerated okay coming out of the carousel. If we're looking for it, it's going to be down here turn 2, turn 1 or turn 2, Gabe.
Yeah, unfortunately, it just looks like the 348 ran out of steam.
It accelerated okay. It looked like coming out of the carousel, and then by the time it got over the rise at 13 and onto the front straightaway, it basically stopped pulling and was just coasting.
Yep. Might be an issue with the boiler. Got to get it back up to temperature.
So there's no yellow flag at start, so I don't know if that car's back at the pace. I'm going to assume it is. No, well.
Got the fire back going. It's all good.
While you look for it, there's a battle for 4th in GP2 as well. Duro directly behind ITS Racing.
So is Duro, they must have stopped recently, right? The Duro? No? Oh,
no, they're due.
Now, is that going to put... Is Choice a lap down now? Is that what this is right here?
Yes.
Yes, wow.
That is the battle. So I had made mention of this a couple laps ago, where now that the 609 wasn't leading anymore and it was the 99 pulling a gap, that it was going to start catching the tail end of the leaders in the lead lap in GTO, and first among those cars is going to be the 511, and that's exactly what's happening.
Drivers left, car off.
Yeah, that's the 348. I think it's the 348.
So, did the 99 just pass under yellow then? Because he was alongside the MX-5.
This will be the first and last weekend we have access to the 99s on board.
It is a Sentinel demo feed. Oh, no, so this 348 is rolling again. Very good. All right.
Good.
Thanks for queuing that up. To,
Maybe that's a different car then, because it kind of reminded me of a Boxster.
124. It is a Boxster.
I was gonna say it almost looks like because it's that green overnight car, right?
Oh, did you green NFC car?
You see that bottom right corner onboard driver, visor, bam, down, comes across pit line.
Look
Fantastic. That is how you do it.
Ooh. 99 in the pit lane. Yeah, do you remember when the 99 was chasing the 511?
99 visor up. Let's see if he gets it down in time.
He's gonna undo his stuff. Visor down. Boom.
Yes, that's what I like to see.
They removed the 99 pass under yellow entry.
They did
from
earlier.
The race control log, yeah. So maybe reported an error or it was incorrect. Wrong. Maybe they weren't under yellow or something. I don't know. Anyway, it's no longer a concern for the boys of Team GTR. Driver change.
That's a Stoner Car Care product being used on the windshield.
Is it?
Surely it is. Unclear why you would use anything else.
Could we get Stoner Car Care to sponsor nonstop commercial-free coverage of WRL?
I think we need to get in touch with the right people, but that should be possible.
Yeah, anything is possible.
I mean, their car was the one that was scanned for use in iRacing, so that tells me that they're down with the new tech, the new media. 99
is still stationary, and now just is pulling away in real time.
Adjustment of the wheel there. Very nice. Visors down.
Fairly. Oh, leader in the. Second place in the pits.
The 609.
609. Yep.
Anyway, like I was saying right before we did this pit stop, do you remember when the 99 was chasing the 511? Like what happened? When did the 511 get so far behind?
I think it's just the 99 has recovered so strongly.
With aplomb.
Yeah. 111 is into the pit, so this is that pit stop sort of flurry. I realize that word may be a little sensitive yet, but a little flurry of pit lane activity here that we were projecting, maybe 15, 20 laps ago. 348 has made it into the pits and is jacked up very aggressively on the right-hand side. I think they're going to take.
Is it, or is that just the camera angle?
Oh no!
No, the camera or the car itself. I wasn't even looking at the onboard, but the.
Oh no, JT! Look at the onboard
here.
It's hard to tell because it's clear. Is it up?
I think it's down.
As long as they're not fueling, I think the visor can be up.
Yep.
It does look up though. Look at the where it's at relative to the cage. Oh yeah, it's definitely up.
But as long as they're not fueling, I think.
As long as they're not fueling, okay. Right.
Yeah. 511 in the pits from Choice Racing. So basically all of your your lead lap, 401 notwithstanding. So here comes your 99. Driver change having been completed. Let's remember that. Let's kind of keep an eye on things. 609 is just leaving the pits now. So that margin is going to end up being about 15, 20 seconds when all is said and done.
Oh, bummer. Daniel Taylor reports the 336 had 3 broken wheel studs, which were brand new.
Ooh, wow. That's a bad set somewhere. Like, that's not good.
They are back. So I assume basically that was a vibration then that was reported and investigated. That's what sent them back to the paddock.
Gotcha. So, Brendan,
It's
in the
90.
interest of
Sorry,
making
go ahead.
our broadcasts more interesting,
Uh-huh.
can we invest in an A-frame sign that is orange with black letters that says visor to put by the RFID cones?
There are no what RFID codes?
Or what are the white cones that are on the entry to pit lane?
White codes?
Yeah, there's like 4 white cones that you like drive between.
Probably the pit speed cones. I don't know.
Oh, okay. Anyway,
Probably designate where the line is.
We should buy a A-frame sign to put there that says visor, so that when we have all these interesting battles that get interrupted by people not having their visors down, we've at least done everything we can to make sure that that happens.
Well, see, and here's the thing: it's not necessarily always the driver. It can also be a crewman over the wall.
Yep. We just have anecdotal evidence from
Onboards.
and from Barber that more often than not, that issue is with the driver coming in, not getting the visor down, sitting in the car.
Or scratching your nose.
Yeah.
Maybe that'll be the next promotional item.
Keep an eye on the pace of this 99 here. We mentioned it was a driver change, and I fully expect it to take a couple of laps for that driver to get up to speed, but it seems still a little tentative from on board here. Still a little more tentative on turn in, not quite coming back to the throttle as quickly. Still very deliberate with his line choice, which is good, and I think the pace could be there, but he's a little earlier on the brakes than that car was previously, and I just wonder if things are going to come back towards the 609 now. The margin is only 9 seconds. And all of this actually puts the PMW M3, albeit having not pitted yet, up into 4th and not terribly far off the back of the number 609. 727 is there in 5th as well. The work on the 348 is at the right rear of the car, and they haven't taken it back to the paddock to do the work. It's exclusively going on down in the pit lane. This 99, I know we can't really see behind it. We're facing camera here, but when it came out of the pits, it was doing almost exactly the same speed as the number 147, which is a GP1 car, obviously. Also contributing to these slower lap times that we're seeing, some 38s, 37s, 40s, is that yellow flag still down at turn 2 to go recover the number 124. I think that car is gone now, based on the pass of the 99. Yeah. 1 lap penalties for the number 127 and the number 98.
Bummer for Pinnacle.
Yes. I was trying to remember who the 127 was. It's absolutely correct. Possible contact under investigation, turn 2, between the 326 and the 727.
So the other Pinnacle, one of the other Pinnacles, and both Pinnacles.
Correct.
All the Pinnacles.
That 99 is finally starting to find its pace here now that they've changed drivers. 1:35.6 last time around, which is kind of getting down to business. 1:35.7 from the 609 last time, 36.8 from the 401. So all except for the 421, that's right in the bracket for the race leaders. The 421, meanwhile, has done a 1:33.1, a personal best lap of the race. on lap 125. Leader in the pits. 401 from round 3 racing.
Wondering if the turn signal is intentional there or not.
My guess is not.
Oh, getting a little squeeze there. I'm going to say no.
Yeah, it's peculiar. Interesting to see the brake lights come on the number 1, headed up over the hill at turn 8 there. Not a place I would expect that car to be braking.
Again, a new car for that team.
True, and new drivers.
Yep. Pinnacle just sets a personal best there, the 727, of a 134.8. And then the number 72 is only 7 seconds behind them. Let's see, the number 401's in the pit lane. I don't know if we already covered that.
Yep, nope, that is your race leader, and I mean, should promote the 99 back into the race lead. Although the margin there is only 3.7 seconds. The 609 is back down into the 34s, as is the 727. And the 421 that had just done 1 minute 33 now finds itself in the pit lane as well.
Excellent. So we are 3 hours and 19 minutes remaining here. Driver's Eye Live, covering the World Racing League. Presented by Hagerty? Powered by Hagerty? The Hagerty World Racing League? I don't know, something like that. Hagerty is the main sponsor, of course. Ryan West here with JT Tammy. Looks like we have a frozen 99 feed, or my VLC has crashed. Not sure which one that would be. So currently just looking at the timing. Let's see here. Let's see if I can get this refreshed.
Yeah, that's on your end.
That's on my end. Okay, perfect. Well, I can take care of that if JT can carry us here for a second.
Sure. 336 just did its fastest lap of the race, and they are just 1.1 seconds behind the 362 of RRT Racing. That's Battle Force 6th and GP2. Both cars trying to recover a bit from issues they've had so far today. In GP1, leader's still the 147 from Moorhead Speedworks over the 701 Round 3 Racing. Third place, 46 of Ginger Racing, continuing to have a strong result this weekend after getting third place as well yesterday during Saturday's 8 hours.
Perfect. All right, so now we're back on board the 609. They're only 2 seconds behind the number 99, according to timing here. And of course, we can see them right up ahead. The number 2 currently playing spoiler for the 609. The 609 has changed drivers, of course. It did at one point say James Candelaria. It is now no longer James Candelaria aboard. We can tell that this is the unknown driver, Racer X, if you will. Spoiler alert, Racer X is Speed Racer's brother. So currently following the number 2, and again, we have a situation here where all 3 of these cars are basically the same. They're all 3 going to be M4 GT4s. I understand the 99 has some interesting stuff done to it that makes it a little bit different. But for the most part, we should be seeing the same performance in the same spots. So this is all going to be down to driver talent as far as trying to get around the 2 and then catch up to the 99 here. So then both the 99 and the 609 have new drivers on board compared to, an hour ago or so. Where if you recall, the 609 was starting to fall down the order a little bit, and, well, not fall down the order as such, but just lost a ton of time to the number 99. So we'll see if that changes with a new driver aboard. We then have the 727 Pinnacle Motorsports car is about 18 seconds behind round 3, so about 20 seconds of drift to the leader. Let's see, and then BMW is about 10 to 12 seconds, I believe, behind the 727. So, kind of tight here at the top. The Pinnacle car, of course, is a Porsche, but and the 72 is a BMW, but I believe it is an older model. I want to make sure on that. Yep, it is a 330 Ci, it says, and I reckon it's probably got a little bit more motor than most 330 Ci's have. The 2 and the 609 appear to have closed up on the 99 substantially here. They were a little bit further behind this time last lap. They've now gained a little bit of time. Live timing says it's half a second, the 609 to the 99. Getting a little bit loose there, trying to get the power down, trying to see if we can get a little bit better launch to get a bit closer. As they go by the number 21 GP2 class car. That, of course, the car with the lacking the aero that the drivers are used to having. Just trying to check the timing and scoring here to see if there's any other close battles on track, but I believe the 99 and the 609 is it. Gabe, if you could for a moment, while Brendan's not here and I can make decisions, if you could boost the volume on the 609 onboard real quick and then fade us down and we'll go quiet for an entire lap and just do an onboard since this one seems pretty stable, that would be fantastic. Alrighty, Gabe, thank you for indulging me there. I really appreciate it. I always wanted to try that at least to see if we could pull it off. It doesn't have the same ambiance as nighttime at Le Mans on board a Corvette, but it was something, so it was worth a shot. Thank you there. As you can see, dear viewer, all three of these cars pretty evenly matched, like I had spoken about before. It's going to be difficult. It's all going to be down to the driver and how you set this up, and also I think you've got a little bit of clear track here, and these drivers are pretty evenly matched. We are starting to come up on some traffic here, and I think that's going to be the difference maker. As the 609 just closing up on the 2 kind of goes inside, doesn't leave him the space to pull off any kind of move, even though he's probably a little bit too far behind to make it safely. But again, like I say, getting a little loose on the 2 there. And 609 thinks better of it, goes ahead and stays behind. They get a little loose as well. So they're going to come up on traffic here, and it's now going to come down to who can dice through the traffic correctly. If you recall, a couple hours ago, we were in a similar situation, but instead of the number 2, it was the Choice Racing number 511, where the 99 was holding up the 401 and the... would have been the 401 and the 511 instead of now it is the 609. Getting a little choppy here as we catch some traffic. We've got an Overnight Motorsports Boxster up ahead. Both cars should easily get by him before turn 1. They do. So you'll see here the traffic has allowed the 99 to get away just a little bit. And the 609 is trying to stay right on the tail of the 2. And they'll come down here, making the right-hand turn through the keyhole, and now onto the long straight, the starting straight, if you will. They're going to go past another GP3 Boxster on the left. So not quite as thick a traffic as it looked like from far behind. And it looks like the AOA car, they are going to let the 609 through. So that'll be nice. That's a big thank you for not chopping across the bow there. And it's kept this group of 3 pretty close together. Losing it a little bit at the top there. Again, that is a pretty rough section. It doesn't look like much on the onboard, but the way the car gets unloaded going over some of these hills at Mid-Ohio makes it really hard to hold on to, and especially in a M4 GT4, which we know to feel a little bit taller and a little bit less secure when you have it up on the brakes. So very much a product of that specific turn and this specific car. JT, have you driven the M4 in iRacing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like it. It's it's pretty fun. Second gear's not too usable.
Right.
It's mostly third gear. Same with the Aston Martin as well. Pretty good. I found the front end to sometimes be a bit not just neutral, but just not a lot of feedback sometimes.
Right.
And the rear end can really rotate on that thing.
Absolutely. Which
is a lot of fun. Not the best sounding race car.
No, not at all.
But it's fun, especially if you throw on a Turner livery.
Right.
701 off and on at turn 2. And debris down at turn 12 being noted as well in the race control. So we're back to having 5 cars on the lead lap, but I think Choice Racing, I don't know if it's a result of a pit stop or what. I think, well, actually, do we have 5? All 5 on the lead lap? Just noticed the gap there between the 609 and the 727. Gotta wait for things to get back around.
Yeah.
All 3 of our leaders at the moment really evenly matched for pace. 34s, 35s, pretty consistently. I think this is Christian Maloof on board the 609, by the way. We had the drivers listed as Candelaria and Brian Guidnelli that have been shown as being the driver now so far today, and now that it says unknown driver, the only other driver listed against that car is Christian Maloof. So going to make that assumption. 348 on and off, or off and on, excuse me, at turn 2 as well. And then we did just have a slow car there to driver's right, halfway up the back straightaway there. I'm not sure if that's a recovering 348 or if that's somebody else. Backfire out of the S2000 here on the front straightaway.
Okay, so Choice Racing is not on the lead lap. Just the top 5.
Yep. It just came through there. 30. It's not by much though.
No, it just needs to get. It's behind the GTR by a couple seconds. So that's how far it needs to go to unlap itself.
In clear air, the pace is definitely there. Now, bad to worse for the 348. Now the car is back in the pit lane and the hood goes up. Uh, 147 into the pits. That'll be your GP1 race leader. And I suppose the next car we'd look for would be the number 701 from round 3 racing, who would theoretically, anyway, inherit the lead. Driver change down at Moorhead. Actually, the lead margin in GP1 is up over a lap, but I hadn't realized it had gone out that far.
Yeah, because the 701 had been just lapped by Moorhead earlier.
Right, so it's just gone by to put itself onto the lead lap now. And that car is going to also stop reasonably soon. Oh, look at this. Good catch by Gabe. The 609 has caught the 99. And now, as they both go past the 410, well, maybe. Nope. 609 backs out of it. And will instead choose to make the pass on corner exit. They're kind of both going to get bogged here by, I think, the number 2 from Team ACP Tangerine Associates is the M2 that's up ahead of Team GTR. Indeed it is. It's already 4.
Yeah, that number 2's been doing its own thing and not really caring what else is going on.
Ooh, slow 701.
Yeah.
You know, so that car came by start-finish. And I thought maybe it hadn't accelerated the way it ought to. And then as it got further down the straight, I thought, oh, you know, maybe that's okay. It seems like it's picking pace up. GTO cars were around it, so maybe it wasn't, you know, something as obvious. But that car is definitely not correct. 401 is in, and that's not correct either. That's just been in the pits about 10 laps ago. What is happening at round 3 at the moment? Slow ACP car. So let's ride on board with this, because that number 2 is going to be slow here in about 15 seconds. Just came by me at start-finish, definitely not up to pace. I'll head down into the final corner here. 2 cuts back to the right.
Wiggles a bit there.
Yeah, and then just doesn't really accelerate. Tense moments there for the 609.
701 into the pits. They had last pitted on lap 77 for reference.
147 is doing tires, by the way. All 4 tires.
Okay.
Which is why that car is still stationary. They did the left sides, and I just peeked around the corner to try and find the 701, which now has the hood up, which I guess isn't going to get that car. It's not an engine issue, it's something else. But as I look to my right, the 147 had the right side up in the air. Pushed back a little bit, and now is released directly in front of the 721. So we'll see what the pit marshals think of the release. My guess is it's okay, but not really the one to make that call. PMW is into the pits.
Don't do that. So yeah, that was a 55 lap stint for round 3, 7:01.
Wonder if maybe it was stumbling on fuel.
I mean, that would have been my guess.
Yeah, that's
until you
possible.
said the hood is up.
Well, but it's a Porsche.
That's true.
I mean, it's a Cayman, so
Okay.
that would make sense. Fuel cans back and forth across the wall. It looks like all they're doing is fuel.
Okay. Yeah, because that would kind of make sense. You said like it kind of sputtered a little bit coming out of the last corner.
Yep, and then it looked like it was more up to speed by the end. I wonder if it stuttered. They had to kick it back into reserve, and then just decided to limp it home, make sure that it was going to make the full lap back to the pits. That makes sense to me. I don't know if that's exactly the answer, but I'd buy that if they were to tell me that was the issue.
A little bit deep there for Team GTR.
Yeah, you got to be careful here because that may give an opportunity to the 609 if they were able to stay uptight to the apex. Margin was only a second and a half in start finish, so. Quick stop for the 401. The outlap was at 241. Not sure what the issue was there.
Something developing in GP2, possibility fight for the lead.
That will be
Winning formula and quality time racing.
Oh, there we go.
The ones that were dueling earlier for second.
Yeah.
They're going to be the beneficiaries of Chattanooga.
Yeah, here comes the quality time. S2000. Margin's up to 7 seconds. So it is trending slightly the wrong direction. Although not, aggressively so.
I'd say that time.
Okay.
Judging by lap times, it looks like winning formula's been anywhere from a 140 to a 43 the past 7 laps or so, whereas quality time racing have been a bit closer to 41s consistently. So there's definitely ebb and flow there. I think there's a slight advantage towards the S2000.
Interesting back in GP2 there that the Harrison Motorsports car hasn't really featured the way we thought that it would. Maybe that's just because the rest of the class is going so much more quickly than it did yesterday, but I mean, that car was a rocket ship as soon as things dried out, and thought maybe that the dry pace would be there, all day today, and it just hasn't really been the case.
Yeah, no, I mean, it was 20 seconds near North Loop there before the pit stop, but I mean, it's still not necessarily up front in terms of pace.
Overnight Motorsports, your GP3 leader has gone salmon. I believe that's because it's pitted before start finish, so it's in but hasn't tripped the timing beam. Yeah, which puts TCS Motorsports onto the lead lap, and now the 197 is released. So it heads down the pit lane and wait for that number 22 from TCS.
Pretty
much down to a 2-horse race there for the lead in
yes.
GP3 at the moment.
I've been pretty happy. Both AOA cars in GP3 have stayed on Race Hero all day.
Yeah, it's not been the easiest day for the 15 in particular. I think the 75 is actually the only AOA car that's had a decently clean race.
Yeah.
15 is into the pits, actually.
Meanwhile, the GP2 car is still having timing issues.
Oh, really?
Yeah, if you look on timing right now, he's not there.
Interesting. I haven't noticed the same issue for the 1.
Yeah, and I think the 85 should be sitting 9th right now. It was behind RRT Racing. I don't think they've caught up to Chattanooga just yet. At least last I looked.
Personal best from the 727. Pinnacle Motorsports.
Ooh, good lap for quality. Again, another 140. So that gap is now 2.2 seconds.
To put a pin in the Moorhead pit stop, they did 4 tires and are now 27 seconds ahead of Ginger Racing, who is only about halfway through their stint, but is now losing 3 seconds a lap to that Moorhead car. Not that they were terribly quick to begin with, but I mean, the Moorhead car now has 4 tires to go in 3 hours, so.
Yeah, and again, I'll say this all day. Ginger Racing is not necessarily about outward pace, even though they're all just under the 38 was impressive. They usually are mid-pack most of the day, but they're consistent. They stay out of trouble. They work their way up, and they usually always get a top 5 finish.
My counter to that, JT, is that the 47 car, which I think is the old Ginger Racing car, but it was last year's 46 car, is actually a really quick car.
Yes.
Maybe that's a driver thing, but like on occasion you will see that car be the fastest GP1 car on track, even ahead of Moorhead and PC.
And then it runs into trouble.
Yeah, well, exactly, right. So that's just a comment about pure pace, but you're right. As a whole, when those cars don't have mechanical issues, they get their positions through consistency, right?
Yeah. So like at NOLA Saturday, it was the 47 over the 46, 3rd and 4th. Sunday, the 47 got 3rd, 46 got 5th. Barber Saturday was Ginger finishing 6th with the 46. The 47 was way down. Sunday, the 46 got 4th. Again, the 47 way down. And then yesterday, 3rd place finish for the 46. It's that consistency. It's key.
Yeah, I mean they're present virtually every weekend as well, which is why we end up talking about them for championship contention in the latter half of the season anyway. 336 back in the pit lane.
That is not scheduled.
No, and now they're looking at where the driver is sitting. Actually, they may just be doing a driver change. They are just doing a driver change. Oh, did we lose our turn?
I think we did.
Turn 10 camera there. Interesting. I want to take that one out of rotation there, Gabe. Interesting. That camera, every time I've been here, a camera in that spot has had some issue. Yesterday, it was a cable issue that...
Oh, was it?
Yeah, and I actually... Well, it's the same cable, but it wasn't the cable as much as it was the connection. The case
did you not press the button?
No, I did press the button. But the case I have on the phone didn't let the cable sit properly, just because it has a little lip on it. And none of the other ones are like that. It's just that one. So this morning, I kind of messed around with it and was able to get it to where the lip wasn't a problem anymore. And it was, plugged in and everything was fine. And now it's not that. I don't know what the story is there. Very odd. 946. Fueling infraction, 1 lap penalty.
And what was the infraction?
Fire bottle not ready.
Ooh. It makes me wonder. WRL used to be a bit more, I guess, casual might be the right word. A couple years back when we started first covering them, I'm not sure how often a lot of these teams practice things like pit stops. I'm wondering if that's something some of the more casual entries just kind of run into issues with, like visor up or fire bottle or whatever.
I can excuse it for the casual entries. I mean, you should still read the rule book, fully understand them, and you're obviously going to be held to the same standard. Which is quite right. But it's teams that you wouldn't expect that end up having an automatic. I mean, automatic's been around forever. And now some of the drivers are new, and that was exactly what was told to us at Barber, which is fair enough. But, you know, it's still the team as a whole ought to have that, you know, wherewithal every time, right? This is an issue for half a dozen cars during the race that even if they don't receive a penalty, they are called for it. And I just, it should go in the spiel every time you come into the pit lane, okay? You know, pit speed on at the cones, visor down. 5 stalls away, visor down. You know what I mean? Like it should be, because it can be the most costly thing a driver can do on a pit stop. I mean, it is the #1 way a driver can affect pit road penalties, apart from speeding, which is itself a warning and then, you know, a speed, if you're within that window. You know, it should just be a part of the spiel. That's
I'm just wondering if it has to do with like a certain mindset of competitiveness. Yeah. Like the way you and I would address it is more like a checklist.
Yes.
In terms of, you know, these are the steps. We got to make sure every step is met at a certain time frame. This, you know, going down the list. And I'm not sure that's necessarily something that is focused with some of the teams. It's more like casual, like, oh, car's coming in, let's do this. And it's not necessarily a big, you know, overseen process that's very detailed.
Yeah, and we are also seeing a big picture, whereas, you know, we see, you know, everybody's penalties, and we call it out every 30 minutes, 45 minutes, whatever. Whereas, you know, if you're engaged and engrossed in your own race, you may not be seeing the things that are happening around you and, you know, caught off guard by forgetting to do something, or, you know, a new driver in the car, and those things aren't crossing your mind because you're not seeing half a dozen cars pick up, you know, visor penalties or pit lane infraction type penalties. So
yeah, it can always be go.
Early pit stop from the 727. Only 36 laps on that stint, which is under an hour. Now it's back out on track. I've just seen it through the carousel here onto the front straightaway, but 305, which is short as well. That's peculiar. I wonder a little bit if that's like a fuel pickup issue or what. Like 36 is really short. I mean, even for the shortest GTO cars, which were down around 44, 45 laps, that's, like I said, that's under an hour for a Cayman. Lead margin is tucked right under 10 seconds. It fluctuates a little bit within that window, but now 99's out did a 38.4 last time. The 609 did a 35.6, and then they'll do a lap and they'll come back and it'll be a 35 and a 36 and a 34 and a 37. So, you know, you kind of wonder, like, oh, is one of these cars having a problem? Has the pace dropped? No, it's just variation in lap times and traffic. The margin stays roughly the same. It's a 35.6 and a 35.6. So basically exactly what I was saying there, but it hovers right around that 5 to 10 second bracket. Choice Racing up into third as a result of the stops, the early stop from the 727 and the short stint from the 401. I haven't had an answer on yet. If only there were some way to get in touch. I want to also provide a little more detail on the Ginger Racing story we were discussing earlier. The 46 is a replacement for the car that they totaled at Barber last year, which I kind of forgot about. Was it a fire? Might have been a fire. I can't remember.
Give me a second.
I don't remember there being any big accidents at Barber last
year. The fire was from the green Mustang.
Yeah, look at that. Maybe it was practice day or something. I can't remember the details. It was actually over a year ago. But they built up the 47 that they ended up running for points as the 46. And then the 46 is the new car for this year. Blew a motor on Sunday at NOLA, and they're still working the kinks out. So that's all fair. On board the number 147 from Moorhead Speedworks. It's your GP1 leader, and pretty comfortably so.
Duro in the pits, third from GP2.
Do you think Duro is short for Enduro?
I hope so.
Type of racing they do. I don't know. I was thinking about it earlier. Like, what could Duro be?
Is it like Dilly Dilly?
It could be.
That is not a scheduled pit stop. I hope.
Yeah, you're right. They were just in at 124. So, chance to shake up the GP2 podium here a little bit in favor of the ITS Racing number 231. And actually, they just come across the line to do exactly that. Hood up on that Duro car. It's a red BMW, I think, and that is...
That may have been the slow BMW we saw about 5 minutes ago. From a Moorhead on board, I think, or the GTR on board. One of them.
That's exactly what it was. Turn 8, 142, slow car drivers left. Yep, good call. By the way, this number 1, number 85 thing is not sorted out yet. And when Joseph has said... Joseph has said in the past that, or I think he said yesterday morning, that it's some kind of transponder issue that was wreaking havoc with his system. You can actually see it in the news ticker across the bottom. I don't know if you've caught it yet. I did yesterday, but hadn't really said anything about it. It actually shows it as a driver change.
Yeah, it was weird. It would say something like someone in the Hammer car in the 85 or something like that.
It goes back and forth. It says new driver, Hammer Motorsports from number 1 Hammer Motorsports from AOA Racing. So it's taking the new number and the new name, but because the entry ID is the same in, I assume, Race Hero, it thinks, oh, well, the entry ID is the same, therefore the car is the same. Joseph's script pulls the number and the new name, and then it just flops back and forth because it thinks it's a driver change. Because that is how, when we have driver names, Joseph's script is set up to process them. So that's, at our endurance karting events we've done in the past, the Simcraft 24 Hours, previously at Orlando, now at NOLA, that's exactly what it would do. So it is... If you kind of reverse engineer what you're seeing on the ticker, that's kind of what you get. Is that the entrant ID is the same, but the driver name or the teams are completely different. And I bet if you scroll through Race Hero, you would only ever see one at a time. You would only ever see the 85 or the number 1, and it's just whichever has crossed the line more recently.
Yeah, probably, because like the 85 is not showing up right now, but if I scroll down, the 1 is.
Yeah, and when the 85 comes across the line, the 1's going to disappear, and you're just going to see. Well, here comes the 1 actually. 1 lap penalty to the aforementioned number 85 for a Vicero. Okay, can we jump on board with either the 99 or the 511? Preferably the 511 if you have it. Nope. 147 slides a little wide there. The reason I asked is because the 511 was tucked up right behind the number 99. And that is a battle for the Choice Racing BMW to put itself, or to keep itself on the lead lap.
So not.
I think the 99's pulling away a little bit. It'll catch up to the track sides here at turn 2 in about 10 seconds. So we can do this track side as well. But I wasn't sure if it had just gone the way of the 99 and now the Choice Racing car is slipping back. Here we go. This will be the Choice car. That's the 99 out ahead of it. So it is slipping back a little bit.
Also, keep in mind the other round 3 racing car in 5th is also in a battle as well with the 421 Thunder Bunny.
So that wasn't meant to be that way, but that's a good point. The 401 had that second sort of unexpected pit stop. And I think that, well, I know that cost it at least, at least a minute, if not longer. And that's put it right back into the clutches of the 421. The number 1 is there as well, sort of smack in between the two of them. Though that car is, I think, 2 laps behind. There we go. Yeah, I think, well, maybe it's the 9,000 degree water and oil temps that are causing issues here. But if this is still Will on board the car, it doesn't look quite as smooth as Will. So either they've turned it back over to Bill, choice, or the tires have started to go away a little bit on this car. I think it might be Bill in the car. The times are still good. I mean, he's consistently in the 35s.
I mean,
but
if it is still Will, he's almost certainly over the drive time limit.
Oh, has this not changed at any point today?
I don't think it has.
No. Yeah, they may have just put the name Will in and then forgotten to change it on each stop. I did hear rumors that Candelaria was, I don't know if they were prototyping it or if it was an active, solution of an RFID reader.
Well, I think
for the unit to match drivers.
It was Tim, I thought, that said that he has that system already, and that's how he's able to get his driver names to pop up.
Oh, you might be right. Yeah, maybe that was where I heard it. It was him that said it.
Because Tim has full driver name changes on his cars most of the time. So, in the Durhammer Motorsports
cars. And I thought about it with Christian Maloof getting in the 609, but showing up as unknown driver. I wonder if they're just set up for Brian and James to have the RFID stickers on the helmet and the reader, and with Christian not being set up for that, it just says unknown because of the RFID. It's interesting.
Speaking of Tim, do we know what happened to the 01?
Yeah, so that car had contact down at turn 11 with the 94 Lexus. And then, so the 94 came to grief on the inside curb at turn 12. The 01 came in with what looked to be a left rear puncture. Either left rear or right rear. And then it was sent into the paddock, and that was that. It was the last we saw of that car. 131, fueling infraction, 1 lap.
All right, 85 AOA is 9th, 2 laps behind the 251.
Yeah, they had trouble getting that car started on their most recent stop. Was pushed for a couple of pit boxes, came to a stop, and then eventually I guess they got it going. Just seeing that fluctuation again between the 99 and the 609. Now it's up to 9 seconds.
No, the 85 is gone.
The 727 from Pinnacle Motorsports off and on down at turn number 8. It's kind of a spooky place to have a 4 off. Especially if it's driver's left, and it was.
Yeah, I gotta say, when we had the, I think it was a 72 going 4 off, driver's left, turn 6. I don't know how he didn't end up in the wall.
Oh yeah,
that was
from the onboard. Well, we saw it from trackside first.
Yeah, trackside.
The onboard. The trackside looked like he basically just went full rallycross.
Absolutely.
Like he got shoved off the road. You know, the car started to rotate to the right, and he just cranked the wheel into the skid and, you know, floored the throttle to kick the back end around. And it literally just, you could see it come around the corner sideways through the gravel with his foot absolutely buried. It was actually pretty cool. But you're right, I fully expected that car to end up in the tires at the bottom of the hill. This 99 has had a peculiar day, but since they had their issue, man, when was their bonus pit stop? Was that very early? Let's see here, lap 24. Since those rounds of pit stops, they've done basically everything right. Right, their pit stops have all been quick. They've been consistent.
Ooh.
They haven't had any weak links behind the wheel. It's just, as everybody else has made little mistakes or cost themselves a little bit of time, they've just been perfect.
S2000 slow or stop. Drivers
Stop
right
8.
7. Yeah.
Yep,
8.
7 and 8. That is.
Ooh.
That was second in GP.
Yeah, quality time racing. That's what I was looking for. Second in GP2. Thank you. Something of note, Ryan?
It just looked like the number 99 got a little bit late on the brakes and started to slide a little bit, but it was whatever we were watching on the onboard here. Looks like both cars had some issues with the grip, and there's the will to win car making some decisive moves in traffic, shall we say.
Wild stuff. Some 3 wide, some back and forth, you know, kind of cut to the left, back to the right. That's the North Loop car in front of us, with the rear wing mounts, but without the wing.
Vertical stabilizers.
Yes, exactly. We are single file and slow because there is a slow car in the back straightaway that I am concerned. Oh no, it's
goes to green.
It's what is that purple and white Cayman?
I believe that's one of the
Pinnacle?
wheel to win
No,
cars.
it's
No.
not.
No, there's only one, and it's
the
white.
326. 326.
So Pinnacle?
Yeah.
Is that the other Pinnacle car? Yeah. No, because Pinnacle, because there's multiple
Pinnacle has
Pinnacles,
3.
right? They have 3, yeah.
727, and 326. The confusing part is that Pinnacle Racing 127 is actually 727.
Right.
Well, there's a 127 and a 727.
Right, but the number 727's name on Race Hero is Pinnacle Motorsports 127.
So that's that 12th place GTO car, I think.
Then which one is the 727 that shows on Race Hero?
They're both. Oh, they're all Pinnacle Motorsports 127. That's the problem. Yeah, all 3 cars are.
All their names.
Pinnacle Motorsports 127. So that Pinnacle car is missing on Race Hero. The 410 is missing on Race Hero, and ironically, they're 18th and 19th overall, right together. Possible contact under investigation at turn 2 between the 521 and the 696, which is the slightly irrelevant JTR Motorsports Engineering BMW. I say slightly irrelevant because it's always kind of relevant because it's so quick, but it's so far down the order today because of its issues in about the 2nd or 3rd hour.
You said 521 or 421?
521 is what's on the log. Do we not have a 521?
We have a 251. That's the Copeland Motorsports Hyundai. That's the orange one that's out there. And then we have a 421, which is Thunder Bunny Porsche Cayman.
410 is on the back of a tow rope being brought back to the pits.
Okay.
And the 99 and the 511 are still absolutely together. So if we have that 511 on board, now they're tucked right up with each other, and the 609 is not far behind either. Those are the two cars you see just up the road from that shot. Here we go, on board the 99.
72 in front.
Is it the 72? I think that's actually the one. It's not the 72.
Okay.
Rear wing's too tall on that car. They're
It's the
very
one with
similar.
the weird number plate.
Yeah, they're similar numbers, but the 42 has, or sorry, the 72 has a much shorter rear wing. Here we go. A little more delay, maybe less delay. Not sure on this car. Oh, it's more delay. It's definitely more delay. But all of that in traffic there is actually brought the lead gap down to 2.7 seconds. So it's not just allowed the 511 to close up to the back of the race leader, but it's also allowed the 609 to do it, and that is obviously a battle for position. Whereas the choice racing battle is just to get themselves back on the lead lap. Which, I mean, you always want to be on the lead lap, right? You never know when a full course yellow is potential, or has the potential to strike. But the closer we get to the end of this race and the longer this green flag run goes, the less relevant that feels. Wide. It sounds like this 99 is using its front tires up, doesn't it?
You would be the expert on that.
I would be the expert on that, but I don't know. It just I feel like we're getting a lot of squeal out of this car.
Well, I mean, they're also DOT tires, so...
No, I know that.
They tend to squeal, and it's... He's certainly not babying them.
No, that's probably more my point. Maybe not abusing them, but as you said, not really managing them as such.
We did. You missed it earlier, Brendan, where I did a let's go on board and enjoy the sound segment.
Oh, turn it up, crank it up.
Yeah, crank it up. Yeah, thank you. And unlike NBC, we did stay on one car for an entire lap.
Wow.
Instead of doing it for like half a lap, and then Bob Varsha gets bored and is like, okay, well, I want to talk again.
Could we do that fun thing where we have all the spotters talk at the same time?
Yes.
That annoys the heck out of me, man.
Row too hot.
I do that on Slack for fun sometimes. That's it.
Just when you're by yourself.
Cam 1, hot. Trackside 2, hot. All the way down the list. Slow 85 on the front straightaway. I think the 99 has pulled away from the 609 and the 511 a little bit. In fact, I know it has. We're going to try the 511 with them. I have absolutely no idea if this is anything close to real time. I'm going to assume it is because it says 12:32.
I don't think this is the real time. I think this is choice racing.
Is that an accurate joke?
Yep.
Are they still a thing, real time?
They are. They're running a SRO this year.
I'm not interested.
Ooh, I am. They're at Sonoma next week.
Yeah, I saw they have 157 cars in there. I don't know that I'm interested.
I like it. It's good racing, especially their GT4 stuff. Their Sprint X. It's like 41 cars, I think, and oh, is it good?
Aren't they the ones that have like 3 different TCR classes?
Yeah, their touring race has TCR, TCA, and TC.
Nice. Who does TCRX or whatever that's called? Isn't there like a one above TCR where they like run more uncorked, or am I making that up?
I have no idea.
I thought they had, or TCX or something. Maybe I'm making that up. I could have swore that was the thing, but I digress.
This is better value anyway.
Well, the broadcast is certainly better value.
I completely agree. I'm not gonna find. Oh, come on!
No, JT, come on.
I gotta say, I love the video quality that SRO does.
How dare
What? Have you seen an SRO broadcast?
They just used.
I watched them a ton, but the quality is good. The commentating.
Oh, see, I feel the exact opposite. I can take or leave the commentating, but it looks like they use camcorders and like the shakiest possible camera person.
Really? Because
yeah,
St. Pete was fantastic.
Yeah, that was with NBC cameras.
Exactly. They already had NBC's cameras there. When they go to Coda or whatever by themselves, it looks terrible.
Huh.
Yeah. No shaky cameras here.
The grounds person is very particular.
Yeah. You're welcome. I'm actually shocked. Normally, the wind wreaks havoc on catch fences. It's almost like the software image stabilization that we use does something positive.
Weird.
Yeah, isn't it just?
2 hours 25 left to go.
Yeah, we're really rocketing through this thing.
Have we shared the factoid this weekend about the ownership of Mid-Ohio relative to the color of the buildings?
What?
Okay, I'll share it. As Joseph will tell you, if you notice as we go around the track, all of the buildings have red roofs because the person who owned Mid-Ohio also owned the Red Roof Inn chain of franchise hotels.
So that fun fact, I forgot was related to roofs. I thought that was the Armco fun fact.
No,
That's
it was
why
not.
all the barriers are red at Mid-Ohio.
Oh, I didn't know that was the case, too. I thought it was just the
Yes,
roof.
no, I've only ever heard that reference to the Armcos, but now that I look at all the roofs on the property, they also have red roofs.
Yes.
And isn't Mid-Ohio owned by Green Savory
It is
Racing
now,
Promotions
yeah.
now? I kind of volunteer for them.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Tell
Portland.
them to cut some photo holes in the fence down there.
I almost said, hey, I kind of know a guy. Let me see if I can do something.
Those curious, JT offers some volunteer photo services for Green Savory. Am I right in saying if you offer your services, or if you offer your photos, do they give you the best for the weekend?
Yeah, no, I shoot for the Portland Grand Prix, and I'm going to be shooting first week of June for them when they're doing NASCAR, when the Cup cars come there.
Is Cup going to Portland?
Yes, they are, June 4th.
How did I miss that?
I don't know, because
I thought it was just the trucks.
Because when it came out, when they announced it last year, they were using the image I took.
Right. Oh, from K&N or whatever it is now.
The ARCA series,
ARCA, yeah. That is a good deal. I mean, speaking, we're fully in podcast mode here, which I'm fine with.
At this point in the race.
Yeah, I mean, it's 2 hours, 23 minutes. We've been green for the better part of an hour and a half. You know, I'm fine with it.
It's a good job Scott's not here.
Yeah, right? That is a pretty good deal. If you can, like, if you're willing to offer a photo vest for, you know, serious but not necessarily professional photographers, you know, in exchange for, hey, we may use your photos in print. If what you're looking for is the experience and the ability to get better, it's not the worst thing in the world.
The exposure,
now,
if you will.
Trying to sell photos, that's a kind of a different story. But if you don't really have professional aspirations or an immediate professional demand, it's really not bad.
Yeah, and it's helping me build my portfolio. It's helping me, you know, meet people. And, you know, my images have been used for marketing, for their promotions, for their websites, that sort of stuff.
Right. So it's not just like they sit in a proverbial bin somewhere.
Yeah.
Right? They are actually being selected and used. So yeah, good on Green Savory, even if I don't always disagree with that's how they handle things here. Like today, I had been parking behind the Mid-Ohio Club building up at the top of turn 4, and when I went to turn in the parking lot, they had placed 3 very large concrete blocks in front of the parking lot.
Excellent.
To go drop off and pick up a camera, but even so, I turned in and was like, oh, these weren't here yesterday.
Also, as a contrast to whoever manages Sonoma, which I believe is Speedway International, who, if you want to have a press vest at all, whether you're credentialed media or not, they want to own your photos.
Yeah, that's spicy.
So, shame on them for that. I will publicly shame them for that. I have no qualms doing that.
I think Thunderhill's the same now.
Are they really?
Yeah.
We know a guy. Yikes. Big yikes. Got Blue Milk, apparently doing some work in Northern California.
Yeah. How about it? WRL out west. Still hasn't happened.
I think that's what
I know a lot of people with very strong opinions on whether or not WRL should expand to go west.
I think they should do the Winter Series. It should be like the GP2 Asia Series, where there's like a West Coast mini championship.
We already run in December and Valentine's Day.
Right, but when we're traditionally supposed to go to all these tracks in the South that are like sub-ideal, maybe we should go to tracks out west instead that are good tracks.
Like what? What good tracks out west?
Laguna Seca.
They don't have open dates.
They don't have open dates in January and February? Yes, they do.
Are you sure?
Yeah,
No,
I'm sure they have. They'll have dates in February.
And the weather is crap.
That's true. It will be a guaranteed rain race in February.
I think we should be at Miller or Utah or whatever. I think it's a nice
Oh, no. Oh,
you don't have to tow all the way to the West Coast.
No.
You know, you only have to go across
hard pass.
Some of the mountains.
Oh, I like that track.
Yeah,
hard pass. I don't like Utah.
Corners called the Attitudes. Come on.
Featureless as anything, and it would be
correct.
A nightmare to live stream from.
Also correct.
Trackside cameras. But I think it's a nice kind of initial toe in the water opportunity. I think we should just go to Watkins Glen, frankly.
I think they should go to Brainerd.
Yeah, there you go. Well, they did.
Yeah.
No,
they should continue to go to Brainerd.
Ooh.
Indy.
There you go. It's been done. Not WRL, but it's been done.
I don't like that track, but I think that'd still be cool.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bucket list thing, right?
We'd have to send Ryan.
I think Mr. Pinsky would make that cost prohibitive for us. So
these hallowed grounds.
These hallowed grounds.
RJ is going to be thrilled to hear this. The 99 is in the pits and the 511 is in the pits. So something actually relevant happening in front of us.
Fantastic.
If the 511 can get out with a quick stop here and jump the 99, it will put itself onto the lead lap. And they were right together at pit in.
Do me a favor, check on Ginger Racing. I'm concerned about
46
them.
is in the pits as well.
Because I think they came in last lap too.
Oh, interesting. That's them in front. Right? That car. Yeah, that car that's just pulling in front of the Hyundai there. That is the 46.
Yeah, because last lap, Race Hero shows them on pits, and then it shows them in again.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Those are back-to-back pit stop laps, and that is... was it third at the time in GP1? Third or
second.
Third or second, okay.
It's because the cycling.
Right. So the Hyundai is left. It's left the 99 and the 511. I think the 511... I was going to say it's up on jack stands, but that just might be the way the pit road kind of crests. In the middle of the straight. 99... Nope, hasn't left yet. 511. Fueling is done. And the car leaves. And the 99 is still stationary. So, and the 99 is just going to get kind of cut here by somebody exiting the pits in front of it. It wasn't an unsafe release or anything like that, but I think it just balked the 99 a little bit, or is going to as they rejoin the track. There's the 511 on board, under a couple of second delay.
I think they may have had a pit speed violation there. That's pretty fast.
Oh no, the cones are well before
early.
the bridge. Yeah.
No, I meant that it's going 1,000 miles an hour.
Oh yes, no, that's correct. Try to work some temperature back into the tires here. By the way, JT, you were asking about the Ginger Racing Team, BMW. About 9 minutes ago, it appears all of this was preceded by a 4-off drivers left at turn 2. Yeah. So at least temporarily, this 511 is on the lead lap relative to the 99. Now, obviously, they're both behind the 609 from round 3 racing. It's 197 cars, not helping front. Jumps up the inside on the way to turn 9, fair enough.
421, 1.3 behind the 401. Battle for third, currently.
So that will be almost entirely a result of the 421's extra, or sorry, the 401's extra pit stop.
Yeah,
and a decent pace from the 421. It's been super consistent over the majority of the stint.
Yeah, and I think they're doing 5 laps-ish.
The Thunder Bunny car.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
The race school Mustang still out there, the 98.
To be precise, the Ford Performance Racing School.
Ford Performance Motorsport Park at Utah Racing School. Presented by Borla.
So this is on board the 99. Pit expected this lap on the 421. Good call, JT. Now that's Joseph's data, so I don't know if it's completely accurate. But that is what the estimate says.
Alrighty, let's see here. We've got...
Oh, 0.17
Yeah,
across the line.
Yeah, if we jump on board the 401 here, Gabe, if we've got that, this is... may already happen by the time we get there, actually, but definitely worth changing to, because that is the battle for third overall, and obviously then a GTO.
Who's faster, Thunder Buddy or Gabe?
Gabe. Thunder Bunny is more consistent. I don't even know what that means.
I was like, ouch.
Yikes.
I don't know what that means. We just don't have enough data on Gabe, you know?
Good news, there's a producer available to anybody who's looking for one, starting tomorrow.
Gabe, the switch on the left mutes him.
Yeah. Unfortunately, it mutes all of you. Safety truck is headed out from pit
Is
in.
it the 111? Thunder Bunny? Where it went salmon. It might be on pit road, it might not.
197 at turn 9, car stopped. So that's your GP.
That's
3 liter? Second.
Well, yeah. Now, second. Something must have happened because they had been leading over TCS. The gap between the cars was about 30 seconds. They've been doing a really good job the past hour and a half, running almost identical pace with that gap.
Just really just catching up on YouTube comments here. Duro in Spanish is hard. So it's hard. Hard Duro. Maybe one is in each language. I don't know. Dylan Horton suggests the Ridge. How do you feel about that one, JT?
The Ridge has gone over a lot of renovation lately. They've expanded the paddock, built up a new a new bridge to provide access to the infield. It's a very fun track. I think you guys would like it. I think one of the series already does some racing there, and it's pretty good, is my understanding.
Excellent. There's an idea for us.
Reminds me quite a bit of like a Road America a little bit, though a bit slower, a bit shorter.
Okay. Maybe we could go to Thermal.
Spokane Raceway.
There you go.
Gentlemen, a guest.
A guest?
Yeah, Justin Ford has appeared because the Chattanooga Touringwagen crew doesn't have much to do at the moment. Justin, is that right?
Yeah, that's right. They're all loading up the gear across the way here, so I'm avoiding that.
Yeah, coming to get warm for a little bit. Yeah. So welcome. I just asked you off air if you guys were getting tired of rebuilding the 348 yet. Yesterday was a good day. Today, not so much.
Yeah,
well, yesterday was a better day.
We survived yesterday. I drove the first 4 hours straight. Ran out of time, but I was also ready to get out. And this morning, at least my first stint was totally worth it. Got to drive us up there and play around with the S2000 and the winning Formula guys.
Yeah.
Yeah, we only had a 5th place Formula yesterday, but yeah. So.
Ooh, we got a car stopped. I'm sorry. 197 stopped right here on track left.
Yeah, that's we had pointed that out a little bit earlier, but now we've got it on the track sides as well. So that's second in GP3.
Okay.
But so, am I right? You guys were GP1 previously, right? You're GP2 this year?
That's correct, yeah.
So what's the story behind that? Because I don't know if we've ever gotten to the bottom of that.
Yeah, so, well, we had hoped that we could make our motor, the 330 CI motor, into a good GP1 contender. Turns out we cannot. And we also were having a rough time shifting well, and any money shift whatsoever would drop a valve. Still does in that motor. We even went so far as to buy a metric mechanics motor for a ton of money. And we're like, we're going to figure out how to tune this ourselves. We're having no luck with remote tuners. And we blew that up on the dyno as well. So,
wow.
Oof.
Yeah, so it's back with them. We will get that back at some point. But all last year, we wanted to drop down to GP2, but we knew we had the metric mechanic motor coming, and that was going to fix everything. So we definitely made the right choice.
Yeah.
But yeah, left the track on the test day at Barber, went to Academy and bought 190 pounds of dumbbells because we cannot detune this motor. We have tried everything.
Yeah.
We told it that 100% throttle at the pedal was only 60% at the throttle body. We would make more horsepower at the Barber dyno. So we've tried since Barber to detune, still can't detune. So wait, it is. At least it's corner bounce this time. But yeah, GP2, and it's an awesome class, especially here. So running around with those guys this morning was awesome.
Are you guys going to stay GP2 even once you get the other motor back, or?
Yeah, hopefully. Okay. We also have a Haltech ECU, so hopefully we can actually detune that versus the stock ECU.
Okay.
Relying on, again, remote guys who tend to be more flaky.
Sure. GP2 has been a ton of fun this weekend, man. You guys are bummed with your situation today. So what actually happened?
Yeah, so I went out first stint. Like I said, had a ton of fun. Got to get up to the lead. We got a lot of fuel as we got protested as such at Barber. But then the second driver went out, reported a flat pretty early, but didn't actually have a flat. Drove around for like 40 minutes after that. Turns out our lower control arm on the passenger side in the rear was breaking, broken, and finally sheared off on him. He came in, we swapped that. I think we lost like 6 laps. It was pretty, I was extremely impressed with our change there. And then we sent out another driver and he lost it going into 1. I think he thought a car was inside of him, went way outside and didn't make it, went off through the mud. So bumper's gone, hole in the radiator.
Oh, geez.
So we're done. Don't think the engine's hurt or anything.
Yeah.
I'm sure some or all of us money shifted it because that's tends to be what we do. But we'll check the valves and make sure we didn't bend anything up, and we'll be ready for Road America.
You guys you're planning to be at Road America?
Yeah.
I don't like the entry list.
Yeah. We're definitely we're a little thin on drivers. I won't make it, and another driver, Jason, will not make it.
Okay.
It's Mother's Day weekend, and we both have kids, so that's that one's rough. But we'll be there, and we're recruiting a couple drivers,
Nice.
and car will be ready. So yeah.
Plan for the rest of the season to try and do everything, or are you guys going to take a couple races off?
I don't know that we'll hit the, what I always joke, the H races, Highland and all the. I don't think it's out this year, but yeah, I think we'll miss a few.
Okay.
We tend to work COTA and just help out the WRL crew.
Sure.
But yeah, I think for the most part, we're going to try to make a run at the championship at least. Today's going to hurt a bit, but I think we got the car finally. So.
How was it in the rain yesterday? Was it a challenge? Well, the snow. That wasn't even rain.
It was really, really bad. We were on the Cooper Reigns, which did great, I guess, but it seemed that the Continental is the hot tire, at least.
I hadn't heard anybody mention the Continental until this weekend.
Yeah, so not even the 200 treadwear Continental. We have those.
Yep.
We've run those. Those are great. This is like the Continental. It used to be called the DW. So it's not an all season. It's like a summer only tire. But we'll be picking up a set of those.
Oh, nice. So, are they rain specifically for the rain, or you think they're just good tires?
It's just like a known good tire. Yeah,
nice.
We've got a bunch of friends with them. The S2000 was on yesterday.
Okay.
The Winnie Formula guys, I think, were on them. So it's it was a big difference.
Sure.
And we just wanted to survive. That was really, we knew we didn't have to do it for them. They were willing to go hanging out.
Gotcha.
Hanging out.
All right, man. Well, thanks for stopping by.
Yeah, no, we appreciate what you guys do, man. You guys are awesome. When we can't make it to the races, we're always listening in, and yeah, you guys do a great job. And then I gotta give a shout out to Tim Myers. Anytime you can have that man on, man, that is awesome. He's I've joked about it on the comments of the live streams, but he's our good luck charm. Didn't work today, but I have to shake his hand.
Yeah, you have to shake his hand. He's clear about that.
Yep, I got to shake his hand before every race, and did today, and we were in the lead by a lap, about to go 2 laps, but oh well, maybe we double jinx it or something. We'll figure it out. I'm not superstitious, but I'm a little stitious.
I haven't seen Tim yet this weekend. Is he out there in his camo shorts?
Yeah, actually, no, I don't think he had shorts on. Somebody yesterday had shorts on.
Oh my
gosh! Man, you can't be.
What are we doing?
What are you doing? And he was like, "My legs don't get cold." So I don't know.
Well, thanks for stopping by. You guys are welcome over here anytime. Better luck for you at Road America, hopefully.
Yeah, like I said, Fuels will be there. Fuels will be tuning in. So again, thanks for what you guys do.
Go help the guys load up.
I guess.
Stay warm.
Yeah.
Take it easy, man. Thanks. Full course yellow at Mid-Ohio, guys.
Yep.
This is obviously to go recover the number 197 Overnight Motorsports down at turn number 9. Just over 2 hours remaining. And all that talk about, could you be on the lead lap? Are you not? Is it relevant? Does it matter? We got our yellow. And I think it's specifically because that car can't be towed home. Didn't realize they had pulled a flatbed up to it. But I think that kind of answers the question here.
All right, well, since we're under full course yellow, this is still going to be probably another minute or so. Let's pay some bills.
Indeed.
Yeah. Are we prepared for this game?
I don't know if we were prepared yet.
I don't know.
Gabe is always ready. Gabe is always waiting on you.
We're ready to rock. Let's do it.
All right. And we'll be back in a couple of minutes from Mid-Ohio.
Focus, guys. We're in a race to the finish, okay?
Here's where the rubber meets the road.
These initiatives move the needle, like, at all.
Well, let's shift gears a minute.
We're really kind of at the apex here.
We need to put the pedal to the metal. We need to nail those hairpin turns, cross that finish line, and take that checkered flag. Woo!
Hit the track with the world's largest motorsports calendar, track day insurance, and more. Hagerty. Let's drive together.
It's your Uncle Cooper. Sure, once in a blue moon, you might need your tires for hauling a horse in a hailstorm. But most days, you're gonna need your tires for tougher things, like teaching your sister's kid how to parallel park. Thankfully, these Cooper Enduramaxes aren't just tough, they're everyday tough. Okay, there's a lot of improvement. Go with the Coopers. Cooper. It's your Uncle Cooper. Your SUV is a multi-purpose tool, like a corkscrew fish scaler. And that means your tires should be multi-purpose too. Like these Cooper rugged Treks. They're tough, but also run smooth as butter. And with dual sidewalls, it's like having a multi-tool that can look like a completely different multi-tool. Don't take that idea, by the way. I'm gonna patent it. Go with the Coopers. Cooper!
Back at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course, just over 2 hours remaining in our dual 8-hour weekend. Round 3 of the 2022 World Racing League season. Title sponsor Hagerty Motorsports on board. Cooper Tires in support of WRL and us here at Driver's Eye Live as well. And a huge thank you to Candelaria Racing Products. Sentinel onboard feeds that pepper the grid and provide us and you as viewers with the onboard viewing experience in most cases that we can provide. Certainly appreciate everything that they do down there as well. Brendan Kazmarek, Ryan West, JT Tammy, all with you right the way through today's race at least. Gabe Howe on production, putting in 16 hours of work this weekend.
Doing work.
As am I, yeah. Scott took a day off, and Joseph decided he had other things to do. I wonder if the 197 has dropped some fluid here. And that's why they brought the tilt bed out. Because now they, looks like they were putting oil dry down there at the bottom of turn 6. The top of turn 6 as well.
It's nice to see most of the mud dried.
Well, so I was actually going to say, is that oil dry, or are they just pulling dirt and mud or sweeping that off track? But there's enough sort of dust there that I wouldn't be surprised if there's some oil dry down.
Well, good
Speaking
news.
of, go ahead.
I was going to say, the S2000 is back out from Quality Time Racing.
It is. They're going to get some quality time out on track.
Yeah, the report from YouTube is they snapped an axle shaft.
Nice.
Same one they did yesterday, 7 minutes before checkered.
I didn't.
Is it the left side, perchance?
Probably.
So we know now the lifespan of that part is roughly 5 hours of
Green
actual
racing.
Yeah, right. So we've had 5 hours today, and yesterday they only made it to almost 8 hours because most of it was in the wet and nothing was being
lots of
thoroughly
yellows too.
load tested. Yeah.
Do you think that's a half shaft from a old Jag, adapted to be put on a race car?
Was it Jag?
It was. It was like an XJ or something.
Oh, for Rhino?
Yeah.
Yeah. And they promised they would make it better, but it got worse.
Yep.
Yeah.
It got so much worse.
Maybe for the Ozarks throwback radio broadcast, we can get the NP01s to run old Jag half shafts.
And then also get them to run Hayabusa motors that need replaced every 4 hours.
7 hours, yeah. Well, 4 hours would be more appropriate. Time scale. You got to time scale it, you know?
Right.
Yeah. Actually, an NP01 and with a motorcycle engine might be kind of fun.
Ooh.
Yeah, right?
I'm going to say no. I'm going to say the motor they have is just fine because the motorcycle engine blew up all the time.
Yes, that is unfortunate, but they usually sound good and they rev high.
Well, that's the bigger, right? The bigger issue is they just...
Is that what we're doing?
They scream, man.
Get Scott on the horn. Tell his boy to put a cool motor in it. Scott's actually currently available as well.
It's a field
He's
mostly...
available, or are you assuming that he's available?
He's got his green dot.
He's doing laps at the Nordschleife on iRacing, telling himself how fast he would have been had he competed.
Probably.
Hi to Scott's family at home.
Thank
you. Scott Pruitt Michaels.
Oh, man. Live from Mid-Ohio.
Yeah, I think we are setting up to go back to green here. The 197... I don't know if it made it all the way back on the flatbed yet. I think it has. And certainly looks like the recovery and cleanup vehicles are gone from at least down there at turn 6.
So, interesting. I was not paying attention, but the Core Motorsports Mustang's back out.
Oh, interesting.
I saw it pass on the front straight a moment ago.
The Ford Performance Mustang, incidentally, is in the pits.
2 laps ahead of the Core Mustang. Oh my God.
Whoa. Big Mustang
on Mustang.
Who loses? The spectators. I'm kidding.
One more lap of yellow. It looks like the recovery trucks are just making it back to pit in front of the pace car, the safety car. So my guess here is that this will probably be the last lap under yellow. And actually looks like there's another truck just returning home there in turn 4.
Yeah.
5. Into the pits comes I think the 946. That's the car with the really goofy number panel.
Which one?
The 946.
Gotcha.
Yeah, that number doesn't work.
Yeah, I kept trying to identify it yesterday. I would pause it. It's like, what is that?
Yeah.
Any update on a Ginger by any chance? I think they're still in pit lane.
You've been here all day, JT. Why did you ask for an update on a Ginger? That's a Ginger joke, by the way. Redhead joke. Hi to my second favorite redhead at home.
Wow. What? Hey, Leila. There's a lot going on there.
No, JT and I have had this running joke since Layla and JT met, that JT is my favorite redhead.
Oh, no, I tracked that part of it. It was all right.
Congrats.
It's gonna be okay, man.
Layla,
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
Sounds good.
I don't have anything for you on the number 46. Were you going to provide one, or were you asking for one?
I was more asking.
Yeah, I think they've just gone back to the paddock, to be honest with you. The pit lane is empty except for that 946. Is there a car in the campground behind this camera shot?
Alright, so I'm curious, why did round 3 701 not pit? Or did they? No, they didn't pit. Why not? Or why didn't Moorhead?
Well, I think you could make the case that they are only 2/3 of the way through a fuel run. And if you run another 20 laps, you're going to get yourself down to an hour 20, 25 to go, which I think would put you in range of one more stop. Well, that being your last stop. It also has put the 701 at the front of the pacing order. And as we come onto the front straightaway here, turn 13, which I haven't been very good at queuing Gabe for, we've gone back to green. With, as we mentioned, just under 2 hours of racing remaining. Your race leader is still the 609 is now the 609 from round 3. The GTR 99 BMW, as a result of a surprising pit stop under the yellow there, which I don't think I realized it had made. Maybe it just thought it would top off and could do it on one more. I'm not really sure what the story is there, but it's an intriguing choice of strategy to give up the lead on track to the 609, and then the 421 from Thunder Bunny Racing there in third, who has... They've all sort of dropped the 727 and the 401, I guess, more specifically. But Choice Racing, this yellow may have actually benefited that 511 more than anybody, and we thought it might if it could hang on to the lead lap. It absolutely did, and now your 4 leaders with an hour 52 remaining are all on the lead lap within 10 seconds of each other. 609, 99, 421, and 511. So, very much all to play for, and I'm not convinced any of it is actually going to involve strategy. I think I think everybody involved is going to be able to make it home with one more pit stop. So this may actually just come down to pace and consistency and obviously managing traffic. And I'm not sure I know who the advantage goes to there. Initially, you'd consider the 99, but... Ooh, interesting. The 727 is barely on the lead lap as well. Yeah. So the result of... I think this might actually just be because of the 99's pit stop under yellow. Because the pace car would have picked up the 99, when it made its second stop, it had the 727 in front of the 609 in the pacing order. So instead of being just barely a lap down, they are now just barely on the lead lap. So that those few cars actually have made a big difference for Pinnacle here. And if we get another yellow with the order as things are, we could end up with 5 cars on the lead lap. And the same benefit that went to the 511 on this rotation may actually go to the 727 if everything kind of works their way here in the next couple of laps. There goes the 421 through the trackside camera. That would have been in the battle for third, right, between Choice and Thunder Bunny. Yep. Actually, they lost that spot on the restart, didn't they? On the very first lap back from green, the 511 was able to jump the purple Cayman. And they're now working their way through the traffic that the 99 just did. Oh man, the 421 is losing massive amounts of time in traffic. The margin up to the Choice car is going to be something like 5 or 6 seconds. At 6.2. All kind of going the 99 and 511's way at the moment, at least in traffic. The Thunder Bunny car will get itself through that little gaggle there in hopefully a lap's time or so, but it's going to lose a couple of seconds at the very least to the second and third place cars, never mind the leader, which holds a 6-second margin, just under 6-second margin from the 609 back to the 99. So now, instead of having about 10 seconds between first and second being the 99 and then the 609, it's just reversed itself. Potential battle brewing for 5th as well between the 401 and the 727. The 401 on board may be worth tracking as well. That's closing down. It's down to 5.2, but that has dropped about 2 seconds in the last lap as well. Into the pits, it's a 946 again.
Up to 12th in GTO's Chandler School.
So they are. That is still 21st overall.
Yeah.
Well, I kept looking for it. I got to 12th. I'm like, okay. Well, there's the GP1 leader, and then I kept going down the overall list. I'm like, oh, GP1, GP2, GP1, GP1, GP2. And then I found it. Yeah. I mean, GTO is still a very deep class. And full of very consistent entries. So if you can get yourself into the top half of the class, like, you've obviously done something right.
Yeah.
So fair play to them. Margin closes a little bit for the lead. 99's got it under 4 seconds. And round 3, the 401 has the gap up to the 727 down to 3 seconds. So we'll ride with the 99 here for a minute. I know we've spent a lot of time on board with them today, but they've been very much in the thick of it. And now that green and white BMW you see just up the road is the target for them. That is the race leader.
Hey! The 46 Ginger Racing is back out on track.
Oh, nice.
8 seconds behind the 362 RRT Racing. So, looks like they will be battling for 6th.
Sweet.
PC racing cars in there as well. That whole string, actually including this 99 battle, has just come by me on the front straightaway. Choice Racing closing up as well, 34.5. Last time around makes them the fastest car on track at the moment. At least the fastest car in the top 10. So this is all going to condense around the 99 here in a couple of minutes, with the 609 coming back to the GTR car and the Choice Racing BMW M4 closing up to the back of it. Here's the 401, and this is that car catching the back of the Pinnacle 727, allegedly.
How have they not cleaned the window yet?
Oh, that is, I think, miles behind that onboard.
No.
I think it says 150 laps complete.
Oh, geez.
Yeah, we're at 179 for that car.
I mean, maybe, perhaps, Gabe, if you close that one specifically and refresh, I'm sure you've already tried that, but...
Traffic here for the 99, big traffic. Stuck in behind the 111 from Thunder Bunny, and then the 362 from RRT.
Sends it.
Okay, all right.
Well, so that's kind of the issue here, is when you have equivalent, class cars, you're in GTO trying to pass a GTO, the differential in pace is on, frequently only a second or two. Right, so you're either having to set up passes really, creatively, or you just kind of have to send it where you have the opportunity.
Yeah.
And I think it was much more the latter there. And it was clean and fair. I mean, that 111 car is a couple of laps down. So, as long as it's clean and there's no contact, I'm okay with it. But it was still, like you said, kind of a sin. Margin back to the choice car is under half a second. And you can obviously see the 609. Now, importantly, I think the car in between them is the 727. So we said there was a brief window there where the 727 could take advantage of track position and potentially... Oh, there's the 511! And potentially get itself onto the lead lap. That's not the case anymore. Or onto the back of the lead lap. Not the case anymore.
And he gets away.
More importantly, it's weird because I don't think the 99 got balked by the 720. Well, that was odd. That was not a good choice. So twice there, some kind of questionable moves behind the 727. Gave advantage to the 511 first, and then just straight up cost the 99 time. The 511's gotten through, and now puts an inlet send on the 609 at turn 6. That one was not as successful. Gets the car sideways over the rise at 7. Tucks back in at turn 8, and now tries to set up the exit at turn number 9. We go on board with the aforementioned Choice Racing BMW. A little bit of a delay here, but you see him just get a little farther out to driver's right. It throws off the 609 up over the crest at turn 9, but doesn't compromise the exit as much as I thought it might, down through Thunder Valley up to turn 11. And it's all single file there, but I think the 511's got real pace here. I think this is the fastest out of the three. We saw him get by.
He runs wide.
Saw him get by the 99 with relative ease.
Candelaria car can't find the apex anymore, like they couldn't, a couple hours ago as well.
Yeah.
Well, the big thing for the 511 there is the driver read the traffic perfectly because the GTR car was stuck behind that Pinnacle, going a little bit slow up here into turn 2.
Got the run, got the move. Sorry, JT.
You're good.
Go ahead.
I was just saying because the Pinnacle Porsche checked up a little bit. The GTR car also had to brake a little bit early and was, having to go a little bit slower than normal on that inside line. So the 511 just carried speed all the way around the outside.
Is this a case, Brendan, of driving in your mirrors too much and not trying to run good laps?
No, I mean, I don't know what the driver situation is on board the 609. I think it's still Maloof. I don't think they put either Guidanelli or Candelaria back in the car based on the driver ID on the camera. As we pick them up here on the bottom corner. I think the broader, maybe not a broader issue, but specifically in this case, we've just come back from full course yellow, right? Everybody kind of resets. You've been out in a rhythm. You had, I don't know how many laps of green we had. It was a long run.
Yeah. 90 laps.
There you go. So that's the longest green flag run we've had all weekend. And, I think maybe trying to get yourself back into a rhythm, you're dealing with traffic, which is going to throw off your rhythm, especially when they're in a clump of 10 or 12 cars. And then, sure, you throw, the 2 fastest cars on track in your mirror. And
yeah, you get unsettled.
Exactly.
And that's all it takes. And great job right there from the 609. He saw the 99 was tucking in, so he left him just enough room, just in case, to avoid the accident. That's very good heads-up driving there, though.
Yeah, and still able to get the launch off the corner by running it right into the exit curve. Ooh, was there a move up the inside there? I think there might be.
Done.
Yes.
Yeah, it looks like it happened.
So he came from a long way back there. When I realized we cut back to the 609's on board, and I saw him kind of closing in the mirror. I think the 609, like you mentioned, just hasn't really been able to find the apex. I wonder if he's just kind of leaving it open, and as soon as he sees anybody take an aim at his inside quarter panel, he just kind of lets the move go. Yeah. Like you mentioned, up at turn 2, he didn't make an attempt to close the door, and while the move was never completed, the opportunity certainly would have been there for the 99 if he wanted it.
Yeah, I mean, there's still an hour and a half left of racing.
Oh, for sure.
And it's at this point, you're definitely still running, a good shot at, getting to the finish on the top step of the podium here. So it's more along the lines that you just need to kind of calm down, make sure everything's good, stay safe until, the last part of the stint. That's when you really fight.
Some notes, or I guess 2 notes from the race control log. The most significant, right after the restart, turn 12, possible contact between 326 and 609. Now, one of those is a faster class car, and you would assume one of those is responsible for executing a clean pass. If there was contact there, and it was something more than just a front to rear bump, then I do wonder a little bit if the Candelaria car is maybe nursing something. I don't know. I didn't see it happen, and
I'd also remind you
those on board and take a look.
Those are both GTO cars.
Oh, good point. Sorry.
How dare you?
Oh, I was thinking it's 325 instead of 326.
Yeah, 326 is a Pinnacle Porsche.
Car. Yeah, of course. Yeah, that's my mistake. But anyway, I mean, one of them is a lap car, the other one is a leader. So there's that. So keep an eye on that space. Watch the situation with the 609, because there is the potential coming for at least a review of whatever the situation was there. It's been remarkably clean all weekend. Very, very few penalties for contact, other than, we had the fairly major incident this morning. But outside of that, hasn't really been ugly at all. The other point I wanted to make is the 72, which is the BMW Motorsports M3, is called for having some loose parts in exactly that phrasing. So I don't know what loose parts means, whether it's dragging something or something is kind of hanging or dangling or what. And there's no other details on where it is or what the part is. So watch that space for the 72 as well. Although I think they're not out of contention per se. Just about 4 laps down. 3 laps down, excuse me.
We do have a 72 on board, if that's something we want to look at. At least I had it in the links. I don't know if we ever ingested it or not, but they haven't really been up near the front enough to justify, I think, showing their onboard a whole lot relative to the... We've had quite a lot of bumper-to-bumper action here. We're going to turn down here into the keyhole. It's going to go right around the Moorhead Speedworks car. Well, maybe not quite. He'll get him on the straight here for sure. Lower class cars ahead. There's the 701. They're a lap down. That's not for a position. They might be more than no, they are a full lap down. Yeah. And then there goes the Sentinel car back, the 609 on the outside. So
he's slow. 99 slow.
Yeah, he slid real good there. Exit of 4. He might have a flap.
Oh my word! Oh no, that car is well.
I think he has a tire down.
I think he has tire down as well.
Oh, is he stopping? He is stopping. Turn 9. On the way
nicely
turn 9.
Off the racing line there.
Oh no, restarting, trying to restart the car. So he has restarted and continued.
Okay, so there's the Sentinel car. So if we wait here, no,
he is at full speed, just past me on the front straightaway. So you'll see him on turn 1 or turn 1 about.
Control Alt Delete.
Could well have been. I don't know. That's very peculiar.
Now that means they'll also, if the 609 passed him, let's see, the 421, the Thunder Bunny Racing 421 is going to be right behind him now as well. This is the 772 that I mentioned. Thank you, sir.
Oof.
They've got a nice bedside clock there on their onboard. Also a good-looking onboard here.
Yeah, it's not bad, actually. Worth keeping an eye on the number 701 here for a little while. I saw it right up with the Moorhead car a little earlier in some lap traffic, and I had wondered if that was a battle for position. It's not.
No. There's
however, there's only 22 seconds between it and the 44 of PC Racing.
Yes, and PC was the one who pitted during the last full course yellow while Moorhead and round 3 stayed out.
Right, so they are quickly approaching their window for their final stop.
Yes.
I'm actually monitoring this, the 701's on board on the side here.
Moorhead comes in.
So they do.
So the 99 drops 20 seconds behind the number 609. So that puts them 26 seconds off the lead. If they were to run the pace they can, it shouldn't be too hard, and they have pulled an extra second out against the number 421. So the 421 closing up the gap a little bit to the leaders, running a 35. So that's a full little bit of time faster than the first and second place BMWs.
The problem is it's not doing that consistently, and it kind of hasn't been all day.
Right.
It's quick. I mean, it's been in the 33s, like most of the leaders, but it's not. It just can't do it every lap, and especially in traffic, it's so tentative, working its way through traffic. It just anytime it seems like it gets up to more than 2 cars at a time.
Right.
It just immediately starts to drop lap time.
It's karma. I was promised that we would see the 128i again, and so far it hasn't materialized.
It was on the entry list for this weekend. They had to withdraw it.
So was a Janetta.
I saw that, the CMZ car.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was actually really looking for... Well, we talked to them at Barber, didn't we? Doug Vandenbrink came up to the booth and chatted with him, and they were due to be here. And I think all of us were kind of looking forward to seeing what the Janetta was going to be capable of here, because when that car was quick at Barber, it was quick. It didn't have the consistency that you know, kind of need. But here, I mean, with the direction changes, more so than Barber, which is a lot of, you know, stoppy bits, which helps with light cars, but not always.
Not a technical
direction
term?
changes here. Yes. The directional changes here really would have suited that car well. And, yeah, we never got to see it. It's a shame. In comes the 701. So this should put both of these cars in for the final time.
Yep. With 90 minutes remaining here. Feed drops just in time.
Yeah, I think that would be because they shut the car off.
Ah. Excellent. Excellent again.
Been transported to a forest.
Gabe's like, these people actually call me out when the stuff happens. Like, what's going on here? It's making me feel worse. It's very much not my intent, Gabe.
We're just talking about what we see, man.
We just follow the pictures here. That's all we do. Oh, good stuff. Good stuff.
Choice Racing has the lead margin out to 9.2 seconds. And the Team GTR 99 BMW, after its stop and then go around the back part of the circuit, now has the lead margin at 25. So it's going rapidly. Back-to-back 34s.
Yep.
Very quick.
I think they'll get back to the 609. That seems reasonable, but that Choice Racing car has good consistency most of the time as well. More so than we've seen from the 609 today.
Yeah, I mean, it's all about averages, isn't it? It's, you know, if I think, based on past events and previous observations, that the 99 can do more fast laps than the 511. Right, when it puts its head down and wants to do, you know, here maybe it's a 34. At other tracks, it's whatever a quick lap time might be, it can do it.
Absolutely.
You know, when it's chasing somebody or it's trying to defend, that car can go very, very rapidly. So I know it's there. Choice, I think it's there. I think
it's there too.
Outright lap time is there, but I don't know, like I know with the 99, that, you know, that car is capable of just reeling off.
And the 99 just clicked through into second. The 609 just vanished. I think they lost a lap.
Remember that time I said, like 20 minutes ago, there might be a penalty coming for that car?
Yep.
Uh-huh.
Well, that's, well, there you go. So now it is mono a mono, the 99, the 511.
Warning to the 701 for not having a fire bottle ready. Another call coming in from the pit lane. Fueling infraction. No. No, it's just the fire bottle.
Well, safety first, you know, all that stuff. Again, fortunately, WRL not trying to penalize people for the sake of penalizing people, just wants people to be safe.
So, this stinks for the 609. We'll put that, you know, just say that from the get-go. It's a shame. I don't know what the contact actually looked like. You know, obviously, the note in the log does say contact incidental. But obviously, you know, in a no contact series, when there is contact, there's a good chance somebody is actually responsible for it. And that's where we are. But we weren't really talking about it, right? We had kind of been talking about the 99 and the 511. Whether that's fair or not, I'm not entirely sure. I mean, the 609 has been right there all day, and I think it can stay right there. But now it's got to do so from basically a lap down. The Thunder Bunny car kind of takes advantage of this and get itself onto the podium, but that car doesn't have the lap after lap pace. It has a couple of laps, quick laps here and there, but because it's less consistent in traffic, a little less aggressive in traffic, it's not, I don't think it's got the same tools at its disposal that the 511 and the 99 have. So what this has done, this penalty for the 609, is kind of leave us with the two cars we were just talking about and clean things up at the top a little bit. And now with 86 minutes left, this turns a little more head-to-head.
Right.
On top of that, we know this is basically one stop to the end. The strategy element has, unless something goes horribly wrong, basically been taken out of it.
Correct.
Right. The only question that could potentially throw things into a little bit of chaos is if you get a full course yellow just outside of your pit window.
Right.
An hour 10 left or an hour 20, whatever would put you right on the cusp, but you might have to concern. And then, what do you do?
Exactly.
All other things being equal, this is a straight fight between the two. The other thing I'd keep an eye on here, just with the 609, is because it is just off the lead lap, right? Just behind the number 511. If it can pass that car on track, if it can pass the Choice BMW on track, then it's right back on the lead lap. And one full course yellow is going to put it right back into contention. But I don't think it can, based on the fact that it couldn't, when it was a battle for the lead rather than a battle just to get a lap back. So, like I said, keep an eye on all this here.
Gotcha.
701, now that it's been in and out of the pit lane, falls back to third in GP1. The number 44 from PC Racing, like JT had mentioned earlier, had stopped under the previous full course yellow. And that is why that car is a little offset from everything. But Moorhead, we think, has been in for the final time. PC Racing is going to owe us a stop. And it's really just going to be a matter of the 44 up against the 701 out on track. It was about 20 seconds when the 701 came into the pits.
The came in did what?
Came into the pits. I realized it as soon as I said it. Wow, what an odd time to use that moniker for the 701. But here we are.
Something I am looking at is the 147 and the 44 in GP1. So it's the Moorhead Speedworks BMW and the PC Racing BMW. The PC Racing BMW pitted right before / during the yellow. And the 147 pit after the yellow. They straddled it either side.
Did you pay attention to anything I just said?
Or me?
I thought you were only talking about the GTO field. I was over here trying to figure other stuff out.
I was literally just talking about the 701 and the 44.
We are nailing this.
Well, right, you're talking about the 701 and the 44. I'm talking about the 147 and the 44.
The 147 and the 701 are equivalent. They are on exactly the same strategy.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, so the 44 pitted and decided it was going to, take advantage of the yellow, whereas the 701 and the 147 looked at their strategy and said, well, we can make it on one more stop. Let's just do the one more stop when we need to make it. And they both pitted under green. The problem is they're separated by 2 laps, and the 44 is stuck in between them with the need to make another pit stop. So that's what we're waiting for in GP1, is the 44 to come in and make its final stop.
And then unfortunately in GP2, we're not, we have, let's see, we've got North Loop somehow back in the top 3, but they are due a pit stop here soon. But they're on the same lap as the 146 Harrison Motorsports car, who is also going to be due a pit stop. So they are, North Loop, against all odds, is now competing for third place, with an equal car, more or less, both being E46 BMWs. So that'll be a battle to watch, I reckon, as well. The 21 did have a onboard at one point, but it remains to be seen if that's still available. And then GP3, go ahead.
No, I was just going to make a comment. The winning Formula car, after spending most of the early part of the race in like 5th and 6th, not really having the pace in the dry, that it had in the wet yesterday now finds itself in the lead by 3 laps.
Yep. I would say for GP2, a lot of the issues we saw the Copeland Motorsport cars run into problems. Quality Time Racing, which was neck and neck with winning Formula, they had that actual shaft failure. We had Chattanooga, who was leading substantially, fall apart.
They were hauling the mail.
Duro was running very well early on when they had whatever issue they had. So North Loop has been able to climb back up into that podium position by just running relatively clean for, the past 5 hours.
Right, with a hobbled car, we should say.
Yes, I would say it's not the way that car was designed to run. Although I wonder if you can change your performance modifiers mid-weekend if you rip the arrow off of it.
I'm not sure how much leeway you have on the actual stock BMW 330i engine. I don't think you can just turn the wick up on that.
Well, no, the
arrow, the weight though.
There's just modifiers in the production classes.
Oh, that's
right. So if you say, well, no more air dam, no more rear wing, and you fill out a new disclosure sheet with all your modifiers, you say, well, now I can take 60 pounds out of the car.
Right.
Should that be reteched?
Yeah, I guess.
Interesting.
It would, huh? Yeah. I wonder if we can get an update from anybody down at North Loop there. It seems like a lot to get done in a very short amount of time, especially having to take your car back through tech.
Right. But if you're the only person trying to be teched, and you tell them ahead of time, hey...
Is it Chris Davis? Is he our
it is Chris, yeah. I'm going to send Chris a little texty text here.
Yeah, I'd be interested to see if they did anything with that. It would be a tremendous opportunity. Right. Well, we lost our aero, and the car is more efficient with aero, and it's an overall better package. But without it, we can be 60 pounds lighter on a or whatever, number of pounds lighter.
Right.
On a very technical, direction change heavy circuit. Interested to hear from Chris.
Absolutely. The text is in. We have sent the text.
My guess is no here, by the way. If I had to guess, the answer would be no. But, teams are very good at this stuff, so.
Absolutely. They do this for fun. This is what they spend all their time doing, whereas I spend all of my time trying to come up with lame jokes. So, probably slightly more productive.
Everybody's got to play to their strengths,
Absolutely. Except mine's not even a strength, so there you go.
34 flat from Choice Racing last time. And the margin is out back to GTR now to 27 seconds, which is as high as it's been.
Thunder Bunny Racing 111 is missing?
It's in the pits.
It's in the pits, okay.
Well, I mean, it's listed in the pits. I think it came in and just hasn't left.
Gotcha.
Or just ducked right back into the paddock, or I guess correctly. Unless it's on an outlap, but I'm certain I saw that car longer than 4 minutes ago.
Okay.
I wanted to make this point while we were talking about the GP1 pit stops. I think anybody in the production classes, except for 195, not accelerating out of the final corner. I think he's got a driveline issue, and now he's pulling off on the entry to turn 1. We actually just caught that on board the North Loop car. That was a great catch, and totally by accident. But that was the 195 not being able to accelerate off the final corner, which with what I assume is a driveline problem. That is 4th in GP3.
Mm-hmm.
And the last of the overnight cars still running, I believe.
Oh, interesting.
No, I will say the 196 in GP2 did go back out.
Yeah, it's right here in front of me now. Standing yellow at start, so that car has not continued. Down there on the front straightaway. So let's go back to this production point. I think apart from the, well, let's say this: anybody that pitted prior to the last 15 minutes in the production classes owes us a stop, and anybody that would come in would have been making their final stop. Because I think an hour 30, hour 40 is basically the limit on those cars. So we just looked at, or just talked about, a bunch of cars in GP2, right? We talked about the 325, 231, 21, the 146. All of those cars that were going to owe us a stop all owe us their final stops.
Right.
So everything is pretty even there.
Well, it's going to be a case of do you want to do the undercut or the overcut or the gamble on the yellow? I think you've got decisions to make here.
The Harrison car is going pretty rapidly at the moment.
Yep.
Although that can't be. Oh, I'm confused. Because it shows their fastest lap is a 39.5.
Yeah, I don't know why it came up
anyway,
like that.
it is still catching the North Loop car a couple of seconds a lap. It's down to 13 now between those two cars, and like we said, that's all even. They're both going to have to make their final stop. The only difference between them, and it's not a difference worth ignoring, is that I think North Loop is going to have to put a little bit of extra fuel in the car because they had pitted slightly earlier. It's only about 10 laps between when they pitted and when the yellow came out. It might be even less. But that is going to be, potentially a couple of gallons worth of fuel. And, it's obviously in a race of seconds at the moment between itself and that the number 146 from Harrison Motorsports. So when they do make their stops, which I can't get Joseph's thing to load, it's just way too far behind. Yeah, just keep an eye on pit stop time specifically for those two cars. .401 from round 3 racing is going very quickly at the moment. Last lap of a 35.6. It was the fastest car on track, but then the Choice Racing BMW put in a 34.9 just after the GTR did a 140.909, which I'm going to assume is a lap in traffic, as opposed to a recurrence of the issue it had earlier. Survey says, yeah, back into the 36s, but that's a chunk of time it couldn't necessarily afford to lose. You know, 6 seconds in a race where the margins are this thin, lap on lap. That's
one bad lap of traffic. Oh, well, trouble.
I missed that.
If we go back to that straight camera, Gabe, we could see what happened there.
That's a 195.
Well, there was something that looked like it had spun, too, at the top of the hill, but maybe not. Or maybe I was seeing the tow... No? Maybe I was seeing the tow truck come through, and it looked wider, and I thought something was, like, sliding or going around. I guess not.
The 134 was listed as smoking, came into the pits and drove straight past its pit stall and then disappeared.
Oh, good.
So I assume it's gone back into the paddock, and that is the last we're going to see from the 134 Big Mission Motorsports BMW, unfortunately. Into the pits, 609. Which would have been an important development, but given that car's recent one-lap penalty, I think probably also puts it out of touch to try and get its lap back.
Correct.
Without some shockingly convenient full course yellows.
Yep.
Again between the 511 and the 99. So I had Ryan. I don't think you weren't with us yesterday, but JT was. I had a conversation with Will Choice yesterday when
good choice.
Up and visited. It was a great choice. And I wanted to ask him about his experience at the end of Barber, where it was head down, fast as you could. You know, you're literally trading tenths of a second with the 401 from Round 3 racing. And, you know, doing that for an hour nonstop, just lap after lap, fast, consistent, no mistakes. And, you know, still you're only gaining little bits of time here and there. It kind of feels like this is, I don't want to say redemption, but we're seeing the same kind of drive out of that car right now in this closing stanza of the race, right? We know everybody needs one more stop, easily, you know, very comfortably one more stop. The 99 is quick and is a quicker car in ultimate pace by about a second. But, you know, maybe nursing or had to battle some kind of technical issue. And it's basically the two of them head-to-head 30 seconds apart. But now, Will Choice is the car, the driver being hunted.
Right.
And he's protecting a 34-second lead, whereas, you know, previously he was the rabbit with the carrot being dangled down in front of him. And I think it's a pretty neat turning of that page for what was just such an awesome race to watch back at Barber, to now, okay, you've got to do the same thing again. You've got to put your head down, focus. Traffic is going to be just as bad here as it was at Barber. You've got 70 minutes, one more stop, head-to-head with the, you know, arguably one of the most consistent and fastest teams in the series. And, you know, you've got to go get the win, or protect the win in this case. And, yeah, I just think it's been a really cool kind of storyline over these last two races for that Choice team.
I believe so as well. And I think it all started with they upgraded to that new car. You know, they got that GT4 car. It had the air of being slightly last minute, and I don't want to say not fully planned, because it sounds like they were planning on doing some type of upgrade. But, you know, we heard the story when you and I went and spoke with them at New Orleans, that it was kind of like, hey, we're going to go to Belgium and buy this car. And it's actually turned out really, really well for them. You contrast that with some other teams that have switched cars and ended up having some issues, you know, trying to get up to pace. Hammer Motorsports, you know, Tim used to talk about he's led every single race. Like, no question, like, we're really good. I don't think the quality of the prep has gone down. I don't think the quality of his crew has gone down. I don't think they're calling a worse strategy. I don't think their drivers are worse. But it's tough to get behind a new car. The 99, for example, like we were speaking about earlier, they switched away from their tried and true car, and they've had a tough time. So I think it says a lot about that Choice team that they got that car, and they're basically out of the box competitive with it. You know, here 3 rounds in, and they're able to start, or 2 rounds in even, because it started at Barber. You know, I think that says a lot about the organization that Will Choice has kind of set up around himself. And I think that's really, really cool.
Yeah, I mean, the only team I would say that's really feels like it stands out with those BMWs is JTR, you know, where they are so much quicker and more consistently quick than most of the other teams that they're up against. But obviously they had some kind of terminal issue today.
Yep.
Which, you know, I think says a lot about the ability of other teams to run, you know, reliably as well as quickly.
Absolutely.
That is often the trade-off, or historically is the trade-off in endurance racing. And sometimes, you know, JTR is going to win that, or they choose to go more quickly, and every now and then they're going to get bit. Now, I think the specifics of what happened today.
Right.
But, you know, obviously these things still happen. This is still endurance racing.
It is, and I think, you know, we've talked about it before, and that we bemoan the fact that, like, oh, everybody runs an M4 now. Everybody's got Caymans. Oh, you know, I in particular, I'm a big car guy. I like seeing home-built cars. I think that's awesome, because you can do that in your garage and show up and put on a show and race some guys with custom factory-built cars and stuff. Like, I think that's cool, but the flip side of that is all day today, basically, we've had really good racing in GTO to watch that's been unhampered by, oh, I missed a shift, or oh, that broke and I need to get a different one, you know, that comes with modifying a road car. So I think there's a lot of positives there as well, especially in the GTO field, and I'm glad that more teams are choosing to be a part of it.
Yeah, I don't represent the series when I say this, obviously. This is strictly the opinion of Brendan Kazmarek and Drivers I Live. It is almost like now we've seen the product that this formula can provide. And there is a balance potentially, or a discussion potentially to be had about opening up the power to weight rule from 9 to 1 to something maybe a bit higher or lower, I guess, a lower number.
Like 8.8.
To allow, yeah, exactly, to allow, or 8.5, to allow the GT4 cars that can't run at spec for whatever reason, restrictor, tune, ballast, whatever it happens to be, to allow them to come join the party. And I don't think anybody at WRL is terribly interested in making this a GT4 only series.
Right.
So that's where the balance comes in, is, okay, do you allow more GT4s to come play at something closer to their target performance and risk, you know, teams that would otherwise be building their own cars from doing so? I don't know that there's a right answer.
I think the answer is
I would enjoy.
I think the answer is if it's a home-built car, or there should be a modifier for factory-built race cars.
Yeah, that's fair.
I think that should be it, to try to encourage, you know, if you're going to do, like I said, I think if you even went to 8.8, you would get a lot of these GT4 cars that are marginal, like the automatic racing car in some instances, or the Mustang. I think that would get them into line.
The Mustang and the Audi are the two that we know really struggle to hit the number, right?
Right, but then knowing that the Mustang and the Audi are the ones that have the issue, you can then expand that to, okay, well, that probably stops people from bringing the Camaro and, you know, any of the other GT4 cars that are a naturally aspirated V8, which I think is, I mean, now we're talking about big money, but like, it would be cool to see a 720S show up to WRL. Not that I think that would be cost effective.
570, right?
Or
the GT4.
Isn't the GT4 car the 720 still?
No, 570.
No. Okay. Yeah, I mean, either way, they're all the It's the same monocoque underneath. But I think it would be cool to have. It's still going to be the cheapest place to run a GT4 car. They go to the right tracks, and then either have a modifier set up to encourage home-built builds if you would like. I think the downside there would be you'd see costs go up amongst people who would do the home-built thing, because I think you could start to.
I think you could just run the cars lighter. I mean, there's no aero. Or
that's fair.
You know, you just say, hey, instead of running a car at 3,300 pounds, you can run it at 3,200, or, you know, whatever the numbers shake out to be.
Right.
I wouldn't be opposed to that. You're not necessarily stressing the engine more, but if you can get weight out, you can get weight out. You know?
Right. And then I think I like GP2 and GP1 where they are. I really do. I think that they're like, this GP1 class is still very interesting.
GP2 this weekend's been
GP2 has been fantastic. Yeah. I'm really about it. I think WRL's going the right direction, and again, speaking as myself, I agree. If we could get GTO boosted up so that these GT4 cars can run a little bit more comfortably, so we can get a little bit more variety, and then let GP1 and GP2 be what they are, I think I would really enjoy that.
That opinion is almost entirely formed by a fear that the GT4 car of choice is the BMW, and seeing this variety back in the series like we have with the Mustang, even if it just turns out to be a one-off, you know, seeing that,
I hope it's not.
Being reminded that variety is out there globally, and that this could become a potential, or the opportunity is out there for more of those types of cars, really cool cars, to come out here and play along with, you know, their other GT4 brethren. Just kind of puts that spark in my mind of, hey, you know, if this is racing worth promoting, let's really, you know, it would be really cool to see it done right, you know, truly right.
Absolutely. I 100% agree. Brendan, I think we should do a pay the bills situation here.
Read my mind,
and then we can have a CrowdStrike uninterrupted run to the checker type of situation. Oh, sorry. We can have a security. We can have a Hagerty run to the finish presented by Hagerty. I can even get Gabe to whip up a banner. I'm sure we'll be good to go. Live graphic designer as well as producer. Right?
Sure.
Right? Isn't that how that works? No? Oh. All right. Well, either way, the ads.
Why don't you take this one, Chad?
Driver's Eye Live. We'll see you in a minute.
Focus, guys. We're in a race to the finish, okay?
Here's where the rubber meets the road.
These initiatives move the needle, like, at all?
Well, let's shift gears a minute.
we're really kind of at the apex here?
We need to put the pedal to the metal. We need to nail those hairpin turns, cross that finish line, and take that checkered flag. Woo!
Hit the track with the world's largest motorsports calendar, track day insurance, and more. Hagerty. Let's drive together.
It's your Uncle Cooper. Truck owners who run Cooper AT3s are some of the most dutiful people I know. Even if that duty is to haul a load of this stuff. It's not glamorous, but it's their duty nonetheless. So if you and your truck are constantly tackling the regular duties of the day, go with a tire that can handle them all. Oh, man. I stepped in it. Go with the Coopers. Cooper.
Sentinel by Candelaria Racing Products is a comprehensive motorsport video system incorporating live streaming, local recording, picture-in-picture, flag status, leaderboards, data overlays, and more. Perfect for endurance racing, sprint racing, and HPDE. Sentinel includes everything you need to get started. With the ability to control the live feed from the cloud and GPS auto start, you will never miss an on-track moment. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today.
The Hagerty World Racing League live here in Mid-Ohio, at Mid-Ohio, because it is in Central Ohio. I'm Ryan West. We've got JT Tammy. JT, the pride of Medina, Minnesota, hangs its head.
What?
The number 21. They're from Medina, Minnesota.
Gotcha.
It's a thing Brendan says about every team that's from Pennsylvania, which is like inexplicably 25% of the paddock somehow.
Yeah, unfortunately, in GP2, Hagerty Motorsports did catch up to North Loop Motorsports and has pulled away quite rapidly. The pass happened about 4 laps ago. Also, around that time, Race Controls issued a 1-lap penalty to the 72.
Ooh.
For speeding on pit lane.
So the 72 was kind of they were a fringe player in GTO and have just kind of slowly lost the plot, I think, here towards the latter half of Sunday. So that's unfortunate for them. We are on board the number 21. We know that car is not quite doing what it's designed to do at the moment because they've had some damage. We've spoken about that at length. And they have a really good onboard as well, and I like their paint. So we can stay here for a little bit.
Can I interrupt with a guess, guys? I know 511's just been in for their last pit stop, so we need to cover that.
Quite a few in GTO were, but go for it.
Brendan, the boxes can't talk to you.
No, that's okay. Oh, man, is this the picture car stopped at turn 1? It is, the 46. Well, that sorts itself out. I want to introduce back to the booth for the first time since I think Road America last year, Buzz McCall from Road 3 Racing.
Hey.
Welcome back.
Thanks, Brendan. Anytime you're here, you're close to the principal's office.
Yeah. We were just talking about the principal's office. The old 609 was marked a little bit earlier for some contact.
Yeah, I told them if I won that debate, they're going to send me over to Ukraine. I'm going to solve that problem. I think it would probably be easier. But no, they're going to review it. It was real incidental contact, and certainly nothing malicious, and certainly didn't impede the other car. A driver in a faster car looks and says, "Okay, he sees me. He's going to leave the door open." And he commits to go to the line, and then the guy decides, "No, I'm going to take the right line."
Yeah.
So that's what happened, and we'll see. It's so tough in the series with really fast GTO cars and the closing speeds.
Yeah.
It's pretty incredible.
Well, I mean, you look at the level of competition. You guys literally just got your first overall win. I think I'm right in saying back at Barber.
That's correct.
We saw one of the coolest things I've ever seen at a racetrack, watching Cole, I think was on board the car at the time, and Will Choice behind him. We were just talking about it a little earlier. Those two guys 5 seconds apart for an hour was truly phenomenal. And then they get out of the car, they give each other a hug, and everybody celebrates with their team. But you guys, after all of the drama and the promotion of last season, settle into a new season, and you started off with a victory. It's pretty cool.
Yeah. Well, if we were going to pick our best friends in the paddock, it'd be Choice Racing. And Bill's and his dad are just great guys. And and that was an epic battle.
That was awesome.
And Cole, that's in our car, he's a real talent. I mean, obviously I had a lot of talented drivers over my career, and he's certainly one of them. And the beauty about WRL, I mean, there's a lot of people watching the series, and it'd be great if some IMSA team or some pro racing team looked over and saw this kid that, I mean, what he did at NOLA was incredible. He has a nickname on our team. We call him Changeable Tune, which is an inside joke, but he's just a really, really good driver. And combine my son Brad, who's really, really come on as a good gentleman driver, and Sarah, who drives with her elbows out all the time. They're going to be a real factor. They put me in permanent timeout. I'm over doing strategy and whatnot, which I enjoy. It's been kind of fun, but I am going to drive at Road America and Daytona and VIR. So anyway, that's us, and I just see Brad moved into first overall, so that's great. And
absolutely,
we got another pit stop in our life. Yeah, so here we are after the snowball fight yesterday. It's a beautiful day today.
So I assume, are you guys back for the full season this year?
Well, yeah, we had as a casualty on Friday.
Is it done?
We had a huge crash in one of our GP1 cars, and we're having a memorial service for it in St. Catherine's Cathedral in Joliet, Illinois. When we get back, we're gonna bury it. It's dead.
The new altar.
It's dead. Yeah. So we may have to dust off last year's GP3 championship car, 605. And that's the plan right now. We just don't have the time to rebuild another Cayman. So we're very likely to bring 605 back. So we're going to be everywhere except High Plains, and we're giving real serious thought to the Ozark racetrack. And looks like a great racetrack. I'd like to see somebody else drive on it first.
I think we're going to here in a couple of weeks.
Yeah, awesome. And so we're looking forward to some warmer weather. Unfortunately, we got Road America in front of us, and God knows what that's going to be. But yesterday was, long as I've been involved in racing, I never saw anything like that in my life. I did put a call out to my good friend Josh Bilicki and Tony Ave, and I invited them up, 2 national snowmobile champions.
I had no idea. Bilicki, I think I knew that about. I didn't know Tony Ave was.
Oh, Tony, he was a big time snowmobile guy. So unfortunately, they had other things to do, like the NASCAR race, and I think Tony's out at maybe Long Beach, but. That was crazy, and I got to give everybody credit. Yeah, there was a lot of spinning, but there were a lot of cars at the end, too.
There were.
And I thought it was perfect that we had the massive hailstorm right at the end.
I couldn't believe it. I was out picking up cameras. I'm like, this is ridiculous.
Like Mother Nature says, you guys are idiots. I'll show you.
Well, we've been rewarded a little bit today. I assume it's just as cold with the,
it's not so bad.
The wind. No?
It's not so bad.
No. I'm happy to hear that.
Yeah.
So, look, I have to tell you on a slightly personal level, I've heard stories about your career and your history in motorsports, and it seems like every time I listen to a podcast, I find your name mentioned again for some reason, whether it's your Trans Am history, your Cup history, and it's just so cool that those of us that are in the WRL paddock as a whole just know you as, oh, it's Buzz. It's round 3, you know, and I don't know, it's you've built something really special at round 3. The promotions with Cooper and with Hagerty and Sentinel and everything. You guys are, and Brad as well.
Sure.
Just the nicest folks down in the paddock.
Well, we learned early on in our racing career that if you're going to race at this high level, you need some help and support. And throughout my racing career, whether it was U.S. Tobacco or Mattel, Hot Wheels, Caterpillar, Duracell, I mean, it's not easy, and it's harder today than it ever was to get sponsors. But we were very fortunate to have a relationship with Hagerty and bring them actually to the series. And Motorsports Reg, which is actually the gentleman who started the company, sold it to Hagerty, is one of our drivers.
Brian.
And Brian is he's a heck of a driver. and you bring Cooper Tire that hadn't sold a tire until we ran them, and bring them to the series and the support that they're showing. And I'd be remiss to say my 35-plus year friend Bill Seifert, who runs RPX, we got them to come to the track and supply special parts for what now are some high-dollar cars, BMWs and Porsches. And actually, Tony Avi owns RPX, and, and Bill sold it to Tony. But Bill was here before he had to leave and drive to Laguna. So we feel very proud that we were able to help, let's say, bring some really high-level talent to the series. I would say as far as the stories and the podcasts, I know my wife is listening, and my sister probably, and my daughter. I've known in the family as the Big Fish. So you never, if you ever watch the movie The Big Fish, never let facts get in the way of a good story. And that's sort of been my career, and the stories are fun, and they're most for the most part, some of parts of it is true. Yeah. But I had great teammates, great sponsors, great crew, great team members, and made racing fun. And the fact that we have good competitors. I mean, Harold that runs the 99 car, and the Joyce family, and Catsby, who's ACP. Tim Myers with Hammer. I mean, we're all buddies. So yeah, we're racing tough, but we're all friends.
Are you having as much fun in this phase of your career as you've had in the past? The answer can be no. I mean, this is amateur endurance racing still. So
I would say from a series standpoint, and from, let's say, the policing of the series and the rule book, this is the best racing I've ever been involved.
Oh, wow.
And you get, I won't say the name of the other sanctioning body, but you get with some of these that the rule book, a lawyer can't understand it. The teams can't understand it. And it's just this constant battle of, well, it says should, not could, or will and shall, and it's just ridiculous. So horsepower to weight ratios series and a no contact series, count me in, is really great. And, we're friendly with all the officials, and I hope they're listening to this broadcast and reconsider our penalties. But no, it's really great, and I've been very fortunate to be in some really great series at some really great times. I mean, Trans Am, in my opinion, at its peak in the early 90s, IMSA in the 80s, and I've said this before on your broadcast, WRL reminds me of when John and Peggy Bishop started IMSA. I mean, it was gentlemen racers, really good cars, really beat up cars, and everybody having fun. And it just got bigger and bigger and bigger, and that's what's happening here. I mean, basically, the WRL could have a standalone series of GTO cars. And, it's a foot race to see who can enter a race first. Yeah. I mean, the first race you have to win is signing up. Yeah. And I had a friend from my NASCAR days call me up and said, what in the heck is the mystery with WRL that people are fighting for an entry? They're sold out in 2 or 3 minutes for no prize money and a plastic trophy. And I said, well, you kind of have to come and see it. So I think it's nothing but up for RJ and the principals at WRL. It's the proof is in the pudding.
Absolutely.
That's great racing, and what we won Barber by 7 seconds. Yep. I'm a believer.
Well, look, I mean, we do this because at our core, this is racing that we enjoy and believe is worth sharing. And there's racing like this all over the country, to varying degrees. Club racing in general can be pretty special. But this is consistently this. This product is week in and week out. And, I speak just as a fan when I say that it's some of the coolest stuff we've ever seen and had the chance to be a part of. So,
I have friends that run one of the series in SRO. And I called them up after their last year's race at VIR that I watched on television. And I had to say, frankly, I said, I would be embarrassed if this was my series and saw that type of driving. I mean, your car's in front of you, knock them out of the way. Yeah. I mean, they wrecked $1 million worth of equipment, if not more. And I said, you know, and Jim and I upstairs, the principal's office, we laughed commented that a lot of this has to do with the iRacing, the simulator racing.
Yeah.
There's no consequences. You hit the reset button, you go again. You go off the track, stuff at the rail, hit the reset button. And I think that this series points out that there are consequences. Sure. It's not just hit the reset button. Now I'm bidding against the argument I just made.
I was gonna say.
But well, maybe he's not listening. I don't know.
Your cars are both back in the pit lane, the 609 and the 401.
Well,
401 is due for sure.
Yeah, 401's due. 609. I'm sort of looking across the way.
You might have needed a splash here, Buzz. I don't know.
They were gonna have to pit again.
Okay.
I'm just sort of looking here. They probably did a driver's change.
Gotcha.
I think Brian is probably in the car now. Yeah, I'm actually looking at the wrong car. Yeah, they're doing a driver change, and Brian, the chief cook and bottle washer of Motorsports Reg, is getting in now, and Christian Maloof from Michigan, he's getting out.
It was Christian, okay.
And Cole's still in my car.
He'll be until the end?
Yeah.
Awesome.
Buzz, I have a quick question for you.
Yeah.
I'm Brian. I fancy myself as having had a mild journalism background at school. Brendan and I were just speaking a few moments ago, right before you came on, about how cool it would be if we could have a little bit more variation. I understand you guys run the M4, and Will Choice runs the M4, and Hammer Motorsports runs the M4. And we talked about, it would be cool if WRL could kind of increase the gap on the GTO a little bit and maybe go to like an 8.8 or an 8.5 power ratio there. Would you support something like that in order to try to get a little bit more variation in the cars? Do you think it's fine how it is? What would be your opinion on that?
Well, I think, number one, I will say this. They are very expensive cars to run.
Sure.
Absolutely.
And one of the major issues that's facing all of us in racing is this supply chain thing that you read about. I mean, basically, you want to buy a rotor? Well, good luck. You want to buy an air mass sensor? You got to get it from Germany. Oh, and there's none available. So I know another series that is at risk of having to, unfortunately, cancel the end of their season because they're not going to have a tire count. So I think whatever the series can do to, let's say, homologate the cars, try to keep them very equal, try to limit, the spending and the parts chase, and I'm all for that. I mean, these cars in this series right now with the GP3 class and GP2, the closing speeds of our cars, probably in some cases 60 plus miles an hour. And, it doesn't sound like much unless you're in the GP3 car and you look in your mirror and you glance away, and 2 seconds later you look and there's 3 cars behind you. So I wouldn't be, if I got your question right, I'm personally not in favor of making our cars go any faster. I think we go fast enough.
Okay.
I think that the pointy end of the GTO field, which is, again, trying to be politically correct, if you put Andy Lally and Patrick Long and some of those other brand cars, the Porsches, it would be not a fair fight. So, and if you put Bill Auberlin in one of the M4s, it would not be a fair fight.
Yeah.
So I think at this level of gentleman racing that are 7 second apart at the end, it's pretty good. And,
all right.
We had that Cayman that I ran a World Challenge that sat on the pole at a couple races last year, but it was going onto a 12-year-old car. So I think what's happening in GTO is you better have something within a 3-4 year vintage, or you're not going to be at the pointy end of the field.
Sure.
I think if you took a poll in the GTO paddock for those of us that have spent a king's ransom to buy parts, I will back up and say, if you need an axle, for example, and you call up Bimmer World or Classic BMW and you say, hey, I need an axle, they say there's 3 in the country. You got to buy all 3. So instead of buying 1 axle, we're buying 3 axles. Instead of buying 1 pump, we're buying 4 pumps because there aren't any.
Yeah.
So it's the supply chain thing has really bit us in the rear. I think if you took a poll in the paddock, I think if you went to a car that was a lot less expensive to repair, build, maintain, there's cars out there that you can buy a complete body for less than I can buy a rear quarter. So if I was going to look in a crystal ball, that's what I would see. I would see trying to get cars that are less costly to build and maintain, and still go fast.
Right. Okay.
I'm not saying we're going slower. I'm just saying we're going to go faster, cheaper.
Sure. That's
Okay.
that is the pursuit of motor racing, isn't it?
Yeah.
Let's go faster, but not spend so much. It's,
I don't know if that answers your question, but that's
No, that's fine.
That's my view of it.
Well, Buzz, I can't appreciate you stopping by enough.
My pleasure.
I hope things go in your favor with the 609 situation here. I think they may still be down in the pits there.
Well, I keep looking at your
on their way
monitor
out.
here, and I don't see that my penalty has gotten overturned. And I'm going to go up and remind them
They're
again.
round 2, yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to go up and remind them again. It says, other notes, contact incidental. So we had a vocabulary lesson of what does incidental mean.
No kidding. I noted the same thing. Like incidental.
Well, it doesn't really matter now because
Yeah.
I think the car's behind the wall, but I'd still like to win the argument.
Sure. Well, the good news is that the 99 had a long pit stop and gave up about 40 or 50 seconds to the leaders,
Yeah.
but it's put you guys about 10 seconds behind them for second.
All right.
So
we got the right horse in the car.
yes, you do.
All right. Brendan, thanks very much.
Buzz, you're welcome
Yeah.
anytime,
Yeah.
and best of luck to you at Road America. We're
Thanks
gonna see
a
you
lot.
behind the wheel, right?
I appreciate it. Thanks so much.
Anytime, Buzz. Thank you.
Buzz McCall from Round 3 Racing. Ryan, I have good news for you.
Yes, absolutely. I just saw that.
It's unfortunately been like that for a bit now.
Oh, okay. Well, I was trying to be a journalist, JT.
Yeah, something's up with Harrison. They've been salmon for quite a while, stuck at 198 laps. So I maybe they're in the paddock, maybe just haven't triggered through the timing loop on pit lane.
Right.
But it's not looking good for them. RRT Racing is going to take that 4th place position here in a lap or so, and they're definitely in danger of losing 5th place to Quality Time Racing as well.
Right. Excellent. Well, hey, that's if they can stay where they're at, North Loop Motorsports is going to get 3 podiums in 3 weekends, which I think will give them a pretty commanding lead in GP2. I also I spare a thought for all the GP3 teams who just heard that round 3 is returning to that class for the remainder of the season.
If that Boxster comes back, man, I think I want a seat. Those cars look so much fun to drive.
I gotta say though,
that's what the seat costs. Let's go.
GP3, well done to the 75 from AOA and the 66 NRG Racing. They've been very quietly just holding on in GP3. TSC Motorsports has been up in the front with the overnight motorsports cars all day. But they've done a great job staying out of trouble, working their way up. Even the TC Klein car is starting to catch up as well these past couple hours.
I feel like TCS has kind of set themselves as a standard in GP3. That's not just this weekend. That's a consistent thing,
Mm-hmm.
And for AOA, within 3 laps with the number 75, that 75 has had as clean a run as I've seen an AOA car have in some time. The 15, even for its issues, is, they're right in 4th. And the NRG team, which had the worst possible start to a day, is in position to potentially salvage a class podium out of this. So not all bad things there for NRG. This still a potentially fairly positive outcome. I did just want to mention up in GTO, not only is the round 3 car within about 12 seconds of the GTR 99, but it's also got the 421 2 seconds behind it. So this second, third, fourth battle in GTO, despite all the last pit stops, I think now having been made, is by no means settled.
Yeah.
And credit to Choice, by the way. I didn't mention it, obviously, while we were talking to Buzz there, because that is a rare but much appreciated opportunity. But Choice Racing's last stop got them 70% of the lead that they have now. I mean, it was 40 seconds in one go.
Nice.
And to pull out 40 seconds in one go on Team GTR is something pretty wild. So, all credit down there to the team at number 511.
Yeah, and it's cool looking down the list here in GTO. Will the Win also, have managed to claw their way up to 6, which is fantastic.
Car here.
Yep, their only entry. Number 2, Team ACP, still holding on in the number 1 Hammer Motorsports.
Yeah, Hammer, that car I think is starting to come around to them a little bit.
I think so too.
There is definitely an ultimate pace for those M4s, really of any vintage, but that GT4 spec car, and I think they're getting closer with it. Those TCR cars that were so well sorted, and we've talked to Tim, we had him on the broadcast for 16 hours back in Poland, but I think every time they come out to the track, they're starting to find their feet a little bit. Now, they don't have a strategy game to play because they've got the same package as everybody else. But it's definitely getting there on pace, and their drivers are starting to feel it out for pace. So good for them for cracking the top 10 here. I know they want more than that. I know Tim wants more than that, but still,
Well, you can't gum from a more different car, especially in racing, between the M4 and then that TCR car. It's not only a different class of car, but also the driveline setup is different as well. You're going from a front-wheel drive to a rear-wheel drive, and then they also took on Continental Tire as a partner this year, whereas they had previously been running Hankook, I believe. So they've got new tires to play with, as well as a completely new car. I'm not surprised, because that's a pretty big change to make, versus some teams that go from having a BMW to a different BMW. I understand there's more to it than that, but you're at least still a well-balanced rear-wheel drive front-engine car. So it's probably a big adjustment. There's no question about it. But like you said, Brendan, they're getting closer and closer every weekend. I completely agree with that. And hopefully, by the end of the season, we'll see them find the podium again.
Did we mention the possible contact between the 111 and the 99 at 250?
Not yet.
Or no, that was a different possible contact. Okay, yeah.
I wonder if that's why the stop was longer then. I think those timelines match up. I wonder if they took the opportunity to just look everything over and make sure everything was okay there. Now
Take
again,
out an SD card.
That is also very possible. Again, with these incidents, a lot of times, I mean, we just talked about it with Buzz. It says incidental, but somebody's responsible. Somebody could have prevented it, and the default is usually the passing car. For better or for worse, that is the way it is. And that could play a spoiler here. It would be a real shame if it played spoiler to a battle between them and the 401 and the 421, because we're about to have a three-way fight here for a second, which is shaping up to be pretty spectacular here in the last half hour of our races this weekend. So we'll wait to see there. By chance, Ryan, did you ever get an answer from the North Loop guys regarding the power to weight question?
I did. He said that they did not retech the car and that they were already running with a decent weight margin to begin with. So
okay.
I think he saw the angle of my question wrong. I think he thought I was asking, did you lose too much weight by losing your aero? Whereas what I was actually asking was, did you lighten the car? It sounds like he didn't lighten the car in between.
I don't think so. Yeah. Well,
I know it's a problem in the SCCA, wherein the body comes off of your Spec Racer Ford, and then suddenly you're underweight. So I know that's an issue as well.
Ford drivers.
Well, yeah, exactly.
Do we know any Spec Racer Ford drivers?
We do.
You do.
Yeah. I think
He raced this weekend.
Yeah.
Yep.
Up at Blackhawk, I think, right?
Yeah, I think he got fourth.
Fourth, yeah. Chris Picola. Should hook him up with a Sentinel. Driver's Eye Live, streamer of Central Division Spec Racer Ford races.
Just the one on board, though.
What an opportunity.
Just like Formula Grift and the other one.
I don't know what that is.
No, anyway. Moving on.
So, the margin is coming down from the 99 to the 401 and going up between the 99 and the 421. But between the second and fourth place cars, the GTR and the Thunder Buddy, it's still 12 seconds. So, the total margin isn't changing. It's just the gaps between the cars in between that is kind of in a permanent shuffle. Interesting. Also, the 609 I do not think has reappeared.
That is correct. It's now 7 laps down from Thunder Bunny 111.
Buzz picked a fine time to step away from his headset and his team. Well, I would have potentially have contact with James. Send him a message, although I suspect if that car is in the paddock, they're fairly busy at the moment.
Yeah, I would tend to agree.
So we reached the final half hour of racing from Mid-Ohio on
Non-stop.
Driver's Eye Live, side by side.
No, no side by side, just non-stop.
Brendan Kazmarek, JT Tammy, Ryan West have been with you through today. Gabe Howe has been with us today and yesterday, mixing cameras on production, and Joseph Mudrak and Scott Michaels with us at various points during yesterday as well. It's been, not to start to eulogize the weekend too early here, but as we wait for some of these gaps to come together, and they almost certainly will, keep an eye on the battle for 5th and 6th as well between Pinnacle and WGW. It's down to 35 seconds. It's been maybe one of the most bizarre weekends of racing I think I've attended.
Yeah, we went from 16 full course yellows yesterday to 4 today.
Is that it? Including the red?
I included the red because it also went full course yellow too.
Yeah, no. I'm fine with that.
Yeah, I've got us listed at laps 4, 28, 80, and 170.
Wow. So, I mean, the situation yesterday was remarkable and may not be repeated for years, especially at a WRL race, right? So you put that to one side, then we think we're getting, this morning, we think we're getting a return to normalcy, a race that makes sense to us, and we can start to pull all the data that we would normally get on day one, pit lane time, pit stop times, fuel stint lengths, all those little things that help us piece a race together and project a race out. We normally get that first thing on Saturday, and instead, what we got was an hour-long red flag, a race that was, basically shortened by an hour as a result, and first stints that lasted for 2.5 hours of clock time, and so from that perspective, it kind of threw today into a little bit of chaos. And then once we did get going, lock up there on the way into turn 4. Once we did finally get going, it has actually been a really entertaining set of races in each class.
Yeah, definitely.
We still don't have answers for a lot of these things. Round 3 is still catching GTR. This WCW Pinnacle deal is going to be... Oh, nice.
Thunder Bunny with the outstanding onboards always.
Yeah, and this is very much in that mix with the 99 and the 401.
Yep.
Unfortunately, we don't have the onboard with... I don't think we have the onboard with the 401 anymore.
No, that one was the one that was coming and going quite frequently. I do have another answer on the number 21. So they had that idea of taking the weight out. The problem was they've never run the car without the weight in it. And they've also never run the car without the aero. So their concern was that the back end would start doing unpredictable things that they haven't experienced before if they start just taking weight out of it. And then was it the rear wing that made us do that, or was it the loss of the weight? So they figured they would gather some... Right. So they figured they'd gather data this time and see, what the car runs like without a wing, and then... presumably if this happens in the future, they might be willing to change it. But they said with turn 1 and turn 11, they really wanted to make sure that weight was still at the back of the car. So I think that's fair play to them, and that's a very smart, methodical way to go about it, as opposed to, I think, what I certainly would have done. I don't know if either of you would have done it. Would have been like, sure, get the weight out. Like, let's just, and I would not have thought about that at all. It would have been like, yep, lighter car is faster.
What do I care?
Right.
Yep, exactly.
It's dry.
That number could be 3,100 pounds instead of 3,300 pounds or whatever. Yeah, all about it.
Yeah.
But alas. So actually, thanks for doing the digging on that, Ryan. That,
of course.
Very much satisfies my curiosity.
Absolutely.
And shows that even in GP2, these are rule book minded teams, right? You deal with something that you maybe weren't expecting to have to work around, and okay, how can we turn this into an opportunity? And then you think through it from a rule book perspective, from a performance perspective, from an endurance racing perspective, right? Yeah, the car might be quicker, but we're going to have to go through turn 1 at 90 miles an hour 200 times, and you think about it from a stability and a predictability standpoint. That's even in GP2, that shows the level of development and professionalism, for lack of a better word, in trying to maximize the situations and circumstances that you're being provided with. It's really cool stuff.
So going on that whole bit right there, I'd say TC Klein Racing's doing just that right now. Looking at their last, I don't know, however many laps you want to look at, they've been consistently doing 144s with the occasional 145, and they are reeling in the 15 AOA Racing Mazda in 4th. That gap is down to 9 seconds now. The Mazda's unfortunately been doing 47s, 48s, and that TC Klein car is basically a stable rock, very predictable, and it is it's very cool to see.
That car was in its pit stall with nobody touching it for like 20 minutes.
It was
like somebody said breakfast is ready, come get your burrito, and the driver just parked it, got out, and ate. I'm not saying that's what the deal was, but it's like that's almost what it looked like,
Real quick, the 150 is going to catch the 98 this lap. That was something that I was curious about just looking through here.
That's very interesting. I just noticed the 198's been circulating.
Yep.
Yeah.
I reckon that'll be a quick pass.
We have our answer on the 111 and the 99, by the way. No contact, insufficient video evidence.
Ooh, well, there you go.
So, kind of bailed out there. If there was any problem, or if there was any contact at all, it's now a non-factor. However, the battle for second is now under 1 second. They're basically nose to tail. If we have the 99 on board, I think that's the way to go here, because they are very much under attack from the 401 of round 3 racing, and we believe Cole Offsguard. We don't have the rearward-facing camera on this Sentinel setup, but out the front, the number 21 from North Loop Motorsports, and somewhere hanging off the rear bumper of this car is the white, black, and blue Hagerty Motorsports BMW M4. Dives up the inside of the North Loop car on the way into Thunder Valley. Down and back up the hill towards 11. Not really a passing opportunity. Well,
Wow.
what?
The 401, or I'm sorry, the 701 sneaks through.
I would not have thought. Now, look, I would not have thought that that's a passing opportunity, but if it was going to be, it's because the 99 was balked on the exit of turn 9.
Right.
Right? The entrance wasn't quite as wide and open as they would have wanted to be, and that 401 would have had the run headed up the hill, and was just going to take the opportunity. That's still a really tough place for two, similar performance cars to be able to make a pass. Even at that speed, it's just not a big braking zone. It's a big arc into the corner, and you've kind of got to take a lunge. But
it's a lot of faith.
It kind of seems like, a cold lunge guard.
That was terrible.
I expect that out of Ryan. I thought you were better.
See, I wouldn't have dunked on a specific driver like that. That's the thing.
I like Cole. He's come up here like 2 or 3 times. He's a really nice guy.
He's updating his credit card name right now so he can change that on iRacing.
Like that Joseph joined in here and has maintained total silence except to dunk on my puns. Big fan of that.
It's honestly one of my primary joys in life.
So the next thing to watch here is going to be this battle, the gap between the 99 and the 421. The 421's just come across the line here. We know that margin was pretty stable, about 12 seconds. It's out to 8.5 now, or it's down to 8.5. Excuse me. Even with the Thunder Bunny, had gone out. It's a 36.2. So my eyes did not deceive me. Unless I'm very much mistaken. Joseph, no?
TC Klein's a half second behind AOA.
We don't have onboards for anything in GB. We might be able to pick it up trackside. That TC Klein car is recognizable. But I can only see out the window here to my left down in turn 13, so...
Beautiful. Well, 20 minutes remaining. Ooh, a little puff of smoke there from behind one of the BMWs. I think that was a Hammer car.
Don't help me. Kidding me?
Hey, man. He probably already knows. There's already telemetry. There's already data. He watched it happen. He's already...
He can probably smell it.
Yeah.
TC Klein's at start finish, by the way. Oh, the move's done. There goes the 15.
Yeah.
You guys have a question?
Yeah.
I have an answer.
What's happened today?
Well,
I saw that there was a big thing that happened early, which I don't know if we want to get into.
No, I mean, the end result there's been free discussion about it amongst the staff here. Everybody's okay.
Yep.
I mean, it was a big, scary thing. It was shockingly similar to the Hammer incident at the end of last year's Saturday race. Just happened a little bit closer to the keyhole than otherwise, the other one did. But it looked big and scary, and then the driver got out, got himself to medical in the back of an ambulance, and then was okay. So all is okay there. I don't think that energy came and is going to race again. That car we basically arrived.
That doesn't surprise me. I think the moral of the story that I always come away with those is, get your frames checked, make sure that everything is still, no porosity in your welds.
Every single tech person I am friends with on Facebook, and there are legion. Do not skimp on your cage. Do not cheap out on your welds. Like, that is, it will save you at some point, and I think that's what's happened there. So glad that's all shaking itself out. We lost an hour of running as a result, and then we just started pretending today was Saturday.
Real quick,
in information and data on fuel mileage and all of those things. Go ahead.
Real quick, Brendan, do you think there's enough parts between the NRG car and the Round 3 racing car that they could get one working Cayman between the two?
Yeah, but which one of them wants to put the time in? Because based on what Bud just said like 45 minutes ago, I don't think it's round 3.
Round 3 donates their car to NRG. Here you go.
The Holmatro safety team is out at start-finish.
Joseph, you're a local. Is that still a Holmatro sponsorship, or are those cars left over from when it was an IndyCar sponsor and they just haven't bothered to take the wrap off?
I was thinking about that, and I honestly can't decide. The thing is, so many of these cars are course-owned cars. You know, the Acura pace car that's a course car.
Right.
It's one of the few IndyCar events that I can think of where they actually will use the course car as the pace car.
Gabe, real quick, let's just stay on this feed for a minute. The car stopped apparently is at turn 3, and I would just like to get a sense of if we can pick it up to drivers right here. Yes, we can. Nope, that's the tire bundle.
There's a yellow at the stands. So driver's right. It is.
It's the 701. My
Wow.
goodness.
What a day.
They've got 6 laps over the 134.
I have a question here as well. Now the race control log notes a pass under yellow from the number 421, and I'm particularly interested by this because I don't know what yellow flag that would have been. It came after the report of the car stopped on the way into turn 4, and with no other notes at turn 1. So my thought is that ought to just be a white flag for the emergency vehicle. Maybe it was taking the shortcut, but that shouldn't be a yellow if the car was still moving.
If there's an emergency vehicle there and they've overtaken it and the emergency vehicle at the same time.
Another car not going single file.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, so
I
it's
just
not quite a
wondered.
pass under yellow. It's
No, that will usually get called as something different. Sorry, which incident is this again?
Oh, well, has it been taken away? It has been taken away.
The 701.
Yeah, it was. No, sorry. It was referenced to 701 incident. Excuse me. It was called against the 421, which is why I was so urgent about it. It was called against the car that we're on board with. But that's since been rescinded, so we put that to one side. This car still... waving yellow there at turn 3, and that is to go pick up that 701 car. Ironically, came to rest almost exactly in the same spot as the 705 did on Friday morning. So, what does this mean in GP1, JT? The stoppage of the 701. Is there enough time? It'll lose probably the podium spot.
Yeah. I mean, we still have, 13 minutes or so left?
Yeah, but it's got 11 laps in hand over 5th, so I think it'll lose the spot to the 134, right?
Yeah, I don't think the 336 will get it.
That 336 could have been second today, if not for the...
Could have won.
That's true.
If the 147 had problems, but...
Sure, but even if everything had stayed the same and only that, you only revise history for that car,
yeah.
it very easily could have been P2 here.
Yeah, it had pace.
As it happens, I think the team is still going to come away with the podium just as a result of the bad luck here from the 701. I don't think that 701 ran out of fuel. Unless they're having a pickup issue there. I can't imagine that was the case. So.
Where are the odds?
Oh, no, there's debris listed also at turn 3, reference the 701. So I don't know if that's a surface condition and they put fluid down, or if something has fallen apart and they are literally dropping parts.
Let's say, what are the odds round 3's talking right now? Like, hey, it's dangerous out there. We need to go full course yellow.
Well, we know Buzz is a diplomat, apparently, so smooth talker.
Whoa. Oh, because they're towing. Okay.
Yeah, that gap has kind of stabilized here at about 3 seconds from the 421 you're on board with now up to the number 401, and you actually can't even see it out the window. That might be a bit just up the road there.
Yeah. If we could get the 99 camera, since they're only 2.9 seconds off, that would be fantastic. If at all possible. Nice.
Demonstrating the difference in delay between the two.
Absolutely. So is this one further back or further ahead? I was looking at something else.
This is further ahead as far as we know.
Okay. No, I mean in terms of delay.
No, it's further ahead.
Okay.
Yeah. Some traffic to contend with here for the 99. It's going to get balked by this number. Oh, jeez, is that the 15? So there's the 421 just coming into the turn 9 shot. So it's actually not that bad.
Oof.
Guys,
this
blocked.
I've got
this car.
I've got a question for you, guys, based off of what I'm seeing from the data, because obviously I'm showing up to this at the dying moment. It looks like actually the 401s had the pace over the 511. Was there just something in execution that Choice did that gave them the advantage here?
It's execution and consistency, I think. The 401 and the 511 and the 99, and then for some of the time it was the let's go down through here. The 609, were nose to tail, in that top 3, top 4 section for much of the race. And there really was an ebb and a flow as far as consistency and pace. Sometimes the 609, it didn't look like could find the apex and was a little bit loose, and then the 99 would catch up. And then the 99 would get to the front, and at one point it was holding everybody else up. And the 511 went through. And so it was actually just a really dicey, good race to watch for probably, Brendan, probably 2 or 3 hours at least.
Oh, most of the afternoon, yeah.
Yeah.
The one thing that really set things apart was 511 had a lightning last pit stop.
Yeah.
251 was the whole lap, which was 40 seconds quicker than GTR and 20 seconds at least quicker than the 401. Also, the 421's just been docked a lap. Apparently, that pass under yellow, either I misread the time or it was sorted incorrectly. Like it was listed at 342 instead of 242. Something to that effect. Anyway, it's still there in row 136 as a pass under yellow, and now 1 lap.
Yeah, and so you can see in the revised timing that will have been for the stopped 195 at start finish to driver's right, and which would have been would have been under yellow flag conditions basically through turn 1. So I wonder if what happened there was the driver passed the incident, and there are some disciplines in which you pass the incident and then you're free to go racing. This is not one of those.
No, so the 195 was closer to turn 1. It slowed exiting the last corner and then stopped a little bit before the bridge. And I think the 421 was already committed to a pass or didn't really see the flag there at start finish and just misjudged. But it's cruel because it's made it basically to the last 10 minutes before that penalty was applied. So you think you're in with a shot, and you're really taking the fight to the car ahead of you, and then all of a sudden it's kind of lap's gone. Now the spot isn't right. Now you're locked into 4th, which is not horrendous. You've still got to defend from the Pinnacle car a little bit, but they've had the pace the Thunder Bunny car has, so that's all right. And actually, in retrospect, having the pace may have just saved them 4th. The fact that they kept the fight up for as long as they did, they're only 6.5 seconds up on that Pinnacle car, so there's a chance that pass was actually made just a few laps ago. At the time, it would have been to put the car lap behind them, but now, obviously, that sort of retrospectively becomes a pass for position. I had mentioned too, Joseph, that it's kind of neat for choice racing, specifically for Will, that was involved in the battle with Cole Lofsgaard and round 3 racing at the end of Barber, having to be head down, rock solid consistency every single lap, fast as you can go and try and chase somebody down. That now, when we got to about an hour and a half to go, right before the final pit stops, it was all 3 leaders. Now you've got to defend and just push as hard as you can. And I won a bunch of time in the pit stops, so that helped. But it's kind of neat to, okay, now you've earned the opportunity to defend and put yourself kind of in the other guy's shoes, and by all means, seems like now they're gonna come away with the ideal result. Any battles left elsewhere, JT?
I am looking as well.
Ryan?
Just trying to see. JT, have you found any?
No, I mean we already talked about the GP3 battle for 4th.
Pinnacle is kind of staying in there.
Yeah, they are with the Thunder Bunny.
Yeah.
The only thing is just watching laps take away for that final podium spot in GP1. The only other thing I'm really noticing is Chandler Racing 10th in GTO.
It did
back in the top 10.
Yeah, good for them.
Yeah, fastest lap 4 seconds off of your leading cars, so that's a very good result for them.
Back in the points bank positions in GTO, it looks like, have we lost the number 1 temporarily?
No,
he's back in 8th.
Issues as yesterday.
Okay. Oh,
yeah.
Of course. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, and I've also got, for whatever it's worth, I've got the 111 that's maybe taking a late pit stop soon, which, if you're looking for points in that car, could have implications.
Oh, it's the gaps are enough that it should be fine. I mean, it's got 12, 13 laps.
Well, I'm thinking a minute 40 to the Chandler School, who is now in 9th, if they have to make a stop.
Well, no, that's their lap time. Look at the lap
Oh,
count.
I'm sorry. Yeah. I'm sorry. I'm totally missing it here. Yeah. Okay. Oh, yeah, they've got it.
You're almost there, man. 5 more minutes.
I know. I'm sorry.
I like that I'm having to coach you through this.
It is what it is. I talk about cars, all right? Here's the deal.
JT's on, what, an hour and a half of sleep since...
I've taken 3-hour-long naps over the night.
There you go.
In between stints.
It's like running an actual race.
Yeah.
JT's in the RV. On top, sleeping over the cab. His teammates are in the back in the bunk.
The only thing I think that's left in our battle, at least anywhere near the front, is if this 401 has some kind of issue or makes some kind of small mistake, or even just catches some bad traffic, the margin back to the 99 is only 5.5 seconds. So that would be the only other thing I could see going is close enough to be impacted. But again, I think that's going to have to be some outside force. The 401 on the whole has been quicker than the 99 BMW.
Yeah, the 401's been really the quickest car in GTO today from the information that I'm seeing.
Certainly the most consistent.
I mean, really even outright pace. It looks to me like they should have class fast lap. Really, the only car that's really
GTR
had potential would be GTR, but we've discussed how that is not an all-pro lineup.
No,
and they don't make any claims to the contrary.
And JTR, unfortunately, when they had all their issues, but they have the fastest lap of the day.
Did you guys see that? There's a car in the wall there at the bottom of turn 6.
Oh, I did not. Driver's left.
Yeah, driver's left there, gone straight off. That's nosed in.
Heavy impact 147. It's your GP1 leader.
Oh no.
Do we have that on? I don't know if we have it
before
on board
we get too
or...
excited. Hopefully they're all right.
Yeah,
if it's a nose into the wall.
Yeah, I wonder if they got nudged off to driver's left there. I don't see. Although no, that looks like the tire tracks there into the gravel.
Oh,
those look relatively fresh.
Yes. Yeah, we did have the 72 make a long trip to the gravel earlier, but that was from further back.
Well, the other point I was just about to make was that Moorhead Speedworks 147 has been the class of the field in terms of lap time all day.
Mm-hmm.
The 44 has been consistent, but half second off. This is a big deal, obviously.
We had been making a mention earlier that the 336 for Big Mission was fast and consistent earlier, and it just turned out they broke some wheel studs. And
by the way,
this is the
second.
Could have been in the lead.
This is the second issue for this car in the dying minutes of a race.
Right, the end of Nolan.
Oh yeah. Jeez.
Wasn't that the one that got parked off in Gatorland?
Yes, that is correct.
Yeah. Now they did win that race. When
I don't think they have enough margin to do it this time.
No.
Yeah.
It's one lap, and we're down to 2 minutes. So
drivers out and walking.
When the 44 comes by start finish, it will put them on the same lap. I don't see the 44 yet. Oh wait! It's not the 147. It is absolutely not the 147. They've just come by start finish.
Yes, they have.
Okay, so that's just misidea.
Oh,
okay.
So is it the what's the multicolored E46?
The TC Klein car?
Yeah.
Have anybody else salmon here?
Maybe.
I think my racer is a little behind.
I've got the 946 has gone missing.
It is that is a red BMW.
Okay.
White flag is out, by the way. So the leader has taken the flag to start the final lap. If we can follow the 511 around, Gabe, somewhere down at turn 2 right now, I would think.
So,
or if we have
apologies to the friends and family of Chad Moorhead and
right.
Yes,
and company. Well, he got out. We did notice that. There's a car stop drivers left there as well on the straight.
Yeah, we have.
Is that the 701?
No, they've already been towed around.
It's being called as the 7. Oh no, that just hasn't been updated yet. Excuse me. Okay.
Yeah,
I'm
trying to pick out the 511 here. We can sit on the turn 9 camera if you like here, Gabe, if that's easier for you, and wait for them to come around. Yeah. So there's the 147. I don't think they've taken the white flag yet. 99's come through. And there's the 421 to start the final lap. So a little bit of chaos here at the end of our Sunday 7-hour race involving
glad I could contribute to that.
The potential GP1 leader and winner. It's not, and everything's kind of held station there. In the meantime, we await the arrival of the number 511.
I think they've gone through shot there.
Yeah, I had been looking out the window just to make sure they hadn't come through. There it is out the last corner, exiting turn number 13. After 8 hours of racing on Sunday, finally we get a dry race, and finally, Choice Racing gets a victory in the World Racing League. The BMW M4 GT4 that has only run 6 races under the Choice Racing banner comes home with the overall and GTO victory.
I think the stopped car on the way into the kink is the 410 for quality time. I've just had them go missing. That hasn't been ID'd in the race control log, but inference suggests that's the 410.
Next up will be the 401, who we should see about 5 seconds before the 99, assuming nothing has changed. It hasn't at any point over the last couple of laps, so I would assume that that'll be the case again. Here is the 99. And yeah, I don't see that number 401 in shot. Might have been the white BMW just going up over the hill there. The number was corrected, by the way, to the 946 at the bottom of the hill at turn 6. So that answers that question. Here comes the 421 to take the checkered flag in 4th place.
Listen to that tire squeal going through 9.
And 401 and 99 have both come through. So that's your lot in GTO. In GP1, Moorhead Speedworks, after we managed to scare the pants off of everybody associated with that team, is going to come through and take a double victory in GP1 this weekend. leads from 44, the TC Racing BMW, and the 134 from Big Mission, who was able to steal the podium 4 laps from the end when the 701 came to grief on the way into turn number 4. That 701 car will salvage a 4th place finish in class ahead of the number 336 from Big Mission Motorsports. GP2, the winning formula. I think that's a double victory for them as well. This time they did it entirely in the dry by 3 laps from the number 231 from ITS Racing and the 21 from North Loop Motorsport, who took a car they weren't expecting to have to race in this kind of shape up to a podium. RRT Racing, the number 721 in 4th, ahead of the number 410 from Quality Time Racing. And based on Race Hero here, it looks like the 5th, 6th, and 7th place cars all failed to make it through the checkered flag in GP2. GP3 TCS Motorsports wins in the number 22 by 2 laps from the number 75 AOA Racing. Actually, a really solid day for that 75 car. For as many problems as the 15 and the 85 had, I don't think we had a reason to call that 75's number for any negative reason once, which is fantastic. The number 66, we mentioned it earlier, NRG Racing with the heart stopper earlier on this morning, the accident that befell the number 39 down at the kink on the back straightaway is somewhat salvaged by a podium finish for the BRZ in that number 66 car. TC Klein, like JT had kind of called out earlier, was able to get the 4th place spot from the number 15 AOA Racing back about 20 or so minutes ago, and that final margin was 26 seconds. And so we reached the end of another weekend of WRL racing. Yesterday was cold and exhausting. Today actually turned out pretty fascinating. I think I had concerns going into this, gentlemen, that we might end up with a romp at the front of GTO, just based on how quick the quick cars were yesterday. And instead, we got 3 cars on the lead lap. It could have been 4. It really should have been 4.
Yeah, obviously helped a little bit by the stoppage early on, so it kind of effectively turns it into, 6.5 hour race.
Yeah, that's fair, but you're all reaching for the same goal, right?
Yeah, you're all playing the same game, so there's no.
And in a way,
yeah,
it kind of, at least for the top 4 there, kind of turned things into a little. It was basically an hour and a half sprint. I mean, they were all within 10 or 12 seconds of each other when we went back to green. They all had one more stop to make.
And those are the races that really are the most rewarding, right? When you actually have to work to earn your final spot, right? That those what was it? Final 2 spots on the podium plus Thunder Bunny for a moment, right? They couldn't really get off the gas too much, or they were due to lose a spot. So I think those are the races. Even if you don't come home with the win, you can say, we gave it everything and we put in a real effort up to the last.
How to leave? Go ahead, JT.
I was going to say, I'd also add in the 609 and the 72. Both had the shot to be on that lead lap towards the end, except they both had driver issues that cost them a couple penalties.
Yeah. Well, that 609 ended up behind the wall, right? But you're right. I mean, they were together with the 401. Both of those round 3 cars were right together, and then things kind of fell apart there, unfortunately, with Buzz in the booth. As things were going down in the pit lane there. So we'll get kind of the post-mortem from James Candelara and find out what happened to the 609. But you're right. They were all absolutely right in contention up until, they weren't. And that all happened, very, very late in the running. So, yeah. I mean, in general, I thought today was a worthy... if you were going to have one sort of clean, reasonable endurance race that was slightly predictable, then today was a pretty good one. Not that yesterday wasn't reasonable, but it was extraordinary. So
It wasn't predictable though. Like we had those 3 or 4 BMWs at the front that were changing positions quite regularly. It wasn't like nobody was on the same lap and we're just kind of clicking off laps and waiting. I think it was genuinely entertaining for
it was
a lot of the time.
It was racing. I mean, it wasn't spreadsheet racing where you're just watching pit stops and cars separated by 90 seconds. How many more stops do they have? Are they catching quickly enough? Can they bring things down from 40 seconds or whatever? It was just racing. Like it was almost felt like you were calling a sprint race a little bit with all of the elements of endurance racing that we love to follow on Driver's Eye Live. So
absolutely.
Yeah. With that, I think we've done a nice job of kind of summing things up here.
Gabe is playing us out.
Yeah, which is my cue to stop talking. So, with that being said, just a couple items. First, my thanks to all of you for sticking with us through the exhaustion that was yesterday's very cold, very non-standard 8-hour enduro. And for those of you who came back today, I think we saw a great race. Happy to have all of your company, as we always are. Thanks to everybody upstairs at WRL who got us sorted on Friday and also fed us with little bits of information during the day today. All of our guests, interviews over the course of the weekend. We're thrilled to talk to you, and dotted off there by the chance to talk with Buzz McCall. We get about once a year now, but it was really great to hear from Buzz and everybody down at Round 3 Racing. Thanks for all your support all weekend. Our next race, World Racing League, will be from Road America, Mother's Day weekend, which I believe is the 7th, 8th, and 9th. Probably getting that about a week off. It's the 6th, 7th, and 8th, excuse me, of May. It'll all be live here on Driver's Eye Live. 2 8-hour races. We get to do it again from another iconic North American motorsports venue. Finally, my thanks to Justin Mudrak, who gets the first thank you despite doing the least amount of work.
Thank you.
Today, anyway.
Scott Michaels, who was not with us today, but was around during the day yesterday. Ryan West, JT Tammy, who certainly deserves a couple of naps for his efforts today. And of course, Gabe Howe, our producer, first time ever producing a motorsports event. I hope we've made a motorsports fan out of you, Gabe, and thanks for being with us this weekend. Great addition to the team. I'm Brendan Kazmarek. We'll see you from Road America in a month's time. Hope you all enjoyed, and we will talk to you again in 4 weeks. Bye for now.
Have your pets spayed or neutered.